to the land of God.
Panas.
Itulah, panas gila.
Kau ada payung?
Ada? Kau tak dengar ke Kak Gura selalu cakap? Sediakan hujan sebelum payung untuk M6.
Cik kau. Sediakan payung sebelum hujan.
Oh, iya ke?
Tapi apa kena-mena dengan M6?
Apa kena dengan M6?
Ha.
Apa itu hujan emas? Hujan emas adalah satu matlamat, satu impian terunggul untuk setiap pasukan. Setiap musim, apakah kenangan yang istimewa? Ia adalah ketika juara menjulang piala di bawah hujan emas. Ia juga menjulang dan membanggakan nama Malaysia di persada dunia.
New champions of the mid-season.
Seperti cuaca, musim baru datang dan pergi. Ia persis dengan MPL MY. Setiap pasukan dan pemain yang pernah menjejak kaki di MPL MY, mereka tidak pernah berputus asa. Setiap musim ada permulaannya. Juga permulaan baru untuk matlamat dan impian bagi pemain kita. Musim cuaca datang dan pergi, tapi ia tidak akan mengubah sejarah pemain kita. Dengan harapan musim hadapan yang cerah adalah satu pemangkin semangat bagi pasukan yang bertarung. Komposisi musim lalu tidak penting. Yang penting adalah kesetiaan kepada permainan. Tiada guna mengerti hujan emas dan berjuang demi Malaysia kalau kita tidak dapat merealisasikannya di M6.
This is Rose dan sekarang ni saya bersama dengan SRG untuk main game Siapa Dalam Team. So, on my hand, kita ada a series of questions and bila I tanya tu, korang point and then cakaplah kenapa orang tu paling dalam team. So, siapa dalam team paling kelakar? Yums. Why Yums? Why Yums?
So loud.
So loud. Wow. Bising. Wow.
So cutesy.
So demure.
It's overload.
Who likes to do weird things in the team? Weird. Innocent, what do you do?
Nothing, I just play.
Dia buat apa?
Sorry, personal.
Personal.
Who's in the team that's most fierce? Garang.
Yo, stop.
Coach, okay. Coach paling garang. Who sleeps the longest?
Yum. A lot.
The longest. Hey, this one I can agree. Gorgeous. Who eats the most?
Yum.
What do you like to eat?
Rice, cereal.
Wow.
One pack, one day.
One pack, one day. team is always late?
Sekis.
Why?
Because they always wake up late to the training.
Oh,
Oh, sometimes. Sekis number 1 ha.
oh, okay. Who gets angry easily? Angry bird of the team.
Gram.
Crab. Why are you the one who gets angry the most?
Pag may nangyayaring pangit sa laro.
Oh, dia cakap kalau anything bad happen in game, dia cepat marah. Betul.
Strict.
Okay, last question. This one very fast one, ah. You guys will point to the person. 1, 2, 3. Who talks the most? So who's the answer? So, okay, I'm pretty sure we got it. Everybody talks a lot in this team and they're all very, very cutesy. Thank you very much to Selangor Red Giants.
I can say early preparation is the biggest changes lah.
He can adapt it very well, make him look shine.
If we win, what do we need to improve more?
Apa yang terjadi dengan match with Homeboys tadi? What went wrong?
Homeboys tu caught us off guard sebab tiba-tiba diorang punya rotation makin improve dengan connection diorang dengan ESP baru. And first game tu kita orang agak tak synchronize sangat lah untuk bagi team fight tu. And then move on ke second game, mungkin diorang tak berapa ready lah untuk second game tu. And Homeboys tu dapat momentum daripada first game and diorang menang lah game tu.
Now, kita nampak dari segi prestasi Monster Vicious season ni memang lain daripada musim lepas. So what changes and what's the biggest change?
I think what's the biggest change is our early preparation. We start very early after last season ended. We straight continue with Snapdragons and then we join some semi-pro tournaments and then we get a new sports psychologist and everything. So I can say early preparation is the biggest changes lah.
The one that improved for this season is, I can say that Zeno, because from the communication, how he communicate with the teammates, and then the skill set, how he using the skill management, everything that Todak already applies to him, I think he can adapt it very well and then make him look shine on this season.
What are your thoughts going up against Vamos, one of the top contender this season?
I think it will be a test lah for us. Like if we lose, what do we lack to go for the playoff? If we win, what do we need to improve more?
What would it mean when you guys win against Vamos? Like how big of an impact is that to Monster Vicious?
It will create a very good momentum for us to go to fight last boss.
Oh, dia tak nak bagi nama, last boss je lah.
Last boss.
Alright, so thank you very much to the coaching staff of Monster Vicious.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Get on my way, aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for
I'm
the
a rock
win.
star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star.
MPL MY Season 14 is powered by Moonton, KPRG, and MSNJ. Official 5G mobile internet hotlink. Best 5G for lightning fast MLBB gaming. Official gaming phone ROG Phone 8, king of performance for mobile gaming. Official lifestyle fashion partner, up your game with JD Sports. And thank you to all our partners in esports and strategic partners.
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-14 bersiaran langsung dari Stadium MBSJ Serdang Jaya. Nama saya Rose, host anda sepanjang season ini, dan hari ini merupakan minggu ke-5, hari ke-3. Maksud tu regular season kita seminggu lagi Dana end, tapi banyak lagi pasukan tengah kejar slot untuk masuk ke playoff. Sekarang ni kita luar satu player room, and this team actually akan decide ataupun buat match decision pasukan mana lagi yang akan layak ke playoff selepas perlawanan ini. So, apa kata kita pergi tengok apa Todak tengah buat sekarang ni? Jom. Knock knock. Hi guys. Hello. Okay, Amox ah. Okay. Hi Amox, how are you?
Good, fine, thank you.
Good, fine. Okay, I tak naklah bagi korang pressure ke nervous ke, tapi I nak tanya, you ni nervous tak hari ni? Sebab banyak team yang akan layak ke playoff is gonna be decided by your match. Kalau korang 2-0, Vamos akan masuk. JP Niners akan masuk. Lepas tu, ada satu lagi. MV akan masuk. So, you rasa pressure tak? Sebab a lot of teams faith lies upon your hands.
Tak pressure sebab apa-apa pun kita memang nak langgar semua team. So memang sorry to say to Team Ray, kita dah nak prepare to langgar dorang walaupun dorang kawan saya juga.
Oh, walaupun kawan juga. Okay. So, I nampak Saiful kat belakang ni. Amox, I nak tanya pendapat awak pasal Amoy. Okay. Sebab si Saiful ni, setiap kali lah I buat live ke, I buat apa-apa, dia masuk. Rose, kenapa Amoy tak duduk sebelah Todak? Tapi Cikgu tak nak. You nak Amoy duduk sebelah Todak nanti ke atau tak nak? Tu. Belakang tu.
Dia kalau kasih pembakar semangat boleh lah. Amoy sebelah kita.
Oh, okay Cikgu, sorry ah. I told you, sorry ah. Nak Amoy sebelah Todak. Okay. Now, match kedua nanti dia akan jadi satu match yang agak best juga. Sebab kita ada JP Niners dengan SRG. Technically kita panggil ni the state derby lah kan. Dua-dua state. Now you rasa boleh ke JP stop SRG punya win streak? Never done before. SRG is currently on an 18-0 win streak if I'm not mistaken untuk musim ini. Daripada musim lepas. With this lineup 18-0. Tak pernah drop match lagi. So you rasa is JP gonna be the deciding factor, you know, to stop that win streak?
Kalau untuk saya nak SRG menang sebab saya nak Todak be the first team yang kalahkan SRG di playoff.
Ooh, now that is a statement. Okay, now anything yang you nak cakap dekat Anca?
Anca?
Anca dekat JP Niners.
Kalau Anca
tak payah layan. Tak payah layan. Siapa cakap tak payah layan? Okay, apa pula pasal MV Team Haq nanti? You rasa MV boleh ke secure upper bracket? Ataupun tak?
Tak kisah siapa secure upper bracket sebab kita akan bulldoze langgar semua team nanti kat playoff.
Todak nak langgar semua team. Okay, cuba ajak orang dekat rumah datang ke MBSJ, tengok Todak minggu ni dengan next week. Because lepas tu kita akan pindah ke JB dah untuk playoffs. Go. Ajak dorang, cepat.
Okay,
jangan jadi macam Nets ajak dorang.
Sesiapa yang netizen yang banyak cakap dekat komen tu kan, turun je lah kan, daripada komen-komen je dekat online tu, turunlah tengok sokong Todak ke, bagi feedback depan muka ke.
Itu dia. Amos cakap, datang ke venue, bagi feedback depan-depan. Jangan belakang skrin. Alright. And of course, kalau korang tak ada masa nak datang ataupun korang tengok dari rumah, you guys boleh join the fight by scanning the QR code down below ataupun isikan kod ni dalam MLBB anda untuk mendapatkan peluang menang Legend Skin. Alright boys, thank you so much. Good luck for your match later. And with that, Mari, let's show it to the casters to start Match 1, Week 5, Day 3. Casters, silakan.
When the light turns on, you know it's about to get real. Welcome to MPL Malaysia Season 14, Week 5, Day number 3. The last lap before we head into our final conclusion of the regular season. My name is Husky. Alongside Kid and Q, we got 3 more exciting best of 3s coming up today.
Hopefully we wrap off week number 5 better than we did yesterday, because Saturday definitely was some more painful games that actually happened. We're hoping that at the very least there's going to be a little bit of varnish over some of these players, and at the very least for Team Ray, because they're in a very interesting position. Same goes for Todak. Todak, if they win this, that's no problem for everybody else in the leaderboard. But if Team Ray wins 2-0 specifically against Todak, suddenly this leaderboard, it's going to get really shaken up.
Yeah, there's a lot of stakes at hand, plenty of permutations, but just to let Todak fans out there know, Todak has never felt so powerful in a regular season, right?
Truly.
If they get a 2-0 win over Team Ray, they not only secure playoffs for themselves, they secure playoffs for JP Niners, they secure playoffs for Team Vamos, and they also make sure the Team Ray does not qualify for playoffs. Team Ray, if they lose even 1 point, the run for playoffs is over. But one thing we can be sure is that we always are at tip-top speed when it comes comes to internet latency because we got that 5G from Hotlink, lightning fast MLBB games. Only with Hotlink, enjoy unmatched 5G network, low latency, and improved gameplay. Only with Hotlink, and on top of that, 20% off in-game items. Let's take a look at today's schedule. 3 amazing best of 3s coming up, starting off with the team that hosts the Infinity Stones, which is Todak up against Team Ray, and afterwards we got the State Derby, JP Niners against Selangor Red Giants. They will close it off with Monster Vicious taking on Team Haq.
Now this is going to be interesting because in terms of like overall weightage of what's going to really change the leaderboards, it's really Ray and as well as Todak. Our second match, the State Derby, I'm not gonna lie, I've been looking at a lot of social media. Oh my goodness, I didn't realize there was such a rivalry between Johor and Selangor. Even just not even MLBB, just the football clubs alone is an entire different problem. But this match is going to bring them all together to see which state. Well, do I really want to state as which state is better? But
the best part is that Johor supports JP Niners, even though JP Niners is from Negeri Sembilan.
yeah. It's about the banner name, okay?
Yep.
It's about the banner name, not where they're actually from. But finally, MV versus Haq. Yesterday, Haq didn't exactly have the best series yet, and even MV last week a little slow on the ball, despite being, honestly, they had second place almost in the bag.
Yeah, they had second place. It was overtaken by Red Esports because yesterday they did win against RSG MY. A good chance for MV to turn it around, right? Because they are almost there in that playoff slot. But for now, we got a small challenge with Todak. Let's take a look.
Okay, so kita orang dari Todak, kita orang hari ni akan main Fast Hero Challenge. So challenge ni, diorang dua akan lawan. Siapa yang cakap hero paling banyak So yang tak tahu tu akan kalah. Okay, so kita akan start.
Arlot, San, Almond, Idora, Barat, Dana, Carmilla, Kazura, Yin, Rock, Gift, Zaz, Lundo. Sama. Tu, Idora. Aku dah sebut. Lilia.
Okay, selamat. Okay.
Penny, Gatot Kaca, Ling, Julian, Grill, 3. 2 Ruby, Milos, 3 Estes, 2 Valerie, Rafaela, Digi, Laurin, 2 Lunok dah.
Dah. Dah.
Sama
Okay, so pemenang untuk Fast Hero Challenge ialah Momo. Sebab tadi Zaim saya saja jibet dia bagi kalah. Itu je lah.
So Zaim, memandangkan kau kalah, aku nak bagi kau punishment. Boleh. So punishment ni kau kena sapu lah semua ni. Satu arena ni? Satu arena ni kau kena sapu. Boleh? Sapu sekarang tak? Okay.
Zaim, kau pilih Zaim. Satu.
I can't. Zach, you DJ. I can't.
It doesn't catch a break.
He really can. He had to clean an entire arena. As you can clearly tell, there's a very large arena. But there's also Zach QT, who probably just finished watching Sensui do probably his squats just to mess with. I can't. It's too funny. But here we go. This is Team Ray, the competitors here today to challenge them up on our arena. AJ, EV, Kids, Virgie, and as well as Traps.
Yeah. I mean, they have shown some pretty interesting development over the season, right? We have seen some great games and some very underwhelming performance, but if they even want to have a chance to contend for playoffs, today has to be the perfect version of Team Ray.
Absolutely, and I think, the one thing we know for MPL MY, our teams aren't very consistent. They're very explosive. Some days they're really, really good. Other days we're as good as everybody else, but for a nice way of putting it. But I think the Team Ray definitely have different ideas of what the phases of the game are supposed to be looking like, right? Because they are very much centered around the early game. Mid and late really depends on that. But then we have Todak, a completely different lineup this time. Zaim Senpoi, Momo, Zayed, Yanlong, as well as Chiku guys. They're bringing back Squad C.
Yeah, Squad C, right? The only difference was last week was that we got Gary instead of Zayed. But Todak, after some evaluations, figured that this is the best version, and they're gonna stick with it. Especially when Amox did say that the entire goal for Todak is not only to bulldoze every single team, to sign the death warrant for Team Ray, but also to be the first team in history in MPL MY to take down SRG. A lot of goals lined up, but you got to start with this one.
Yeah, I mean, if we're going to talk about beating SRG, we got to talk about some of Todak's general weaknesses, right? In terms of macro play, that's where you see them be the most experienced, the most polished overall. They've got 2 great shot callers in both Chiku guys and as well as Zai and Senpoi. But I think that plus the mechanics of Zai to help execute it has really helped the team flourish. My biggest problem is that Chiku's laning phase is one of the weaker, is on the weaker side compared to the rest of the competition.
Yeah, he kind of uses the brain to beat the bronze of Team Ray, right?
Exactly.
And I think it's very polarizing from both teams. Team Ray, if they don't get a good early start, that's where it gets very worrying. But for Todak, they're not worried about the early game, right? We can have a slow start, but then mid and late game, they most likely got it in the bag, and that's how they beat everyone else in terms of experience. But enough talk, let's bring up the 2 aquatic animals to the stage. We got Todak and Team Ray taking center stage for this best of 3.
Team Ray.
After a roller coaster of a season, they now sit in 7th place with playoffs hanging in the balance. But the true test lies ahead. Today, they face none other than the 3-time MPL champions. The climb from the lower ranks begins today. Let's cheer for the relentless warriors. It's Team Ray!
Todak.
The journey this season has been turbulent with roster changes and inconsistent results, but now they seem to have found the perfect lineup ready to take on the challenge ahead. With the race to M6 intensifying, every win is crucial and they know it. Let's hear it for the teams they will keep on Langar, Team Todak! Introducing the coaches and analysts of the 2 teams and the head of League Ops, Franklin, who will ensure fair play and professional integrity in the matches. From the side of Team Ray, we got Sinhan and Ars, and from the side of Todak, we got Ashi and Huja. Let us move on to the fist bumps between the 2 teams. A true sign of professionalism. This is how we roll. Ini gaya kita. This is Malaysian sportsmanship. This is MPL Malaysia.
Good luck to both of our competitors up on this stage. It's been a very hectic week already, but this is going to mean so much if Todak is able to secure a win here. First win is going to make sure that everybody in the leaderboards is going to take a big sigh of relief. The second win is purely to get placement.
Yeah, first win ensures that one team is out of contention for playoffs. If it's a 2-0 win, they basically lock in 5 out of the 6 playoff spots, right?
Yeah.
Man, so much control over the entire regular season. But we also talked to AJ from Team Ray about what he thinks about Team Ray's chances for playoffs. And for him, he's hoping that the next match against Todak will bring them good results, because the target is to qualify for playoffs. He's never been really able to do it in the past season. And this feels like the closest they've ever gotten, but once again, they are at a crossroad where every single point matters.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't say this is the closest they've ever gotten, but it has been a very long time since we've seen them in the playoffs. And I think that, AJ has genuine concerns about dealing with Todak, and for understandable reasons. It's hard to prepare for them when you don't know what squad is going to show up. The fact that they have 3 different coaches with 3 different ideologies of the way they like to coach their teams. I think that as much as Todak has taken a monumentous task of building, like, quote-unquote, or setting up the foundation for a super team, right now, they are accelerated with squad number C, who seems to be the one to go to, right? So in terms of the Kingmakers, just in case you guys don't know, if Todak defeats Ray 2-0, Ray misses the playoffs, while Todak, Vamos, and JP Niners advance to the playoffs.
Yeah, I think if you are in JP Niners' spot, you're praying for a 2-0, because everything else after that is just about seeding, right? So for JP Niners, this is going to be a match that they're going to be watching very closely. I think Team Vamos, they already feel very confident they're going to make it anyway. So again, with only SRG and Red Esports locking in playoffs, this would determine the rest of the slots and only leave one up for contention.
Which begs the question, what composition is Team Ray going to try and pull off here today? We saw them getting a little bit more flexible during weeks 3 and 4. They do still sometimes on condition, play double fighter side lanes, whether it be the Ruby, whether it be the Phobius, get a little crazy with it.
CC, we've seen a CC last
season,
CC. But haven't been showing up in the gold lane, at least for now. I do want to see Trap just stick with traditional marksman plus the Harif. I think that's what's been giving them success in that late game. But at the same time, the Julian also has been a big jungler choice for Team Ray, right? And aside from them, only Team Vamos has been really leaning towards that hero.
Yeah, and I think overall, just because of Virgin as well as Kid Specific's performance, it makes sense, right? They like to play the early game. Julian kind of fits that early game strategy really, really well. You can predetermine where to fight. You can fight basically whenever you have your abilities up because you're not waiting on a giant cooldown. It works out. But at the same time, they get outscaled pretty quick. So coming into this drafting phase, I'm hoping that depending on who wins the coin toss here, blue side is going to be more important.
I'm actually thinking red side. I think if you're Team Ray, you probably are looking at red side because you want a lot more control on that in that first phase. But it's only wanted to find out, right? In this drafting phase, Team Ray are going to get blue side, and Todak will be on the red. Of course, you do lock Todak out of certain heroes, like Chip has to go.
Oh yeah.
Team Ray bans Katok Kacha, they ban out the Matilda, signature picks that have been really dominating the regular season.
Now here's the thing, I think that they want to be on blue side more likely just to get rid of some of these power picks and pick up at least one for themselves. I think the meta has developed in a particular way where Hylos as well as Phoveus, they're yesterday already. We have potential answers in Mincetar. We also have answers of just being hyper-mobile with Matilda, for an example, to get out of these tight scenarios.
Yeah. Even without the Mincetar, Phoveus has been proven to be dealt with yesterday, right? Like the comps that just drag Phoveus deep into a fight where he cannot get out, even with a flicker. But for Team Ray, they will still ban Phoveus. And I like the Julian ban from Todak. A lot of respect to this guy as well, coming from Johor to support Todak. And if Todak makes it, he won't have to travel that far anymore.
Yeah, I'm hoping that he's also going to stick around for the second best, the 3 happening today as well, where the JP9ers will have to face off against SRG. I think, you know, might as well, right?
Yeah,
might as well. You're going to be here for the day, stay the whole time.
Yeah, see if the state that you don't that just if Selangor kind of drops in front of you, that would be a tale to tell.
Hey man, if JP9ers win, at that point they all deserve Johorian citizenship, right?
Oh, especially when we're traveling there for playoffs, right? Like Anja,
exactly.
Anja did say, see you guys in Johor, and it's not even, they don't even need to have full control of that situation, which is the best part.
It is the best part. Okay, so this is the pick that I wanted to talk about specifically for EV, right? He was one of the few players that have played. I wouldn't even say he is a legacy player, but definitely a standout during his time with Suhas Evos, Suhas, and then so on and so forth, right? And even with Karakal, when he had to come on in, as an EXP laner, he likes damage EXP laners. But Khalid now has shifted into a more tank role. Thunderbelt, full tank items, you basically disrupt the backline, and you manage to get 30 stacks by, what, roughly 14 minutes?
Yeah, depending on how much you're fighting, right? But that's kind of like the average that you get for Khalid. And you still retain that the consistent damage output with Concussive Blast. So overall, I think for Khalid, get that mobility, good backline dive. Todak attempts to stop it, and this is so dirty. Angela and Hylos, you can expect to revitalize, expect to grow this pathway, but hard guard. So Cho is going to be the answer for Team Ray to attempt to split them apart.
I love it. I love it. I love the Cho pick here because it's expecting Todak. Oh, sure, you want to play Link? By all means, go and try it. Oh, Zayed, you want to play Lancelot? By all means, go, try it. Even with the hard guard, you're basically getting a free 2-for-1 with a single ult. And I think in Ray's eyes, that's cash money.
Yeah. We saw the idea from Red Esports yesterday with a high loss pick, which is essentially I lay down the carpet, we run it down, and then we win the fight. But if that is going to be the case for Todak, and potentially it would be, what is the answer to it?
Well, I think number one is heroes that can zone, can slow, have soft CC, or at the very least have ways of dealing with frontliners. And I think, you know, yesterday we did see Red Esports actually, Lo Yi in particular, really, really good against these types of, oh, I want to run at you with a straight line.
It's supposed to be having Hayabusa that can kind of infiltrate the backline isn't too bad of an option, right? You either deal with them or you kind of split up the battle line. Like do you force Todak to divert resources to multiple people?
Possibly. I don't know. I personally feel like Alpha was probably the better pick in this case because again, you don't know what exactly you're facing up with. We don't know how the mid lane is going to start playing out. And when we know we have a winning matchup in EXP and as well as a really good mid trio, that's when you know your purple buff is basically as good as gone.
And with the Jawhead, it does make the life slightly more difficult for kids, right? You have now a guaranteed catch, good isolation, and they also puts Momo on the highlights to kind of sandbag Eevee. I mean, is there a potential for that show to go XP in a Khalid role? We have seen that example in other regions.
We have seen that example, but I think in terms of what both of these heroes provide, Cho is probably the better roamer because he can get around the map pretty quick, but at the same time, but the problem with Khalid is that he can't really hold his ground if there's a good amount of CC, right? His main weakness is CC, and if you try and go for a quicksand guard, you get knocked out of it, you basically have no means of escape. Cho, on the other hand, getting in and out of the fights to scout for opponents and actually deal with Jawhead more effectively if this Jawhead does go roam, then sure, it makes sense.
Still water. This is going to be an Angela mid as well for Zion Senpoi, right? A slightly different approach from Todak, especially when Zyme is put on a full utility hero. So Link banned out by Team Ray, still trying to narrow down the possibilities for Zayed. We know the Lancelot can always be an option if Todak wants to go for it. The Loi is still up on the table. We'll see if Todak considers that ban. It will be the Valentina instead.
Okay. Makes sense, right? Don't want to give away some powerful ults with the IMU from Valentina. Don't want to deal with Vixana's Fear. Don't want to deal with her Eternal Guard as well. Any ways to kind of slow down the engagement is a no-go for Todak. Ray on the other side, because they put in the chill, Todak has said, no, you know what, we'll wait until the second half to actually lock in our jungler, and Ray takes advantage of it by getting rid of the Link. Now, in terms of assassins, Nolan is still available. Chuyo is banned for this patch currently until week 6?
Until next week, yeah.
Until next week. So that only means that's only
Lancelot, Nolan.
I was about to say Alpha, but it just got banned.
I'm surprised that the Alpha didn't get reviewed in the third pick, right? Like Todak prioritizing the Jawhead a lot more.
I guess they also want to be able to punish traps as well.
Was it because they saw the Hayabusa pick, or the Khalid?
Could be. I'm not 100% sure about this one, because then again, we've seen Yamlord pick up the Cho multiple times. We do see the Lancelot pick coming in from Todak. Not sure why Abang Lord is like, oh no, but please, Todak, don't massacre them too hard. Zayed, stop.
Maybe he just doesn't want to do push-ups again.
Yeah, he made another bet.
He made another bet. It will be funny. Lancelot, this one is the expected pick. Wow, the win rate really dipped to 50% after all the hard work that Zayed put in.
Such a feels bad.
We got the 1-1 and Aurora for Team Ray. If Todak wants to run in, then we have ways to deal with it.
Love it. And I think this is really smart from Todak, right? Because they expect either maybe even the Zask, maybe even the Vexana, but limiting it down to just Aurora and as well as Zask. Jawhead deals with both pretty well. Oh, you want to pop your passive? Don't worry, I'll throw you into the middle of my team. Pop her passive there.
Yeah, you'll make a very good ornament. So we see the Irithel first time Irithel being picked for Todak's side. I actually had someone ask me in IG DM about the matchup between Irithel and 1-1. I actually didn't get to reply it on time, but how is this going to play out?
So, Irithel outranges 1-1 in the earlier stages of the game, especially with the Queen's Call, right? Which is her main source of slowing your opponent down and sneaking in that damage. Ideally, you want to keep these trades extremely short against the 1-1, but once you hit level 4, that's where it gets a little bit dangerous, right? You want to make sure you're close to walls to deny that stack while still being able to bombard your opponent. So, at the end of the day, Jiku guys will outscale this 1-1, assuming she doesn't get the crossbow.
Yeah, there are 2 crossbow users, but only one will reign victorious in this series. Well, game 1 is going to be underway. We got Todak on the red side, Team Ray on the blue. Let's kick it off. Team Ray, they gotta be able to secure every single lead.
Oh yeah. Zayed, he's gonna be starting on his orange buff, while Team Ray Kids gonna be starting on his own purple. They're gonna end up on the bottom side of the map, and I can only imagine that that's the gold lane.
Wow, very early invade from Virgie and Eevee. This is something that we did see before from SRG, but Todak well prepared. And that's just 2 kills at the start of the game.
Talk about early game. Angela is the early game, and Zyme Senpoi is in the perfect position to do so. As a roamer, you're not going to be able to scale as quickly, but Zyme Senpoi in the early game as a mid laner plus Impure Rage does so much.
Yeah, so Todak definitely did their homework, right? You saw the Cho, Khalid, there have been case studies on it. And that gives the lane over to Momo on top side. Virgie is now going to be behind compared to Yanlord. Team Ray, not really what they were looking for in that early game, and that also makes the life of Kiss even harder. Eevee is going to lose the trade-out against Momo topside.
Yeah, he needs the quicksand guard whenever he has the opportunity, especially when Law & Order has been thrown out by Momo. Every time the Law & Order comes out, okay, no problem. Take the stun, go, start healing, and then trade backwards.
AJ actually flickers to find a freeze onto Zyme. They need a kill with a shadow kill. They find it. Very good response.
Great stuff. That's what we want to see from Team Ray. Proactiveness in the early game, being able to recover from that previous damage. Yanlord, great support here, trying to block that wave to ensure that at least Zyme Senpoi can hit level 4 on time.
And I think Team Ray also were very aware of the possibility of Zai being nearby because he has now moved to top side, completely away from where the turtle is. So see, Team Ray is aware of this potential movement. That's going to put Eevee in a rough spot. Should be fine.
Yeah, should be okay for now. I think that Team Ray, they just need to start farming kills at this point on this first turtle. They don't actually need this first turtle. If they can find a pick, that'd be great.
Towards pathway just to cut off AJ and Virgie. To get Zayed a head start on that turtle, Eevee is going to show up. Does have the Raging Sandstorm. Hard guard as a response from Zyme Senpoi. They get the quick freeze, and Team Ray actually getting the team fight up. Turtle goes over the kit, and Todak forced to retreat.
Huge freeze coming in from AJ to stop Zayed from going with the puncture, with the Phantom Execution plus Retribution, allowing Team Ray to take the first turtle for themselves. A pretty good start here for the side of Team Ray, but we need to see that inflated economy.
Eevee is going to hold that orange buff hostage just for a while, as we did see Yanlor and Zyme also protecting the purple as much as they can, probably helping Zai leash it. Team Ray is going to show up to try and disrupt this. There is Momo around though, so Virgie can't really get the timing on the Jikundo, but should be able to get out.
Yeah, they do force the Retribution out of Zayed here. Eevee should be able to sustain for the most part. Kid's going to go for a counter-offensive on the opposite side of the map. I thought he might take this time to maybe try and sneak off a gank onto Chiku guys.
Might make an attempt on the top side onto Momo, and it's a successful one.
Woo, good call. Great feint coming in from Team Ray, and Todak falls straight for it. You can see that even their mid lane trio were leaning towards the gold side of the map, expecting the movements from Team Ray to attack Chiku, just like how I thought they were going to attack Chiku.
And AJ was able to catch the wave, so he loses nothing. And even getting a third assist off of that gank top side, which allows Kids to basically shave off more than half the gold plating. And now they get to divert their resources, assist trap, get him into a good spot as Todak starts to stick together for the next turtle.
Beautiful stuff. Eevee should probably cut the wave here and maybe look for a rotation on down to the mid lane, but instead decides to leave that wave. This might be an opportunity if they know where Zyme Senpoi and Chiku are.
And Virgie is going to find the case, going to throw his life for this. Executed by Zayed as Raging Sandstorm to the backline, actually finding Zyme Senpoi. Zayed also falls down at the crossbow tank as Chiku guys not able to fight this, tries to ride the Ducati away, but this bike is rusty. Team Ray finding 4 kills.
Gotta keep that bike maintained. That's gonna be 4 huge kills for the side of Team Ray, and probably also the turtle as well on top of it. If they do this fast enough, they might be able to invade the orange buff from Todak's side and deny it from Zayed, but this early game now in Team Ray's hands. Full control with a 2.6k lead.
And we also see the benefit of the Khalid, right? The cross-map movements, the constant scouting takes the pressure off of Virgie's shoulder for a big chunk of that early game. Second turtle for Team Ray and a 3.3k gold lead.
And the problem is that with structures still available for both Team Ray and as well as Todak, it makes it, oh no.
Chiku guys has no Purify, that's the second death. Man just got back to lane.
Taking advantage of them. Team Ray's really starting to run away with this. But yeah, as long as the laning phase continues, Team Ray can really take advantage of Todak expecting these fixed movements from them.
Zai will be forced to kind of slow down his pace a little bit, right? The whole idea is to have Zyme Senpoi be the spearhead and allow Zai to get that snowball rolling, but so far Team Ray they brought the snowplow. They make sure that Todak cannot get it going.
I think once they hit the 5k mark this early on, I think that Todak just completely has to back off here. Just sacrifice the tier 1s, maybe not the mid one, but at least top side for this upcoming turtle, and then look to trade on bottom.
Even Eevee forced Zai out of his own jungle. That top side is barren. And with Kids around, Zai would just have to back off. That's a lot of time wasted.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Kids didn't opt to go for like an early Sky Piercer. He did finish off the Hunter Strike, and it looks like he's building in maybe into a BOD. I'm not 100% sure about that. 1 Legion Sword, not enough info to say for sure.
Bot tier 1 also went down.
Yeah, he's gotta be buying a BOD, right? 2 Legion Swords, but then what's with the extra dagger?
Extra attack speed, I guess. Zai gets kicked away. Source pathway laid out by Momo. Yano is just going in with the unstoppable force to get Virgie. Virgie will Shunpo to safety. A good attempt. Momo ends up going down. Trap also overcommitted. And with the help of Zyme Senpoi, Chiku guys will now just start dealing numbers. But Team Ray able to cut their losses.
Yeah, once Virgie does not connect with a good kick, that's when you walk away. Trap did not have to double down. Maybe a little bit too much faith being put into Virgie. But as time goes by, you can see that Todak's adjustment. Oh,
no hard guard. That's a shadow kill, and AJ is going to help out Kids. So Chiku, guys, ends up going down again.
Melting so fast here. And even on the bottom side, the adjustment from Todak is to play cross-map, right? Zayed is able to kind of hold off on his own, but the rest of the team needs to stick as 4.
Yeah, but Eevee was able to keep him tracked down, and this time Trap comes back in time, gets the turtle, and now Yanlord is in a bit of a danger. Tries to unlock all of the counters for the crossbow. Tank Trap doesn't need it. Takes him out anyways.
Good stuff. And we even catch the hand cam as well. Oh!
No! The hard guard bait. Eevee overextended. Punished.
He's mad. He's so mad. He's like, come on, I nearly just solo killed him at this point. But while the pressure is being pulled towards the bottom side on purple, Trap is able to get a tier 2 on top as well as the orange buff at the same time. So this is just really good dynamics coming in from Team Ray, trying to stay as fluid as possible.
Able to recover from a botch gank attempt in that at level 1, right? You thought that Todak would be able to at least kind of keep Team Ray in check, but they got their priority straight. I think Virgie and Kids, the 2 guys that we highlighted, they're having a fantastic game in their own way.
Yeah, and hopefully Team Ray can keep this up, right? As long as they continue to be fluid against Todak, any kind of holes or cracks in their defense, they can easily start slipping through and maybe steal away more gold.
It's about that mid-tier 1. And with Eevee and AJ around this area, it is so tough for Todak to find an opening.
Yeah, they do not have a read, and I think they got to send Momo out just to scout, right? They need Ganlord as a secondary engage. I think he's not strong enough as of right now to be able to tank against 4 people.
He's not willing to walk up, not with Virgie around because he has the kick.
Oh!
And Zayed trying to play with the timing. Thorn Rose dodge, and that forces out a glorious pathway.
Ice in his veins. Did not even flinch when Virgie was there. I thought at some point he was going to throw out the Thorn Rose, but no. Even with just a puncture, he just stands his ground.
So fleeting time for Zyme Senpoi, Winds of Nature for Trap. And Zyme Senpoi is going to play this side lane, right? He can always join with the hard guard if needed. But Team Ray are just slowly ballooning that goal lead. We're looking at a close to 5k advantage, almost 9 minutes in.
I think the worst part about the composition coming in from Todak, it's heavily dependent on Chiku guys and as well as Zayed, right? Like, Zayed can only do so much from early to mid. Eventually, when he gets his items, then he's depending on Chiku guys to do a majority of that damage. But so far, it looks like Todak are willing to sacrifice their outer tier turrets, and I don't know if that's a good choice, because now that Team Ray has that 5k gold lead, especially on First Lord, it's going to be really tough for them to get in. Look at Momo!
He lost half his health bar. Virgie actually kicks him away into a raging sandstorm! And also Trap, with the Winds of Nature, keeps himself alive and allows Zayed to be taken down by his teammates. Double kill for AJ already. Todak cannot get into the fight.
Chiku guys does not have all his items just yet. He did have to use Purify, and despite Zyme Senpoi with a hard guard on top of him, he cannot save the other 3 members of Todak. So Ray will take this Lord for free, and now if they can get a single inhibitor, they might be able to threaten Todak with a checkmate angle. Oh no!
Chiku guys, he shouldn't even be there. It's not even the right position to be in. What do you think Zyme was gonna do?
Unfortunate. Unfortunate. No kill resets to help Zyme Senpoi trigger that fleeting time. And right now, AJ is doing so much for the team. He has caught so many people with just the flicker alone.
7-0-7. Zayed has a lot more than just a kick to worry about, right? You get caught by one freeze, it's lights out. And not to mention that Kids has more than enough damage on top of the War Cry to just blow through the hard guard that Todak has.
Yep. BOD completed here by Zayed. Very greedy with his build so far. I think he's going to go into Malefic Roar next before he even thinks about finishing off that Hunter Strike. Maybe even a Hypnosis. Hard to say what he's going to build that into eventually. But for now, Ray looking to knock on the doors of the inhibitors.
Let's see if Todak can keep the structures up. Momo will have to use that glorious pathway. So take care of the Lord in a very swift fashion. Mid and bottom side most likely will just lose their holy shield. But Team Ray, they got a wave coming again. The second one, the freeze! Oh, catching Momo! And Zayed also not able to continue his combo. Virgie even gets the king onto him. They need to finish it, but Zayed will barely get out with the help of Zyme. So Virgie ends up going down, but Team Ray still gets an inhibitor.
Dang, Virgie sees the angle, but the rest of Team Ray were not in position to follow up on that. It's still 1-for-1 so far.
There's still a shadow kill. They're going to commit it. Zayed, Phantom Execution to the back. Kids also chunks the backline out, but Todak holds mid lane.
Yep, and that's his Oki shadow kill gone instantly. Beauty of iframes here. You can stop the Oki shadow kill from going through all of its slashes if there's no target to hit. That's the beauty of it all. But for now, I think that Todak, if they want to get back into this, they need to funnel gold into Chiku, and I think that's what they're doing right now.
Wow, the opportunity to come back from a close to 10k deficit, right? Unheard of. But if there's any team that can do it, it probably could be Todak. They need a lot more time for Chiku.
It's going to be tough. His items are super expensive. Super expensive. Actually, I'm curious to see, is he still going for the traditional crit build? Berserker's Fury, Haas Claws, you know the drill.
Oh, they did find Eevee, who just exposed the entire backline. Zion now needs to get out, trying to dash away with the puncture. They will continue to chase Eevee, just full commits alongside Virgie, but it's a bit too deep. They find the freeze on the AJ. Trap gets the damage off at the very end. They trade 1-for-1. And wish they got a lot more off of that, but maybe that mid inhibitor is the prize that Team Ray was looking for.
It's worth it. I think it's so worth it for them. 10k gold lead, 2 missing inhibitors, checkmate angles, so cured for Team Ray. They just need this Lord and to put Todak out of their misery.
And that not only tips the balance on the leaderboard, right? A breeding chance for Team Ray, but also every other team will not be able to celebrate if Team Ray gets this 1 point. So much significance to what they've kind of cooked up this game.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they are playing so fluidly, the fact that they are now being very proactive when they have a guaranteed lead, I'm liking this version of Team Ray. Todak, on the other hand, it's a little unfortunate because their position can only do so much, especially when you're behind, 10k behind, might I add. But just look at the way that they have to deal with it, right? Zyme Senpai just stuck in the base, having to just wave clear, waiting for the fight to begin before he can use that global ult in the Heart Guard.
Virgie just found his immortality, so now he can really throw his body into the fray. With Zy's absence, that's going to be a Lord guaranteed. Toss Virgie, try and cancel the kick, and Virgie still finds the kick somehow, but not in the right angle, so everyone from Todak gets out.
I think he wanted Chiku, guys, but unfortunately just wasn't in range. That being said, they do secure the Lord, and now Todak, they have to hold the reins. If they can defend this very first Lord, they can catch up to Team Ray. But there's a very small likelihood.
You see all the late game items out. Blood Wings for AJ, Malefic Roar for kids.
They're big boys. They're
big boys.
really big boys here.
The main carries have not gone down yet, except for Trap that one time in the mid lane.
Well, to be fair, was it his fault or was it Virgie's fault? Getting baited by your roamer once again.
It can be overlooked, right? It's a small issue.
It is. It's 17-8. This is a devastating. This is a devastating win for Team Ray on all accounts here, unless they don't crack that crystal.
Oh, let's see. Virgie, can he find that kick? Actually stunned up at the law and order, but AJ's damage is just too much. They don't really need the full team, and Trap now has full reign of the fight. Zyme Senpai would just have to back off. Is Zion trying to hold it together? Finds Eevee, but with the Lord in their base, it is impossible to defend against Team Ray. Game 1 for the Stingrays.
Huge for Team Ray. 1-0 so far, and they just need one more to really shake up the ecosystem here at MPL MY. Woo!
Every other team shaking in their boots right now. Ancha had to rethink his statement yesterday. Vamos now blaming Todak for game 1. But at least Team Ray, takes back a bit of that power, at least in terms of qualification chances.
Yeah, I love the initiative from Team Ray. I love the fluidity. I do like the adaptations happening mid-game for Todak and the composition they designed to try and deal with the early game. However, there needs to be a little bit more foresight. Here's the thing, right? Todak's composition, and one of the biggest reasons why I don't like seeing pillars or even big playmakers in the mid lane like Zyme Senpai, for an example, and maybe even to a certain degree Stormy. Yeah, Izanami is the big example here. It just feels so bad when they're playing. It feels so bad when they're playing specifically Angela, right?
Yeah.
You have a global ultimate that does so much for you. You do well in the early game, but you don't do anything other than those two things.
Yeah, essentially putting your eggs in everyone else's basket, right?
Exactly.
In this case, for Zyme Senpai, there's only so much he can provide. Team Ray, if they shut down the key members, even Zyme Senpai couldn't kind of pick up the scraps.
Yeah, as much as Zyme Senpai is coming back into his, Season 9 prime form, AJ has his number today. He has consistently stunned him before he gets the puncture off, or sometimes, the more impressive one, when he's in mid-Phantom execution. As that setup starts, instantly locks him down.
I think and also I like how Team Ray, like you have highlighted at the start, the fluidity and also the willingness to take initiative, right? The responses at objective fights, the dive in the mid lane, and AJ, just the positioning. He is inaccessible. No one can get to him.
Yep, he's so disgusting here. I don't know who the MVP is. I don't know who I would give the MVP to other than AJ. I would say maybe Virgie or arguably even Eevee, because the amount of pressure that both of these guys are applying, most importantly, the scouting helps these decisions being made by kids who fainted Todak 2-3 times this match.
That and also being able to cover more parts of the map, right? Virgie can go one side, Eevee, whoever finds Zayed relays the info and they just lock him out from the rest of the game.
What I will say specifically about kids, not going for the Sky Piercer there, interesting choice, but give it to our MVP, AJ. He's been playing for a while, definitely deserves it this game. A perfect Aurora match coming out from this man.
Yeah, ice cold, 8-0-12, running that Impure Rage and just raining hail on everyone else.
Man, that hail already broke just the hail alone breaks the hard card.
Oh yeah,
That's how strong this fool is. He's so strong. It's ridiculous. All right, at least this gives Todak a couple of things to think about. AJ is feeling on form today. Maybe we need to dedicate a couple more bans to him.
Yeah, they did ban the Vexana. I think Vexana, Valentina. But this Aurora is now a problem, right? Like they set up a draft that wants to run into Team Ray, but they didn't get rid of one of the biggest peelers that Team Ray could pick up. So maybe that's it could be an oversight from the side of Todak, but thankfully they still have a chance to adjust it. But this one was basically a beatdown, right? 21-9, more than a 10k goal lead by the time the game ended.
Pretty disgusting. Despite, because again, right? As much as Zaim Senpai was able to walk away in the first minute of the game, 1-0-1. Technically doesn't really matter, right? It's just, oh, you're gonna get a fatter shield.
Yeah, I mean, oh yeah, good, you protected your jungler, but guess what? Your side lanes are not really that solid, right? Momo gets ganked. Team Ray realizes that we can actually kill this high loss. And they gank Chiku 2 times in a row. And they realize that, okay, we actually can kill Chiku through hard guard. We have nothing to fear.
Exactly. And I think that Todak understood that Ray wanted to play the early game, so that's why they're playing a lot more passively in the way that they're holding these types of bushes, especially within the river line. I think hopefully, if we do get the item progression, I would like to see the heat map specifically for kids, because the movements and decisions that he makes are so very smart. Because I'm thinking like typical jungler, right? Utilize your jungle path so that you can end up in the place that you want to be while still farming the entire way through. And Kids is taking full advantage of Zayed. Is like, I know you want to be on the bottom side of the map. I'm gonna fake you out. I'm gonna steal away your 2 remaining camps because you already took that orange buff, and now Momo has to take punishment.
Yeah, steal your camps, I kill your XP laner, and then I send my teammates into your jungle.
Yep.
And you got nothing to do. You got nothing that you could do. Which does make me wonder a little bit, where does this Jawhead fall, or where is the Jawhead intended to fall in this draft?
Okay, so with Jawhead, rather interestingly, can force out a lot of movement coming in from Team Ray, or almost guarantee a couple of ults, right? I think the main idea was that Yanlo was supposed to run on in, specifically against AJ. Trap is a little difficult. He's got the natural Purify, so like whatever. All right, not that big of a deal. But AJ, if you throw him back into your team, it doesn't matter how far or close he is. If he pops his passive in the middle of 4 people, he's going to die regardless, right? So I think that was their main plan. Yanlord was looking for specifically AJ, maybe even Kids after the Oki Shadow kill, and then Zai could potentially clean it up with the help of Zaim Senpai. But it's all based on the performance of Chiku in lane. He walked away with it 0-4, got ganked 3 out of 3 times, 100% success rate coming in from Team Ray on side lane ganks.
And so that also sort of locks Yanlord out of any potential early ganks, right? Like, don't have Zai to follow up. Momo is getting bursted, and Zaim Senpai is an Angela. You don't want to hard guard a Jawhead.
That's the thing, right? Because if you're in Yanlord's position, who do you listen to? Do I need to cover Zaim Senpai? Do I need to cover Chiku? Or do I need to like walk alongside Zayed specifically just to make sure he doesn't get harassed by Eevee, maybe even Virgie at the same time?
I suppose that there has to be a lane that doesn't have to win but is neutral, and there's none in this game 1.
Eevee. Eevee was supposed to be the target here. But after that early game, I think that he was like, okay, Momo's got this already, right? Momo walks away with an assist, catches the wave at the same time, and now I can just play on the opposite side of the map.
And then Momo gets ganked twice.
Yep, and he gets ganked twice, loses his lane, level down, half of the gold plate. Actually, more than that, 75%.
More than that, 75%.
Yeah, 75% of the gold plating went into Kids, and that really sped him up.
Even when we look at total damage taken, it's just the XP laners, right? Like the Eevee, Momo had to take the beating. You can't really do much about that. But Eevee as much as he's not the tankiest member, he is buying so much time.
I think personally, Todak need to ban out this Khalid. It really suits the style of Eevee. It's a fighter that can build pure tank. He can walk out of the lane. He does everything. He's checking all the boxes for early game.
And I can walk into your jungle, right? Like you ban my Julian, sure, Hayabusa does the same thing, just a level later.
Just still a full level later.
You gotta have level 4, you know?
It's true. It is true. I think that at least for Todak, this is why I was nervous about them dealing with blue side specifically, because in terms of pre-preparation, that first pick is so important now, and more so that the meta has developed in a way that you have access to Khalid as a power pick, you have access to Cho as a power pick. You can not only slow down assassins, but also really affect the EXP lane in terms of like draft matchup alone.
Yeah. With such a dominant win, I want to look at the Hall of Famers for Game 1. We got Kiss as the rich guy with just an astounding GPM. AJ being the carry, the wingman goes over to Eevee, and Momo unfortunately had to be the punching bag this game.
Yeah, I mean, it's Hylos, it's what do you expect, right? I'd rather him play Hylos than Uranus any day, so I'll take it.
Was it top banned? I think it was banned out, right?
It was, yes, it was first banned on blue side by Team Ray.
Yeah, it's either Hylos or Turris. Not really much choice for the XP laners. Somehow I got a feel for them, right?
It's hard, right? Because Terizla is so execution heavy. It's like you miss the penalty zone, you're basically dead in the water, and they got nerfed in the early game, so he doesn't really fulfill the requirements that Todak needs against Ray. So I guess Hylos is like your best bet.
So if you ban the Khalid, do you also dedicate the one more slot to ban the Gatot, right? Because we are looking at letting certain picks through.
I think that it is better. Oh, is it better for them? I feel like it may not necessarily be better for them. Okay, maybe if you're on blue side, sure, right? But let's look at the item list before we discuss that real quick, because Kids was hella greedy. First item, straight away, went for the Fury Hammer, and then completed his Hunter Strike. Didn't even bother thinking about Sky Piercer. Went straight into BOD. This guy.
Yeah, he's having a great time, and even for Virgie, right? Builds the Dreadnought armor, goes straight into Dom Eyes, and he just stands in front of Zyme. It's like, who do you want to heal?
What you gonna do about it? What you gonna do about it? He starts shuffling in front, starts flexing with his recalls. It's a tough match, I would have to say, right? Especially with the early game not going that well. We mentioned it right at the very beginning that Team Ray are very heavily dependent on that early game, and if it works out well for them, then things are gonna snowball out of control.
And when you have a 1-1 on your side that doesn't need boots, he hit 3 items when Chico guys hit like 2.5. So yeah, I mean, and also I think the most crucial fight on that bottom side, Chico had a chance, but Track got Winds of Nature half a minute before that. It really blew the entire game open for Team Ray. But I mean, of course, for Todak, it's not the end just yet, but they no longer wield absolute power.
Yeah, I think at the very least, Todak now understand, okay, our initial plan wasn't bad, but it could be better.
Let's see what Rose has cooked up for us though. Maybe it is going to be better than great than what we've all seen in the offstage segment with Hotlink.
Selamat datang ke MPL Offstage yang dibawa khas oleh Hotlink. Dan sekarang ni saya bersama dengan wakil ataupun orang daripada Todak. Okay, so apa kata korang introduce yourself kepada audience kita yang tak kenal korang? Maybe we can start with you.
Okay, baik. Hai, nama saya Manjawa. Saya adalah talent untuk Todak. Dan dalam saya sama, saya juga adalah PA kepada Haji Lan Todak.
I see. Okay, you pula?
Hello, nama saya Sri. Saya talent Todak lah.
I see. Okay, now sebagai talent korang ni, apa yang korang usually buat dalam Todak ni?
Kita orang lebih kepada content and then promoting some brands and streaming.
So more towards content creation. So same goes to you lah.
Yes.
Okay, now kita tahu match ni actually sangat besar, bukan saja untuk Todak, tapi tim lain yang nak main ataupun nak layak ke playoffs. Tapi diorang kena menang 2-0, and kita nampak as of now 2-0 chance sudah gone lah kan. So apa expectation korang sebelum match tadi? Korang ingat memang easy 2-0 ke?
Ingat memang di easy 0 boleh 2-0 lah, boleh layak ke playoff. Tapi tengok-tengok game Ray bantai macam tu kan. Sekarang takut, tapi Todak tetap akan langgar lah. Boleh comeback 2-1.
So boleh reverse sweep lah?
Boleh.
Okay, in your opinion, awal-awal season ni Todak kan suka bereksperimen dengan line-up mereka. You rasa line-up mana your favourite?
Saya rasa line-up sekarang solid. boleh diteruskan dengan line up sekarang ni lah.
So kalau awak yang coaching staff, awak nak line up ni sampai ke playoffs?
Sampai playoff.
Alright. Okay, maybe kita boleh bagi kata-kata semangat dekat Todak untuk mendapatkan reverse sweep yang Sri tengah cakap tadi tu.
Saya percaya pada Zaid. Zaid budak saya, dia memang akan bantai game ni. Kita boleh kasih comeback. Boleh.
Alright, kasih comeback. You, any kata-kata semangat kepada Todak?
Sentiasa doakan kejayaan Todak dan doakan kita orang menang reverse sweep serta game seterusnya kita menang 2-0.
Alright, jumpa diorang dekat playoff.
Jumpa diorang dekat playoff.
Yes.
Let's go.
Alright guys, mari let's show it back to the casters untuk start game kedua dalam match pertama minggu kelima. Let's go.
Thank you, Rose. Not all hope is lost. Playoffs might not be a certainty by the end of this series, but for Todak, chances are still high. Again, we gotta take a quick refresh. For Team Ray to have a high chance of making the playoffs, they have to 2-0 Todak and Vamos must lose 0-2 to RSG MY and Team Ray, which in of itself is a monumental ask. It's tough.
Man, they're playing it on hard mode. I feel like Team Vamos got the better side of the bet here.
I mean, Team Ray is playing on, what do you call that? The permadeath mode.
They're playing on ultra difficulty. Oh, man. To 2-0 both Todak and as well as Vamos is not going to be an easy task, but if they can do it against Todak, I think Vamos is it's possible, but then again, I'm thinking about GB just stealing away objectives by himself, and I'm like,
That and also, even if they 2-0 Todak and Vamos, they still need RCMY to beat Vamos.
Yeah.
You know, that one is a bit tough, you know, I'm not gonna lie. That one...
Oh man, imagine winning 2-0, and then you're just looking at RSG, it's like, come on.
You got the best run of your life, and then it hinges on the team at the last place on the standings to beat Vamos. Odds are not looking good, but hey, you know what? A man can hope. And if they can take out Todak 2-0, I think it definitely at least puts a bit of comfort in Team Ray's minds, knowing that, hey, we're not too shabby after all.
I mean, that's why I would only imagine that RSG is watching this match. Maima specifically looking at both our player head-to-heads of AJ as well as Zyme Senpoi. AJ really stepping up here. Look at those stats. Average KDA beating out Zyme Senpoi, who is known to be one of the, well, quote-unquote KDA players, but his Cypher is so uncomfortably close to him. It makes me uncomfortable. But yeah, Zyme Senpoi, he's very focused on his positioning, and that's why his KDA isn't extravagant, but at the very least, very minimal deaths.
I think it's the Angela. I think Angela messed it up a little bit.
Because AJ walks away 8-0 and 8, and he's just like, yo, my KDA is gonna be nuts after this.
See what I mean? She should have given me that Aurora. Remember to scan the QR code on your screen, because M6 is coming to Malaysia. If you don't know just yet, and redeem some free stuff. I know a lot of people in chat they looked at Game 1 Strat and they're like, what is Todak even doing? Well, I have no answer to that. But what I do know is that there's still one game.
I think they got outplayed. That's number one. Definitely wasn't expecting Team Ray to be this proactive. And even for me, right? I don't expect Team Ray to be this active. I expect them to get that first initial pick, back off, cool down period, go back at it again.
Sometimes you gotta step on the gas, right? You keep on fighting and make sure that they never get back up in one piece. But game 2 is where Todak will have the chance to swing that pendulum back onto their side, head into the drafting phase and see if Todak is gonna get that blue side, and they will. So Ray on red.
Oh man, I don't like the strategy coming in from Kuja. Just focus very much on kids. They've banned out the Julian, they've banned out the Hayabusa as well as the Fanny. This has been done before.
They're gonna pick Ling or Nolan.
I mean, they've got to, right?
They gotta pick Nolan, right?
Junglers are gonna come in first rotation, guaranteed here.
And then Kuja just picks Alpha.
I don't think that's that bad because Gatot is still available and it forces Ray to kind of really think about what one of the picks have to be. This Angela again.
Oh boy.
Alright, okay. Maybe this is Yadlord's time. It's just like, Zyme, you suck. Here, let me play it. Don't put me on that jawhead. That thing's hard.
I mean, would you put Yadlord on Angela? I would much rather a Cho pick.
I mean, no matter what, somebody's got to do it, right? It just feels like the flavor of the month for Todak.
Well, I mean, it's the flavor of the series for Team Ray, right? They just take Cho again. There's still the Gatot up, but they take the Khalid because it has worked before.
So good.
And the fact that you ban out 3 junglers, now the remaining junglers are very abusable.
Come on, Zaid. Come on, are you brave? Are you brave to play Ling into this? Are you brave to play Nolan into Khalid and Cho?
I mean, I'm pretty sure he's brave, but you know, there's limitations.
I think at this point you might as well pick Alpha, right? It's the early game jungler that can sustain for himself, is able to deal with early invades, and has true damage to be able to kind of cut through. Wait, actually, now that I think about it, oh no! It's just damage reduction. Never mind.
Yeah,
never
crowd control still kind of destroys it.
Yeah, crowd control still ruins it. Wow, so bold!
They actually went for it.
I love it. Okay, I'll give Prime Zayed his opportunity to show us what he's got. But the high loss pick once again for Todak into the Khalid. Sure, Momo did okay as long as the lane isn't touched by outside influences.
The pressure will mount for Yanlord, right? Assuming that this is a Zyme Angela again, because Todak likes to do it twice. What? Wait.
Sorry.
Do it again. What are we looking at?
The fans of Todak came up from 4Maze. The 4Maze clan has showed up.
To watch this? Oh boy.
Dude. Oh,
4Mage is watching from the gaming house and it's like, I think Total Legion can do better. We don't pull off Angela. What is this?
What is this?
What is this, Kuja?
Look. Things could change here in the second half of the draft, right? We have the previous game draft recap just above you guys in case you just tuned into game number 2. Ray currently 1 point up and looking for match point against Todak. Todak looking for the reverse sweep. But now in this second phase, right, Gold Laners hasn't really been touched. Oh!
So they banned a Ruby. I mean, there are plenty of mobility on the side of Team Ray, so Ruby is a good tempo breaker.
But they already have high loss as well as Angela. I guess they want to just cover another roam pick.
Yeah, Yellow does play a pretty mean Ruby.
Does.
There's still the Arlott up. I know. I'm not sure how comfortable Yanlor is on the Arlott, unless they want to do the flexi and put Yanlor on high loss and then Momo on Arlott.
And then Momo on Arlott again. They could do that. I think. No. Regardless, Khalid has decent matchups against both of them. Khalid is one of the few early game heroes that doesn't have too many counter matchups in lane, other than maybe Thamos, and even then it's conditional. Even so, the fact that Todak have decided to ban out the Farmist, I would only assume that the Aurora will be the follow-up ban as well.
I hope so. I mean, Vexana, Aurora, right? You gotta pick one of it. One of each. I think you would much rather ban Aurora?
I think so too. But then again, Zask also is quite a pain in the butt. I think no matter what, mid lanes are going to be hard to target for Zayed. For Zayed.
Yeah, true. I mean, with the Zask... Yeah, Zask for Ray actually doesn't feel that bad, right? Todak has plenty of sustain, but the damage department is where it kind of falls on the Zayed and Chiku guys at this point.
Yeah.
So this is... I think if Team Ray reads the Zyme Angela, they don't even need to show Aurora right now.
Your team
They're gonna take the Harith, right? That one slipped right through.
Yeah, I'm surprised that nobody decided to take Harith because again, the focus is mainly on the junglers for both teams right now.
Even on game 1, no one picked Harith.
Yeah, but even so, the fact that they banned out Wanma, it feels like they have an idea in play. I feel like Todak could still shift Angela into the roam position. But what would be a good mid laner to deal with everything? Because RWM doesn't feel that good.
Aurora and Lunox? I mean, one direct answers, right? Like the 1-to-1, then you have the Lunox and the Harith, and Chico guys could play the Claude.
I suppose. I think maybe... no, at this point, all mid laners kind of roughly do the same, especially the meta ones as of right now.
Very comfortable if you are Todak. So they take the Minsatar, which is a pretty decent option. Lunox into the Harith. So this is an Angela mid. We get the Minsatar for Momo. So indeed, it is going to be a Yanlord roam high loss. Well, this most likely will be it.
This is a very interesting composition coming in from Todak. Because again, it's... You're investing a lot in your damage dealers. You're hoping that Chiku guys will be able to survive out in that lane as Lunox, which technically he should, even if he does get ganked. Ling, on the other hand, may be a little bit harder. You're expecting both Tron as well as Khalid to invade you pretty early on.
Just take Aurora, right?
Yeah. You take Aurora for sure. We'll see how Todak plays this again. I think they're going to do the same thing. They're going to get Minsatar as well as Angela to kind of guard the Ling for that first buff before they separate back into the lanes.
So I know that Momo does solve the problem of, what if Verdi tries to go for a catch, right? And then you have the brilliance from Chiku guys to keep himself alive for an extended period of time. But does this change the overall approach that Team Ray kind of brings to this game?
Well, I think it kind of does during mid-game specifically, right? We can expect the early game to look very similar to game number 1, but coming into the mid-game, I think they got to get a little creative, right? Because if they keep faking out specifically Yanlord, it's going to be difficult for him to kind of pivot in a traditional front to back if he doesn't know where the front is.
The Glorious Pathway would be incredibly crucial for Yanlord. We see that kind of fumble a bit in game 1 for Momo. Let's see if this adjustment will bring Todak to a game 3. We're heading on to game 2 first. This time Todak will find the advantage on the blue side, and we got Team Ray on red.
All right, let's jump right into this. See whether or not Team Ray is able to close this out 2-0 against Todak, or whether Todak is going to bring it to a game 3. Todak on blue, Team Ray on red. Now it's going to be orange buff start for Zayed, and Kids is going to start on his purple buff. They're going to be on the same side of the map, ending up towards gold, but look at this early invade.
Doing the same thing again, but at least this time they will be able to walk away without any casualties, right? I had to use the flicker, unlucky.
I thought maybe Zyme was going to like trade flickers there, but I think this works out too. It's great for Momo because now he zones out Eevee from the lane.
Yeah, Eevee is not going to hit level 2 anytime soon, so no quick stun guard. Can't even stand there because when Momo hits 2, Eevee will be in danger of going down.
Yeah, oh, that's so sad. He missed out 2 minions and now he's going to hard shove this to crash the lane. Really nicely done from Momo. In terms of emblems, still nothing too out of the ordinary. Pretty much the same all across the board. Yeah, nothing out of the ordinary for both sides. I think at this point, Kids, he needs to start thinking how to get some early ganks off with Virgie. Virgie's scouting out that L bush just to make sure that they know where exactly Yanlord is supposed to be.
Eevee finally coming back into the lane just to hit level 2. So almost a full level down. I want Zai to take advantage of this. I want if Eevee knows about it.
Oh, they're going to know that he used the quicksand guard because he's so healthy. The regenerate doesn't heal that much. So they're just waiting for the opportunity, right? If Momo gets his passive stun, it's over.
And Chico, guys, it might be over him soon. First blood for Virgie. And now Todak springs into the action on the bottom side. Try and get Shree, try to stun him first. Eevee with the side step, and that means that this gank will be unsuccessful.
I mean, you say unsuccessful, but look at the position of the wave right now. It's currently a hard freeze coming in from Momo. Eevee can sustain for as long as he wants, but now Momo wants to rush 4.
Could be the advantage that Todak has. Team Ray probably will ignore this turtle, give it over to Todak. Don't need to contest this.
They should do this quick though.
Wow, even using the King's Calling. Well, at least they still got the objective. Eevee is going to show up. That's a flicker from Momo forced out.
Okay, worth it. I think that was a bit of an overextension. Sorry, not overextension. Wasteful use of ults. Yes, you are utilizing it to zone, but I didn't think there was much of a reason to. Then again, it wasn't like Todak wanted to fight for vision anyway, so I kind of get it.
Probably got scared, right? The Chico guys are probably even more scared. That's Brilliance forced out. Priority on the lane is given to Trap most of the time.
Well, don't worry. At the very least, Chico guy still has comms with Zymes and Boy, who currently has an active Heart Guard ready to go, ready to rip at any time. Down by bot side. Again, not much action. We're seeing Eevee rotate towards mid, but even so, Todak have adjusted very well for the early game and now understand that Team Ray want to continue punishing Chiku.
So that allows Momo to be in the same position as game 1, constantly shoving up the wave, winning out the lane, getting first move. But I'd say that, you know, Team Ray has been able to put Eevee, especially Eevee himself, has been able to really readjust accordingly, right? He's not really losing out on too much.
Oh, Eevee might make the bait of a lifetime here.
Quicksand Guard's gonna Raging Sandstorm in as well. They get the freeze on the Momo, but the damage is not really there. Now Hard Guard shows up to cover for Zai. Eevee flickers with the Quicksand Guard to ensure he survives.
Nicely done by Eevee. Good stuff. He knows that he can still use his flicker in the Quicksand Guard. The man knows it. He knows his Khalid.
Well, I learned something new. I didn't know you could do that. Oh, no, that's the kick onto Momo. Not really out of turret range though, and that might be a fatal mistake. And they just lost Virgie, they just lost Eevee, a double kill for Momo.
Great response from Zion, a great counter engagement here. Kids does get his, the Blade of Heptus Seize, but he's gonna get zoned off. In the meantime, we do see the rotation against Chiku guys. Don't get stunned!
How on the egg do you want to play this? Brilliance out.
Nice, nice. Very patient from Chiku guys. That's what we want to see from him.
Hard Guard is not going to be back up for a while, but you also don't have a flicker kick. So Team Ray give this turtle away to Todak. Second one for them.
And then Okay, Eevee not going to be bold here, but it's going to be first item already complete for Zayed. Zyme Senpai also finds the Flask of an Oasis. This is the first item power spike for Zayed. This next fight is going to keep a lot of people alive here. Until we see Zayed actually have that Haas Claw, we're not expecting him to be able to one-shot anybody just yet.
And waiting for AJ to find the glowing one to really dampen the healing power of Todak. Give Team Ray a fighting chance in that mid game. That's where it will get a bit tougher, right? Especially with the draft that Todak has.
Yeah. Virgie could set up a play, but honestly, Trap, I don't think he has the enough items just yet. I am curious though, what did Chiku guys opt to go for as his first item?
Tried to look for Zayed. Couldn't find it. And Zayed is getting Little Wanderer,
beautiful.
Orange buff side camp, and also bottom lane. Yellow even cuts off Trap from Virgie. They want this tier 1. AJ shows up just in time to stop that.
Okay. Good responses here from both Team Ray and as well as Todak. I like the way that they are cutting the waves. I like the way that they are denying reinforcement routes to that tier 1. Because as soon as Chiku guys is out of this lane, he's gonna start wreaking havoc.
Should be able to get it. AJ even commits the ultimate. So with Zayed showing up, AJ will be forced to run. That's the passive gone. This should be an easy kill going over to Zayed. The hard guard just making it too tough to take down Todak right now.
And this is what Todak wanted to do in the previous game, right? They wanted to defend against the early game, buy time so that Chiku guys could eventually scale up, and then once he has that first item, look to unlock him from that lane swap, and then continue to apply pressure on the open lane.
So this Thunderbell timing is slightly later for Eevee. I think 2 minutes late if you compare it to average. But it does give Chiku guys more room to work with, and Yanlong is going to face check this one. Not too much of an issue. Drops the Glorious Pathway. Eevee just got full on engaged. Quick stand guard. Flicker to heal himself back up. The kick onto Momo sends him away from the team. Virgie wants to save his teammate, but you gotta use the Flicker to get out.
Unfortunate. Can't do much about that at all. And even Momo, very patient, not dropping the King's Calling as well to guarantee this kill. Getting 3 battle spells is huge for him because now this upcoming turtle fight is essentially impossible for Team Ray to win.
Zayed having a way better game compared to game 1 as well. So this really is a roadblock that Team Ray needs to find a solution to, right? A constant Pew, not just from the Hylos, but also this Mincetar.
Mincetar is really dampering how much they can actually do in the early game. And now with the 2k gold lead, rough 2k gold lead for Todak. See how they press it. Trap gets out of there just in time.
Wow, the tick damage didn't get him.
Dang. There, that's unlucky. Unlucky. But Zion gets to continue power farming. He now has his 2 items, so he can take more prolonged fights. However, we haven't seen much presence from kids this entire game. He's been power farming, but unable to really find these isolated picks.
And one time he showed up was that bot lane gank onto Momo, and that one resulted in 2 of his teammates going down. Trying to force Zayed away. You can see the hover of the hard guard from Zyme Senpai. Zayed is buying time. The energy is there with the purple buff.
Cancel AJ?
Yeah, he's gonna cancel the recall. AJ not paying attention. Uh-oh. That's a free kill.
He thought he was safe. This guy. He thought it was real safe. Now, invasion over the purple buff just to make sure that this Nolan isn't going to be able to be zipping across the map as quickly. A very important objective for assassin-style junglers. And now Zayed will pick up his own, making sure that there are no purple buffs in play.
Glorious Pathway in the backline as well. Again, Eevee will have to use the ult this time defensively. Momo just flickers in with the King's Calling, pulls Virgie back into the fray as well. They're going to get a 2-0. And with Chico guys in the backline, they're going to take him down. Trap! He's trying to salvage the fight, dashes around with the Chrono dash, but the Diamond Force might expire soon. Tempest Blade knocks him out, no Purify, he is dead. And that's 3 kills going over to Todak. And AJ just got back into the fight, cannot do much.
Oh man, if this was a ranked game, Zayed would 100% try and jump at kids or something crazy. But now, for a 2 for 3, honestly, not too bad. It's a little sad that Chiku guys did end up going down. I think they were willing to sacrifice Yan Lord. But now with position over this turtle and a way to set up for that top side to slow push, this is going to start getting bad for Team Ray.
And we also get to see how Team Ray responds to Todak when they are behind. A scenario that we did foreshadowed before the series started. What happens when Todak gets a hit, especially when it comes to the macro game. We'll see Halberd for kids, just to, again, dampen the healing from Todak. This Lord fight is going to be tough.
I don't think it's as tough as they think it will be. Because right now, Trap is in no position to fight, right? He's a level down on Chiku guys. I don't think he has his 3rd item just yet. The last item I saw him purchase was the Starlium Scythe. I'm pretty sure by now he should have the Feather of Heaven, but the Holy Crystal is really expensive.
It is. Another purple buff going over to the side of Todak. Chiku guys just got the Lantern also. The percentage damage is... not sure how Team Ray is going to deal with it, right? It's going to start tearing to EV's health bar too.
Currently with most damage in the game, only second to Zayed. Now looking at the items, yeah, still midway, building the wands to get up to that Holy Crystal. In terms of first items, we do see that Chiku guys opted to go for the traditional build, right? Didn't decide to go into Lightning Truncheon or anything crazy like that. Just a simple glowing wand, straight into the Demon Boots. Gets the... Oh, that was close. That hook almost connected there. But yeah, completed all three at this point. I'm only expecting a Holy Crystal, maybe even a Winter Crown coming in from Chiku guys, knowing how he plays. He's already pretty... He jumps into the backline pretty often, so I can only assume that's his next item.
Can't really take down Chiku guys swiftly, and that's going to be a big problem for Team Ray. All the waves synced up to perfection. Get the Holy Barrier out of the mid side, but this Lord needs to be taken care of, but Team Ray will commit to it. Zayed just waiting for the perfect opportunity to find a kick onto Yanlord, but the backline is already dead. Chiku and Zayed just dealing too much damage, and it's just easy cleanup for Todak. 3 dead for Team Ray.
Genuinely disgusting. He hops off the Finch Poise and he basically puts 2 people at 1 HP. He didn't even auto-attack. He didn't need to auto-attack. A singular skill is all it took. Now Team Ray, at this point, this is starting to look like an endgame scenario.
The inhibitor down on the top side, that's the first step. They are looking for an endgame or considering it. So Virgil would just want to buy time, even commits the flicker to draw attention on Todak away. He knows that he's going to go down. As Zion Senpai willingly trades the flicker.
Gets the way of the dragon now to the very end here. Another another purple buff coming in from Zayed. We're waiting for that bottom wave to actually crash because Trap, honestly, I don't know how he's going to survive this.
Me neither. We'll probably lose it.
Oh!
King's Calling would have been great because Trap EV actually disengages with the Raging Sandstorm, but he's just going to go down. His teammate's not there to support him.
What was the call there? What was the call there? It looks like we lost a coin flip on Team Ray this time around. Maybe in game number 3 it might be better, but right now Todak are setting for a checkmate angle. They've got 2 open inhibitors already, and now with this next Lord, probably the final nail of the coffin for Team Ray.
Comeback angle has to come from some sick kick from Virgie, some sick positioning from Trap, which at this point of time feels very tough. Now with Chiku guys and Zai diving the back line.
Yeah, I think the only way they win this is if Momo whiffs his ult and Zayed gets caught by either Way of the Dragon or Raging Sandstorm while Zyme is on top of it with the Heart Guard. I think that's the only way they lose at this point.
Tall ask. So we just got the Holy Crystal for Trap. But Team Ray will let this Lord go. Just cannot risk a 50-50.
Right, nicely done by Todak here. They still want to maintain their lead, and now they're going to start invading the jungle. By the end of this, they should have close to 9,000 to 10,000 on their side against Team Ray. Same position that Team Ray put them in game number 1.
We say that this is almost a checkmate angle, but it's more significant if you're Team Ray because this loss will put you out of playoff contention. Game 3 is just a battle for pride at this point.
Yep. Hopefully Team Ray are able to pull through here. It's looking pretty grim, I'm not going to lie, but Todak, we'll see. They're taking their time with this, trying to sync up these waves. You can clearly see that Zyme Senpai is ensuring that the backs are clear while still holding the Heart Guard just to make sure if anybody sneaks through.
The door is swiftly closing on Team Ray, shutting on their face. They only got half a foot through, and one last play from Todak would make sure that they sever the limbs of Team Ray. They get rid of Chiku guys somehow.
What?
It happened off screen, but still Todak has the Lord on their side. Team Ray attempt to defend against this push, and I think it will be successful. They just bought themselves some time. The willpower to stay in this game, not fizzling out just yet.
Oh no. Oh no. Okay.
How did they catch him?
I mean, kids just dashed in and just one-shot him. He landed the fracture, he hit every ability, Chiku disappeared. He just didn't react fast enough to him. I don't even think Chiku guys was ready for that as well. I blinked, he was gone.
We weren't ready for that. But that did buy time for Team Ray at the cost of the whole base. Now this is where housekeeping is of utmost importance for Team Ray. Less than a minute and a half until the third Lord, which would be the game ender for Team Ray. They gotta somehow find a way back.
Let's not forget that Zayed is able to transverse the map really quick with that Finch poise and can set up for backdoor angles. So Team Ray, they can...
Uh-oh. EB pulled in.
Sandstorm guard, quick sand guard? No, not even gonna bother? Not even gonna... Okay, alright.
Saves his ult. Okay, gets jumped on by Zayed. EB now is in a
Raging.
rough spot. Has to make Sandstorm. Doesn't even get to use it. And this just could be the final blow. And Todak signing the death warrant of Team Ray's chances for playoffs. Waves pushing in as well. 4v5, Wishing Lantern, Divine Glade, Malefic Roar, endgame item for Team Ray. The final chance. Momo misses the king calling entirely. Reggie finds the cake. They gotta clear out the wave first though. But Trap, he's getting jumped on, and there's nothing he could do about it. The wave goes down, but a fresh one arrived. Team Ray, with their last breath, needs to somehow pull it together for 5 more seconds. Evie will be back soon, as the crystal is down to less than half health, but they have just barely hung on.
Todak have missed the mark on this one. They could have gone straight. Oh!
Found Virgie. Another attempted dive. EB raiding Sandstorm to the bag. And this time, it will be Zayed to clean it up. And the door is completely shut on Team Ray. Todak survives. And Team Ray have been felled.
Woo! For a cost of a finger, they take the whole hand here against Ray. No more opportunities to make it into playoff. Todak has equalized against them. And you can see that Ray, they take that loss hard.
One of the toughest loss on the stage, but it's good to see that spirit is still burning. They know that the run it has officially ended, but not all hope is lost, right? You can still fight for the slot for the next season, just not top 6. It's a silver lining in this entire predicament for Team Ray.
Yeah. Again, we now see the full game plan at the very least for Todak specifically. That's what they wanted to do in game number 1. Now a little bit more efficient, add a tiny bit more mobility so that you can really pick out your targets rather than having to wait. Do I have to cut through them in a more complicated manner? No, just point, click, you're there.
So Ling over Lancelot.
In terms of execution, yes. I would have to say that Ling over Lancelot is my go-to. But let's look at the highlights here, right? Because this game, we saw a couple of similar moves from game number 1, but a lot of variations coming in from Todak, right? They know what to expect now from Team Ray. The early ganks were thwarted, and once they kind of survived that laning phase, you can see that Zayed was really starting to run away with the game.
That and also having a side lane that is good at stopping mobile heroes, good at catching, and also hard to catch at the same time, really prevented Team Ray from getting these early moves out, right? Like the ganks on the Chiku guys, not gonna work out. He has Purify and Brilliance. Your Roamer now is hard to catch Ling, and then you have a Mincetar to worry about, and the Ling is just too far ahead for anyone to even remotely take care of.
Oh yeah, it really doesn't help that Zayed Senpoi is making sure that he never dies as well. The extra heart guard and the stats that you get from it is kind of disgusting, which is why he can kind of bulldoze his way through. But at the end of the day, I think that Team Ray, they have to start changing things up, right? If they want to deal with Zayed specifically, because he is getting a lot of information from his side laners. If behaviors change, you can kind of expect what is to happen next. So give it up for our MVP Zayed here. Big plays coming out of him from this Ling. Let's see if we can do it again one more time for the reverse sweep.
Man, after game 1 and a couple of destroyed Roti Canai, this one is a good recovery. You know, 7-0-3 on the Ling. That don't have to toss bottles anymore for the next half an hour.
Redemption at the very least.
Ooh, thank God. I was looking back to see if any glass was broken, but thank God, not yet.
Maybe, I don't know, there's a couple of walls that I can't necessarily see on either of the player rooms, so maybe that's where you can expect the shattered glass and the random pieces of roti on the floor. But hey, still, I think that the fluidity wasn't there for Team Ray. It felt like they were trying to repeat game number 1, making the same motions, right? Even the feints. But they did it without condition. They decided, hey, we could path more efficiently, or we could look for a gank onto Momo again. Instantly, at the exact same timing, you just see Momo start to back away. He's like, I know I'm expecting a gank around this timing. I need to guarantee, I need that information. And that's when Yanlord decided to invade on the opposite side to give him that confirmation.
That, and as well, is because Kid's not on the Hayabusa this game, you don't really have to worry too much about catching shadows, right? Nolan, if he's in your face, he's in your face. Better yet, if I'm a Mincetar, I want him to be in my face.
Yep, very honest hero here. Very, very honest. Super fast to transverse the map and actually catch you off guard mid-rotation, but even so, Todak kept their coherency throughout the entire game. If we're playing around Chiku, guys, make sure that we build a wall from mid lane all the way up to his lane to ensure that nobody can sneak through.
So the Yellow High Loss was actually true, right? He just a major sandbag, and I think the best part was also compared to being in that XP lane, you're not as susceptible to gank, right? Like if you can match the Cho, if you can find out where the Nolan is, they essentially don't have the damage to take you out.
Yeah, and that's why the mid-Sitar pick was a very big contention for me. Whether or not Todak was going to bring it out or not, I knew that at least for Team Ray, they're going to play an assassin, regardless. If you give him Julian, sure, fine. He performs very well, but against a mid-Sitar, there's no escaping it.
So the 3 bans on the assassin probably was just to condition Team Ray to get into the spot, right? It's a powerful blue side pick. That in mind, I do wonder if Team Ray will go back on the blue side. Again, all the weight, well, most of the weight has been lifted off their shoulders. Do you get to play a bit more freely in that game 3?
Game number 3. Okay, if I was Team Ray, what would I do? Would I want to go back on blue side to prioritize the Cho Khalid one more time? I think the Khalid is not bad. I think the Cho is also totally fine, but it's difficult to split them up against Todak because you expect them to eventually get an assassin of some sort. So maybe first phase is what they have to start shaking things up, get an early, show their jungle early, or at the very least have a flex pick for it, an EXP maybe jungle flex, or even then, there's not too many picks that actually do that well.
Yeah, even in terms of total damage dealt, the number is not too impressive for Team Ray because most of the time they don't even get to fight properly.
It's difficult to find your battle lines, especially with a composition that's expected to snowball, but you don't find the early economy.
Tough spot to be in. Chiku guys just clocking in 65,000 total damage. I don't even see half of it most of the time.
Yeah, to be fair, I do think that Lunox might need like a graphical update because a lot of her projectiles, you blink, you miss it, you know?
Yes, it is. No, the particles are very translucent, right?
Very deceiving.
You hardly see it's like the tiny butterfly. Like, who's gonna see that thing?
Exactly. I think they do need to update that just for old people's sake. People suffering from cataract.
Oh, I mean that one you probably won't even see it, right?
Imagine there's a cataract mode.
All you see is just lines. Cataract mode.
Cataract mode instead of colorblind mode.
The next advancement in gaming, right? Gaming for the vision impaired.
Visually impaired.
I almost say blind, and now that sounded like a dumb thing to say. Visually impaired, yeah.
NLBB in Braille. Honestly, it'd be kind of sick though. Technology has been catching up pretty fast, and even the blind can experience football.
Is that a real thing?
That's a real thing. They have a giant board to kind of tell you the players and where the ball is, and it's all automated. It's sick.
Nice.
If they can do it for MLBB, I'd be very impressed.
I just want to see blind player play chess.
Oh,
people
dude,
have done it blindfolded, right? So
that's the thing. I'd be more worried if I'm playing chess against a blind guy because he's been doing this all his life, probably.
Like a blind grandmaster, right?
Yeah. That's it.
The only guy that could topple Magnus Carlsen. We got a Hall of Famers for this game. We got Zayed, Rich Guy, Chiku Guy's carry, Eevee Sandbag, and Yenlord as the wingman.
All right, no surprises here. I do want to see what the adaptations for Team Ray is gonna look like. I feel like now that they've kind of figured out the blue side has a couple of answers, and more importantly, this mid-Sitar pick is quite a problem. I do think that if Ray want to directly answer the problem, they will take blue, ban out the mid-Sitar, maybe add the Gatot on top of that, look for Harith again. If they're on red side, that's where I'm not too sure. I think they still ban out the mid-Sitar and maybe prioritize picking up Phoveus, or force Todak to ban Phoveus.
Is it a worthy first phase ban on the mid-Sitar, right? Like, I mean, Team Ray, we know that they will most likely go back to a mobile assassin comp.
Yep.
Does the mid-Sitar go in phase 1?
I think it's worthwhile. I think it is definitely worthwhile. And once you have mid-Sitar out of the question, Phoveus and Hylos then become the second row of priority when it comes to EXP. I mean, so what, right? Oh, Eevee picks up Khalid one more time, and then you play into Phoveus. You're still able to catch up with Kid X. You're still able to kind of be that front line, even if you're pretty far back.
I guess you get to move first as well. Let's see if there's anything worth noting at the item progression. We did see the Sea Halberd on Kiss as a third item, but at that point, Todak was way too far ahead for that Sea Halberd to really do much. Very unfortunate.
Genuinely, not even close. But you can see that even Zaid, he's like a little respectful. It's like, okay, I'll buy a Thunderbelt. I'll buy a Thunderbelt, guys. I'm not crazy.
Just in case.
Yeah, just
I'm two shotting the back line, but you know, what the hell.
Yeah, I could have gone for Sky Piercer, but no, I need the extra health. That's the important part.
I have enough TikTok reels, honestly.
He has enough TikTok. Honestly, I think Zaid doesn't have enough TikTok reels.
No?
Yeah. I'm following the guy, you know, that he doesn't post as often as I thought he would.
Ah, that's on him. Like, got plenty of material though.
I'm sure he does. I'm sure he does. But with that being said, it looks like we have a little bit... What's going on? Rose? Oh, we got Rose happening here on the offstage. Let's throw it over to her.
Selamat kembali ke MPL Offstage yang dibawa khas oleh Hotlink. Dan sekarang ni, Rose bersama dengan seorang punya kawan daripada pasukan Ray. Now, can you please introduce yourself to everybody?
Hi, my name is Will. I'm friend of one of the Team Ray members.
Oh, okay. Who's your friend in Team Ray?
Actually, it's their managers.
Oh, okay. So you came here just to support them?
Yes, I'm come here to support them because they're quite new. So come here to give some encouragement to them.
Ni kawan yang sebenar. Okay, now I have a question. Is this your first time in MPL?
Actually, this is my second time here. Okay, so previously I played Mobile Legend as well, but I'm stopped for a while. So after that, my friend has come back to this esports, so I'm joined back to play the game with him together.
I see. So how is it like playing ML and how is it like watching MPL live?
It's very different. So I'm quite enjoying the environment here. It's quite excited.
Okay, now I'm pretty sure you know that Ray is still fighting for their playoff slot,
Yes.
right? And as of now, it's a 2-1.
Yeah.
Ray still has a chance to
Yes.
enter playoff so long as it's they win this game against Todak. Todak does not win any more games, and they 2-0 their next match. Do you think Team Ray still has a chance to make it to the playoffs?
Yes, definitely. I believe they can win this round.
Okay, now as you also may know, our playoffs will be happening in Johor, right?
Yes.
So let's say Team Ray does qualify for the playoffs. Will you be going down to Johor to support your friend?
Yes, of course. I will be there.
Ni memang best friend. Memang best friend. Are you guys like really good friends?
Yes, my college mate.
Oh, okay. So you guys went to school together.
Yes.
All right. So maybe he needs some words of encouragement.
Yes.
Can you give him some words of support or encouragement before they start the last game?
I think they will do their best and they can get this round.
Alright, so harap Ray boleh dapat round ni sebab Will ni memang fan dengan friend sebenar Team Ray. Alright, so Mario, let's throw it back to the casters. To start, game ketiga dalam Best of 3 series ni, siapa akan layak ke playoffs?
Thank you, Rose. And you know what they say, when there's a will, there's a way. Maybe the power of friendship will be able to bring Team Ray across the finishing line and keep that fire burning because we still got one game to go.
Yeah, I mean, they got to give them encourage, right? As Man said himself, with that, the extra motivation might just be what Team Ray needs to push them over the edge to secure at least a 2-1 victory. That's going to definitely help them, especially since right now, solving the issue of Minstar might be the first problem they got to deal with.
And just want to do a quick correction. Team Ray actually still have a chance.
Still have a chance?
After going through the Doctor Strange permutation of a million different scenarios.
Okay.
If they win this 2-1, there is still a chance, but the odds get a bit more unfavorable against them than if they get a 2-0.
Does that mean...
This does, though, lock Vamos for playoffs.
Oh, okay, so that's one team that's locked in.
Yeah, so Vamos is the third team that is guaranteed playoffs because Todak took 1 point off of Team Ray. And of course, the permutation right now is a bit different, right? Team Ray, they need to 2-1 Todak. They got to win the rest of their games 2-0, and Todak needs to go 0-2 in their following games.
Oh,
which is a lot more tougher. A lot tougher than what they bargained for at the start of the series.
Oh,
at least the door hasn't completely shut, right? I mean, they lost one limb, but they still got the other arm.
I swear the BM casting desk is dangerous. Don't compliment the players.
I think it's just LaFell.
It's just LaFell.
I think it's just LaFell. You know?
I know it.
When LaFell is here, he does the same thing.
Oh, it's a caster curse.
Yeah, he
truly.
praises Ruff and Envy loses the game, you know?
Instantly. No, he literally is just like, oh, Ruff's making a sick play. Instantly dies 2 seconds later.
Yeah, that's just a LaFell thing.
Some things don't change here. But hopefully for this upcoming game, I hope that in terms of sides, I would What would I be more excited to see? Team Ray back on blue or to try and answer the question of Mincetar on red?
I don't know. I feel like you answer Mincetar. It is one of the pocket picks that Todak has in their arsenal, right? Like, so if that was one of the biggest solution to what you want to pull out, I do feel like it's worth taking out, but it's left open in the first phase because they are actually prioritized the Angela ban a lot more.
Interesting. Okay, Angela ban don't want this Link to go out of control. I guess they feel like they can handle him, but now Todak, on the other hand, they had to ban out Chip, so they can't dedicate 3 bans towards the jungle picks against kids. Do they want to get rid of the Julian? Do they even care about it? Are they considering other options like Hayabusa?
Yeah, Julian, Hayabusa. There is. I mean, Team Ray probably will be looking at a Khalid first pick again. They do ban the Julian out of respect for kids. The Todak looking a lot more comfortable in this third game.
All right. Do they go for the Khalid once again?
If they switch it up, there is still the Gatot, right? Like, we haven't seen the Gatot has been a big first pick on the blue side.
I feel...
Okay.
All right. So they leave the question up to Todak. Now I have to think about some of the relationships and matchups, right? Khalid versus Gatot, for an example. I wouldn't be too surprised if Momo is just holding it in his back pocket. I think that since they're on red side, they're going to leave Momo's pick for the very last here. So that would mean Cho pick up for the side of Todak, most likely, and then maybe save third pick for Chiku unless we see a direct counter matchup from Ray.
Ooh, so after this, I mean, Todak, they still have access to the high loss if they want, but now they also have Cho. Brian Lord, Jawhead, something they picked. Yeah, Cho feels a lot more comfortable. Cho and Vexana.
Okay. So Vexana as a deterrent against the high loss. Cho to make sure that Hayabusa doesn't have an easy time. How does Ray respond to this? Because Cho could go anywhere. I wouldn't be too surprised if Momo, honestly, anything also, I wouldn't be too surprised if Momo plays it to some degree.
This also deters the Khalid pick, right? Now he can't just kind of ride the Sandstorm into the fight.
True. Does that mean you just pick Phoveus here? But then it starts... Oh no, it's already banned out.
Yeah. Does Mincetar feel good? Do you...
I know for a fact that high loss probably isn't going to feel the greatest. Khalid, as much as you want to do well in lane, there's no guarantees with the Cho around. So they go for the safe option. They go in for the Aurora, just in case. So same deterrence, right? Hey, if you want to go for high loss again, by all means, do it. We have the Aurora. We also have the Gatot to maybe split that bad line in half.
Big zone control. And at least for Team Ray, they know for a fact that this... Okay, never mind. I take that back. They can still play Cho XP, right? Like, who am I kidding?
Yeah.
So it's not as clear cut as it seems.
Okay.
1-1 gets banned out by Todak.
I like it. Gotta keep Trap on his toes. They know that Chiku guys can beat Trap in lane if it's Harith into Ling. Harith into the Lunox. Now in the second phase, what does Ray start banning out? Mid laner has been shown, EXP as well as Roamer has been shown. Do you focus still on jungle bans? Okay, there we go. That's going to be a Lancelot. I would imagine that the follow-up is going to be Ling.
I would be shocked if the Ling kind of goes through. I suppose without the Angela, maybe Ray feels like they could do it. They did ban the Kaja though from Todak's side.
I don't know. I think I would much rather them ban out the Ling because Nolan is a lot more punishable, specifically so that Gatot can like maybe taunt him. I mean, it's hard enough to catch the Ling with the Sky Guardian's avatar. The taunt more likely, but I think Nolan is definitely punishable. But what is the EXP matchup going to be? I think it might just be Khalid once again for them. The Kaja ban from Todak is a little sus. We'll see how Team Ray ban out the Ling. Okay, there we go. First pick, second phase for Todak.
If they want to give Virgie the Gatot, there is still Terizla, I suppose, for XP.
I feel like Terizla is like kinda okay. It's fine. I think there are better options out there though.
What XP laners are still in the pool? Oh man, the pool is so small in this meta. No, I mean there's Ruby and Arlet, right? And there's still Ruby and Arlet. So in terms of like to slow down your opponents, those would be the go-to for Peel. But this pick is so important. Okay, so they take a Nolan.
They take the Nolan. This is to be expected. Now let's see how Ray responds because they basically have to go in blind for the EXP matchup.
Probably I'm thinking maybe an Arlet. No, so they put the Gatot in XP. They take the Jawhead, which is If I remember correctly, Team Ray was the first team to play the Jawhead in the regular season. And it was against JP9ers at that time.
Yeah.
That's who's going to be in the goal lane, right? If you pick Harif, the Lunox will always be a response.
I mean, no matter what, you need a purified type of gold laner,
You
right?
just go back to Clot.
Oh, I think that would be...
How about you then use a Harif on the other side?
That's the thing, right? I'm thinking maybe carry to deal with high loss, but they already have like ways of zone control. You need like some rough burst damage. Beatrix might be decent.
So they go back to Moskov.
All right. Moskov is okay with me. He's kind of an in-between.
Yeah. The best of both worlds, right? You can take Purify, can play the side lanes, and
keep the front line away.
Keep the front line away, yeah, that too.
Just to make sure that they can kite around. Interesting take coming in from Ray. Definitely a lot of thought has been put into this composition. Todak, for their final pick, kind of doesn't really matter as long as you pick a marksman that has Purify.
I think do you just go for the Harif? I mean, knowing Chiku, guys, he's probably thinking something else.
I'm thinking, yeah, that's the thing. I think if they go Harith, I think is perfectly fine. At the end of the day, Jawhead as well as Gatot is always going to be a pain in your side. So the question is, how do you survive that initial burst?
Irritel.
He goes Lunox once again.
I mean, it's not too bad, right? You do come, you blow through the health bars of Team Ray. Go back to Lunox, regardless whether there's a Harif or not, Lunox is the answer.
Yep, if he's gonna get dive, the Brilliance is gonna be the answer to the Oki Shadow Kill, to the Sky Guardian Avatar, to also the Unstoppable Force. Very interesting take on the draft here from both sides, very adjusted after the first 2 games here. They've been putting on a good show, very snowball heavy thus far. We'll see whether Game 3 is gonna be more even.
Yeah, I gotta keep their heads up, right? Because they still have a fighting chance. The oxygen tank has not depleted just yet, but at least for Team Ray, the odds ever so stacked against them, but if they can take down Todak, again, opportunity remains present. But for Todak's side, this Lunox has been a pain in the butt in Game 2, and now Ray gotta take it on again.
Yeah, let's see how they're going to play it, because Ray got so much success because of an early snowball that they were able to manipulate the movements of their opponents. This time round, Todak is going to stand their ground. They have the stature to do so, and more so, ice in their veins, so they will not give them 3 spells as we head over to game number 3. Good luck to both of our teams. Team Ray, gonna be...
we saw this in our ranked game just now, but at least they're helping out kids.
Yeah, they're not just sitting around defending. Yanlord walks into that purple expecting him to be there. Does he steal this camp? No, he does not.
Good try though, good try. Virgie smells something.
Big Sag, big Sag. And I mean, the same can be said about Todak as well, right? You see that Nolan doesn't start on his purple buff straight away, decides to stick on orange side first in case maybe Virgie walks up to him. And I think that even Todak were also considering the fact that Virgie might go for a double leash alongside, double leashing both of the buffs.
Man, Zion Senpai missing the earlier Terrify really costed him a bit of that health bar. But hopefully Yamlor will bail him out in that mid lane. Might see Team Ray start moving though, Zion not able to comfortably recall. Feels like you need to give Trap some help because Tiku guys is pressuring him a lot.
I think Trap is fine sitting underneath his turret for the most part. Virgie.
Oh! Wow, that's a flicker toss. Waited out the Shunpo. First blood for Ray.
Dang. Okay, okay. I didn't think he would do that. I thought for a second, it's like, would they kill if he does land the injector onto Yanlord? And apparently, it does.
It's a tricky matchup to play against, right? Either you Shunpo first or Shunpo dodge or you get tossed, so Yanlord needs to be slightly more careful with his movement.
Yeah. He's also got to have an insane reaction time to deal with that.
Oh, yeah.
See that Yanlord and Zyme Senpai trying to make sure that if anybody is passing through that mid lane, that they don't go untaxed.
Todak will spawn on the top side, waiting for EV to hit level 4. That's where he gets to set up the kill box alongside AJ. Especially with the Revitalize, it does keep Team Ray topped up. I mean, contrary to Game 1 and 2, Team Ray now will be the team that has a way to heal themselves up, at least with the Revitalize. And for Todak, they're relying a lot on Momo.
Yeah, they're delaying this right now because Kids is currently at level 4. We need that Nolan to catch back up at level 5 as well, once he takes his buffs, and most importantly, that purple buff. That's why you're seeing both teams just hovering around this turtle side to try and set this up. Although I will say that Trap might be having a bit of a hard time here. Harder than I would have imagined against Shiku guys, but it looks like he's going to get first move.
And the Impure Rays counteracted. by the Common Emblem. A kick onto AJ to send him away. Momo now drops the pathway. They lose Virgie already. Sky Garden Avatar completely misses. And Yanlor now gets to move on forward. Find the freeze onto Momo, but he's pretty much alive. And Todak should be able to walk away with the turtle. The Ogi Shadow Kill does not do enough damage. Another attempt terrified by Zyme Sempo at the end. And Eevee is going to make an attempt to hang around, but not able to do much.
Yep. While this is happening, Chiku was able to steal the orange buff away from the side of Team Ray. So Kids gets literally 0 profit, loses the turtle and one of his buffs.
And another camp on the top side. So this jungle is basically emptied out by Todak.
Yep, Todak has such a good read on Team Ray right now. It's going to be really difficult to actually handle this, right? Because Chiku, guys, is completely fine. As long as he has mana and is able to sustain, he basically will scale for free.
Where does Trap fall? When is Trap going to be ready to take on a fight with his team?
Probably after he's done with the Trinity, because at this point this lane is pretty much like they're both sandbagging each other. Chiku, guys, doesn't really want to trade against Trap. He wants to outrange him, and Trap can't guarantee an all-in against Chiku, guys, so he needs to stay healthy. So thus this Cold War continues.
Yanlor is sticking around. He knows that Trap has to purify, so you can't just commit onto him.
Personally, I think that right now Team Ray need to decide how they want to... Actually, not even how. Where do they want to fight, right? Because if the Sky Guardian Avatar is going to whiff during a Turtle Pit, I think Team Ray need to consider what objectives are worth fighting for. And I think personally, Purple Buff needs to be invaded, but they can't unlock Eevee out of the lane just yet.
It's put in a very tough position also, right? Up against a high loss. It's just a never-ending battle. The sandbags.
It's happening on both sides as well. That's why we're seeing the mid trio from Todak's side just being able to do a lot more in comparison to Team Ray.
Maybe you see a bit of acceleration from Todak to the bottom side. And Trap is now starting to feel the heat. As the rest of Team Ray, they want to protect this orange buff, get Kids back into the game, and kind of keep that doesn't fall too far behind Zayed. But if you're Trap, you are very uncomfortable.
Yeah, can't do anything here because Todak keeps on unlocking. Oh!
That's the case. Sky got the Avatar, whips again. AJ loses his passive, but flickers onto the pathway anyway, so he will fall. The Shadow Kill is just dispersed. The burden shared among the members of Todak. And they find 2 kills at the cost of a support.
Brutal, brutal. EXP and mid traded for a support, and all battle spells from each of the members involved gone. Even Virgie as well, missing his flicker for that fight. Trap does have a little bit of space to work with and may be able to secure this tier 1, but no, look at the pace at which Zayed is running down to that side to cover.
Yeah, so this tier 1 would most likely stand. Can't say the same for Team Ray's top tier 1. Zayed will play out the wave, not a problem. Virgie can only be there to ensure that Trap is safe.
Okay, pretty standard openings coming in from everybody on the side of Todak in terms of item builds. Same goes for the side of Team Ray, just a little bit slower, right? At the very least, Eevee was able to rush down that Thunderbelt before anything else. Now, Team Ray need to decide how they want to manage the fight.
Eevee, I mean, even for Eevee, he has a very important task because he has missed 2 ultimates. Any more misses and that kill box will be disrespected by Todak as the game goes on. Team Ray needs to be very particular with how they get these engages off. That's the kick onto Virgie. Counteracts it with the ultimate and sends Yanlor to his death. But now Team Ray, they might pay a hefty price for the show as Trap will just be ran down. Eevee late to the party once more, gets the taunt. But Virgie trapped between a rock and a hard place. The turret though will take out Momo. AJ arrives and Chico, guys, now isolated. But he's willing to fight this. Goes into the Brilliance form. AJ will not be able to get the takedown, but Eevee will taunt him up and a punch to the face. Team Ray stays in it.
Woo! Good stuff, good stuff. Team Ray looking to equalize. At the very least, Todak isn't running away with the early game. Manages to exploit them underneath their turret. They needed to make a decision from Todak's side, but they were too focused on getting the eliminations. With that being said, Team Ray, it doesn't mean they're out of the deep end just yet. They still need time to scale.
I don't know about you, but I'm personally enjoying the interaction between Johan and Cho right now.
Yeah, no, it's
Virgie has outplayed Yanlor twice.
Honestly, I thought that Yanlord was expecting the unstoppable force. That's why he went into an early Shunpo. But now that you've involved the way of the dragon getting canceled, sorry, negated that way. Wait, hold on.
They really want Momo. They actually land all their crowd control. They even bring Trap in. Momo needs to go. Then this time Eevee will be able to zone out the back line. Case does use the shadow kill, but finds Zayed. Gonna take him out in time. A conceal from Yanlord, and needs vision. Flicker couldn't get the kickoff. He's taunted up, and he goes down again. But Team Ray won't be able to get the turtle for now.
AJ is so good at hiding in bushes. He just catches people off guard every single time. He really knows how to play with line of sight, especially in a game that doesn't predetermine what the fog of war boundaries are supposed to be.
And Team Ray starting to build themselves as well to, actively find these catches, and the fact that they now know it's possible to blow up Momo without taking much of a casualty. I can expect them to kind of speed this up a bit more, but silver lining for Todak is that Zayat is still way ahead in terms of experience.
Yeah. It's going to be difficult for kids to try and contest him for these neutral takes. Trap has to be clear up this wave.
And Virgin might not be able to do the same trick again. Let's get the toss back, but there's no follow-up this time from Team Ray. Just not prepared to take on the fight. All scattered, and Eevee will have to also be sacrificed. Can't even get the out of the worst possible timing.
Yeah, the chain CC was too much, even for Virgie as well, right? Didn't want to use his unstoppable force, but honestly never had the opportunity to do so. With so much crowd control for the side of Todak, you really have to preemptively utilize these ults.
Trap will finally get the bot tier 1 at least. So Todak finds the first major gold lead in this game. We're looking at a baseline of 3,000, but with these structures falling and the Lord spawning, can expect that to go up by another 2k at least.
Yeah, so we see Trap go for the recall here. They probably need to respond to the top side of the map because right now, nobody's showing up. But here comes Yanlord. He might get a cool kick here. Eevee spots him out. Good game sense.
Didn't know that Chiku guys is in that bush. Oh wow, he just showed himself. Just casually walks out.
Stands out there menacingly. I'm the pre-lord.
That's the conceal. No cigar for Yanlord. They just want to get the purple buff. Lock it away from Kids. Kids won't be able to get it. The wave synced up almost perfectly as well. The mid wave just get cleared out. Todak should at least get the bottom tier 2, right?
Yeah, they should. Bottom tier 2, mid tier 2 should fall into the hands of Todak, no problem. I'm just a little sad that the top inhibitor did lose out on its holy shield. Todak really gonna take their time with this one. Honestly, no reason to rush this.
They want to just play the rest of the game waiting for the second Lord. I don't think it's gonna be a problem either. So BOD for Zayat. It's his third core item. Malefic Roll could be the next one.
He's really far ahead at this point. I think
he's 2,000 ahead.
Yeah, like if Trap accidentally dashes into a bush which he's standing in, you're gonna get one shot. Like even for Kids, he's got to be pretty careful, especially once he gets out of the Oki Shadow Kill form. Hopefully the quad shadows keep him alive. But so far, Zyme Senpai has ensured a lot of these plays working out because nobody, again, the only people with Purify is just Trap. Everybody else is susceptible to the chain CC.
Todak taking control of the jungle in such a manner. It is starting to choke out Team Ray, especially Kids, who has been at level 12 for the longest of time now. Not getting any closer to catching up to Zayat.
Yeah, he's literally not finding any farm on the map. Has to take the minions in lane as his most reliable source of income. And I mean, the passiveness from both teams is justified, right? Because Team Ray, as much as they want to get under the skin of Todak are just not letting them. They're playing as a 5-man stack, but they're not standing close enough for AJ to find some real value, and none of them are going to fall into the Sky Guardian's avatar, especially with flickers available.
So Team Ray has been, at least when we draw the parallel from Game 2, they were forced to give Lord to Todak, but this draft does feel like they have a better chance at contesting the objective.
Oh,
that is dangerous.
Oh boy, just walking ever so close. Like Yanlord is ready to unleash, but with the Lord spawning so close, it's better not to fight. Save your ultimates for big ticket, for the big ticket players on the side of Team Ray, specifically Trap. If he can get their his Purify out, this might be a fast game for Todak.
Might just come down to this, because Todak will be on the scene. If he sees this happening, knows where Momo is. Now we're looking for a potential response of Team Ray. Lower's pathway drop. They're going to isolate Momo, trying to take him down first. Look at spin, not bad. Yellow finds the kick. Immortality from Virgil gone. Sky got his avatar. The freeze from AJ this time. Unfortunately missed it. And Chico guys instantly goes to the backline. That's AJ out of the fight. But Trap is still in it though. AJ loses his passive. Terrified from Zyme Senpai as Eevee falls. And both teams actually traded even.
Traded 2 for 2 here. Pretty good, but Kids did lose 50% of his HP. It's going to be difficult for him to walk up, and Chiku guys confidently, knowing that he doesn't have Oki, Shadow Kill is able to zone him out.
Best case scenario for Team Ray, I guess. And that's Divine Glaive for Chiku guys.
Yep. Chiku guys is in a really powerful position, and even with the Winds of Nature, it's not meant for Chiku guys, it's about everybody else around him who's been causing Trap so many problems.
The game of a lifetime. But of course, there were some crucial moments, right? AJ's ultimate going wide, that one was kind of the kicker right there for Team Ray. Would have made it a lot slightly easier, I think, to prevent the backline of Todak from moving up.
Yeah, but that's the thing, right? Todak is now taking the approach of like, instead of throwing all of our ults at the same time, let's just delay it, like by half a second. Because every time they delay it by half a second, AJ is forced to make a choice whether to throw it out blindly or to walk up. Oh, here we
wow,
go.
An attempt at a toss. Momo will queue up with the Revitalize. At least they got that out of him. But Todak will start taking structures. Uh-oh, this is going to be the rush. Eevee has lost his life. The front line has disappeared. And Lord still, it's a very important objective to take care of. Kiss goes into the shadow kill, trying to look for Zayed to try to share the burden. Zayed with the Winter Crown, and Kiss still finds the kill, but Trap, what was that move? That could have just costed everything. They needed him alive. Kiss gonna get terrified. Timing by Zaim Senpai. And it is just a disaster for Team Ray. And maybe truly the door will shut after this game. Todak, they were looking to really put the nail in the coffin. They gave Team Ray a second chance, but now that will be signed, sealed, and delivered by Todak. Yanlord will just stand there menacingly. The wave gets completely cleared out. There is just no more life yet. No more life left. And Todak will truly nail them in the ground.
GG, well played. Todak, they played a strong, consistent game, adapted well against Team Ray's singular early game strategy, and once they got their mojo back, Team Ray could not bounce back from the raw damage at the end. Nicely played by Todak, as instead of giving that final nail in the coffin, just a quick, shallow burial for Team Ray.
Yeah, the shallow grave, you don't even pass on in peace. But now they're really in pieces, right? All the limbs severed, and there's just no chance of coming back from this. Let's hear what Todak have to say. Rose, it's your turn.
Kemenangan 2-1 untuk pasukan Todak. Guys, give them a warm round of applause. Alright, Chiku.
Alright.
2-1.
Okay.
Sikit lagi dah nak secure playoffs dah. Kalau korang dapat 2-0, bukan korang je secure playoffs, tapi pasukan lain juga secure playoff. Korang ni sengaja ke nak buat pasukan lain fight for the slot untuk playoff ni?
Sebenarnya first game tu kita orang nervous kot rasanya. Rasanya lah. Tu yang main lain sikit. So second game bila dah reset, alhamdulillah okey.
Okay, so tak ada Amoy tadi.
Tak ada kena-mena.
Tak ada kena-mena. Okay. Now, kita tahu that korang ada satu lagi match dan korang kena menang next match untuk layak ke playoffs. How confident are you with this lineup? Dan korang rasa boleh ke tak dapat slot playoff tu?
Kita orang memang confident untuk kita orang ke playoff sebab kita orang tahu kita orang punya potensi lah. So, even rate sekarang tengah strong pun, kita orang masih yakin lah kita orang boleh lawan.
Alright. Okay, I like that. Okay guys, kita nampak perlawanan sengit. Game 1, semua orang dah berdebar dah. Semua orang dah stress dah. Tapi korang rasa siapa yang memang shine lah match ni? Nak dengar MBSJ punya MVP siapa? Alright, mari kita tengok MVP perlawanan ini in 3, 2, 1. MVP jatuh kepada Zaim Senpai. Alright.
Hello.
Hi Zaim.
Hello,
I
hi.
rasa I tak interview you banyak lah season ni. Okay, now Zaim, match terakhir Todak akan lawan Red.
Ya, betul.
In your opinion, you dah ready ke nak jumpa ube strat dorang?
Kita orang ready, kita orang ada je strats yang kita orang tak bawa lagi. So kita orang ada beberapa hero yang kita orang tak keluarkan. Mungkin kita orang main untuk lawan Red nanti.
Okay, and I nak tanya, apa yang terjadi dalam game 1? Sebab Chiku cakap mungkin nervous. Tapi in your opinion, apa yang kesilapan daripada Todak tadi?
Mungkin kita orang silap sikit je dekat bahagian tactical tu. So kita orang fix balik and then menang.
Alright. Can we please pass it to Zaid? Sekarang dah cakap pasal rate kan? Boleh lah kan? Zaid. Now, semalam kalau I tak tahu you tengok MPL ke tak, tapi semalam rate esports layak ke playoffs. Diorang dapat slot kedua dan I tanyalah Kim, ready ke nak jumpa Todak? Dan dia cakap kalau Zaid ada prime, dia pun ada prime dan dia nak tunjuk dia yang prime sebenar. Apa yang you nak cakap kepada Kim?
Tak juga. Sebab Kim punya prime tak dapat piala rookie pun. Itu je lah. So untuk rate, kita bagi match yang seru je lah nanti.
Okay. Yan Lord. Kalau Todak layak ke playoffs, ini adalah playoffs pertama untuk Yan Lord. So, team mana yang awak nak sangat jumpa dekat playoffs dan kenapa?
Vamos sebab dorang beria.
Wow! Tu je?
Ya.
Sebab diorang beria? Alright, I rasa ini akan match yang akan jadi menarik kalau Todak layak ke playoff. Saiful? Sini Saiful.
Hello.
Saiful,
Yep.
happy ke tadi? Okay.
Hey, jangan bawa isu tu.
Tak. I nak
Okay,
bawa.
okay.
First second game Amoy tak ada. I pergi kat Marshall.
Okay.
Kenapa tak letak Amoy dekat sana? Dia cakap nak ke? Ciku cakap tak nak.
Saya nak.
Tapi I cakap, Angah nak, Saiful nak.
Betul.
So macam mana? Dia buff ke? Apa yang nak cakap ke Amoy?
Teruskanlah duduk belakang saya lah kan. Walaupun saya tidur luar malam ni, tapi saya okey je.
Demi untuk Amoy? Tak juga. Tidur luar malam ni Alright, on a serious note, apa yang Saiful nak cakap kepada audience yang datang ke MBSJ hari ni dan support korang. And jangan lupa, ajak dorang support korang minggu depan.
Okay guys, terima kasih semua peminat-peminat tim Todak. Terima kasih sebab korang support kita orang. Korang datang, tanpa korang kita orang rasa macam tak lengkap. So still support kita orang sampai minggu depan. Jangan lupa guys, apa-apa pun Todak. Terima kasih guys.
Dan itu yang kita nak. Satu lagi. One more time. Alright. Thank you very much kepada Saiful. And of course, Todak, congratulations on your win. 2-1 untuk Todak. Tak lagi layak ke playoffs, tapi jangan risau, minggu depan dorang ada satu lagi perlawanan. And of course, kalau korang nampak QR code, sila scan QR code ni untuk bagi rating dekat favorite player anda. And with that, mari kita dengar mic check daripada side Todak untuk mendapat tahu macam mana dorang communicate in game.
Dosa-dosa pula.
Aku nak pergi luar. Okay. Di sana kan?
Tunggu. Dia flicker aku.
Masuk.
Mati dulu.
Boleh. Aku dah.
Boleh bro. Nice. Boleh. Main. Dia kena ikan.
Depan aku.
Nice one.
Aurora ada ulti kau.
Okay.
Mid dulu guys. Bawah.
Dah nafsu dah tadi.
Sabar. Kita tengah 1-0 ni.
Masuk kau Ed. Caw. Dia kick aku guys.
Ini kolek. Main.
Rata ni. Rata. Aku ada hati lagi guys. Nice. Mid guys.
Tak ada atas.
Atas boleh end kan?
Atas boleh end.
Aku masih ada hati guys. Aku masih ada.
Aku masuk kau Ed. Masuk aku.
Tahu guys. Tahu.
Mantap guys. Nice.
Alhamdulillah.
Aku dapat belakang guys.
Nice cheat. Aku mati.
Aurora tak ada pasif guys.
Main.
Nice.
Aurora tak ada pasif.
Masuk. Main.
Kalau nak main aku lagi.
3 lawan 3. Main. Aku pede.
Mosko seorang.
Boleh, super.
Boleh.
Okay, mantap guys. Fokus terus. 1, 2, 3 go. Alhamdulillah.
Mantap.
A victory for Todak. Todak. 2-1, and on top of being able to beat Team Ray, they also secured the playoff slot for Vamos instead of themselves, but at least it does put them a bit closer, and a big part of that was of course by none other than Zyme Senpoi.
Yeah, it's a wonder how he keeps consistently, and especially not on Angela when he does so. And that's the beauty of him, right? As much as he is a pillar, he is a very good example of I can still make plays, you just need to give me the right tools to do it.
And I think for Zyme, played 2 games on Angela. Game 1 went poorly. Game 2 was a complete 180. And Game 3, when you put him on that Vexana, man is reading 10 steps into the future.
Yeah, it's disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting as well because he's finding the correct targets and most importantly, he's punishing the hard divers, whether it be Eevee, whether it be Virgie. Fortunately, even Trap is part of that list when they push it too far. And that's the thing, right? Todak's adjustment in game number 3 took everything into consideration. What the early game is going to start looking like for the side of Team Ray, they adjusted well in game number 2, but coming into game 3, now that they have got taught, it does still change the dynamics a little, right? But once we get to the point of, hey, he's missing the Sky Guardian's avatar, and he cannot keep up with our raw mobility and pace, the only thing is where is Zyme Senpai standing, and if he's not visible on the map, that means everybody else is allowed to play aggressive.
Yeah, some very crucial mistakes or maybe desperate maneuvers from Team Ray. Of course, we saw the Winter Crown from Zai at the end, a big clutch, but big moves that didn't pay off for Team Ray at the end. And Zyme Senpai with the catch of a lifetime onto Kids also kind of sealed the deal for Todak. Both games that they won, he went deathless.
Yeah, really, really good stuff coming in from Zyme Senpai. One of the top mid laners in my list personally. He is stable, he is good, he has an eye for opportunity, and most importantly, he's got a very macro-centered mind. You can hear that in a lot of the comms, he always ends it with, "Hey, what are we doing next? What's the next move we're going to do? Where are we moving towards to?" Right? He's asking the right things.
Yeah, he's also the only guy I would accept asking me why am I playing that bad, because I know it's not going to be his fault when the game doesn't go his way. But honestly, it did feel a lot closer than it seemed, right? Like Team Ray had a decent fighting chance. They were trying to pull off some good moves, especially kind of hard focusing onto Momo, but at one point it just stopped working.
Yeah, no, honestly, once we saw the inhibitors start falling down for Ray, first inhibitor that fell, okay, sure, maybe Todak is getting close to the checkmate angle. They've got their arm around the neck. They just need to seal the deal to knock Ray out. But once they lost the second inhibitor, I pretty much agreed that it was basically over, right? They got it before Todak. That inhibitor fell before Todak even completed the Lord spawn.
Yeah, so that and also Chiku he hit full item.
Yeah,
and so fast.
It's pretty impossible to play at that stage. I think that Ray, if the only thing I would like for them to actually adjust is the way they handled the early game. They need multiple openings, right? The first opening having the Khalid as well as Cho. I'm not talking about draft, by the way. I'm talking about like in-game decisions. Double invasion from those two. They spotted out 4. They lose out on their flickers. Go back into lane like nothing ever happened, right? Game number 3, now that you have Gatot, I think the only adjustment is that you don't want to walk too far. You just need to walk far enough to see where the jungler is starting, and that is pretty much your job is done. You walk away at that point.
Suppose they applied the same MO, but with a draft that needs to function slightly differently. Like kind of did the Botes Gambit wow, that's a deep cut for chess.
Very
I'm a nerd, right?
Sorry, Gotham. Just calm down. All right, jeez.
Just for context, the Botes Gambit is basically you trade your chess piece for nothing. I think it's the queen or something. It's a dumb move. Don't do it.
Don't do it. It's what people would also call a blunder.
The layman's term is the blunder, but in professional term is the Botes Gambit. Courtesy of the Botes sisters. Okay, I'm going too far off with this.
Look, either way, I think that even if Ray were to kind of like adjust the way that they played, a lot of it just comes down to can they compromise the positions of the anchor in Zyme Senpai, right? Because if Chico Guys is too far and he's off of his cooldown, he's basically dead in the water. So the only person that Chiku Guys relies on heavily is Zyme Senpai to fall back to when Momo, Yanlord, and Zion are all the way in the front making plays of their own.
So Team Ray are essentially looking for small windows of opportunities, right? You're trying to catch Chiku Guys or Zyme off cooldown. And maybe their approach to this game was trying to eliminate Momo first, right? You get rid of that brick wall, unlock that backline?
Well, a little bit. There's 2 ways you can handle it, right? It's either you take away the frontline spearhead altogether, or you start coming in from flank angles, but you have to do it in a delayed fashion, right? You can't do it on the Glorious Pathway. You have to wait for them to walk out of the Glorious Pathway and somehow bait Chiku Guys to use his brilliance early. Because imagine this, right? If you're taking on in a full front to back, Virgie goes in, he's looking for somebody. The only person in range is Chiku Guys, which is a high priority target because Zayn ain't showing up anytime soon. He goes for Chiku Guys, forces out the Brilliance, and then Eevee has to wait until the Brilliance is done before the Sky Guardian Avatar. In that time, Zayn starts popping up. Yanlord is going to go for a kick on another priority target, and most of the time, Virgie does not survive the battle.
Essentially, got to come in waves. And that's why, you know, even for Momo at one point, soaked up lesser damage compared to Eevee, but the overall effectiveness that goes over the Momo. Hall of Famers, Chiku Guys as the rich guy and the carry, with Eevee being the sandbag and Zayd in this game being the best wingman.
Yeah, I gotta give it to him. Gotta give it to him. He is pretty nasty on these assassins, but I think overall his mechanics are still pretty sound. Unfortunate for Eevee, I will have to say, because in both games he was playing Khalid, he was doing a pretty good job. Maybe not so much in game number 2, but here on this Gatot, it looks like he's a little out of practice with his placement of the Sky Guardian Avatar.
Yeah, a couple of crucial misses in the early game that could have really turned the fight around. But here's the heat map for Zaym Sempoy from the second minute onwards until the conclusion of game number 3. We see that, you know, putting out the kills, sure, right? But they're on key targets, especially the last one, so onto kids.
Yeah. Let's not forget with some of the assists that he did get involved with, right? So first couple of kills, it's happening on the frontliners, and then he starts assisting, getting Virgie as well, AJ being part of that mix. But here's the thing. Once they get that kill onto kids, from that point onwards, what are the assists, right? Who is getting accidentally splashback? Who is getting hit by the Eternal Guard specifically? Because he's throwing out that fear, but he's specifically holding on to his Eternal Guard for maybe combo potential with the Law and Order, maybe an opportunity to follow up on the kick. So that's why he's just letting the fear loose and holding the big Magnum bullet in that ult.
We have the item progression this game, and yeah, very straightforward. Yanlord went straight for the Antique Cuirass. Chiku Guys glowing on Demon Shoes. Holy Crystal second item.
Fancy work.
Good to know, and definitely had a good game.
Definitely had a good game. Definitely scaled up way faster than I would have expected. 8 minutes, before 10 minutes already having 2 completed items. Pretty good start overall. I definitely think that Chiku Guys is going to start playing Lunox a little bit more against these types of dive comps.
Oh man, it's going to put D out of business. If anyone even remembers that. That's from the Team A of Todak. But let's take a look at the updated standings. SRG still remains at the top. We got Team Vamos in close second, tied up with Red Esports, followed by JP9ers, tied up with Todak, who just overtook Monster Vicious. Team Ray placed in 7th, Homeboys in 8th, RCMY 9th spot, Team Haq in last.
Now we're seeing the clearer divide, right? SRG in their own different category, but from 2nd place all the way to 6th place, pretty tight between the middle of the pack. Our next bottom 4, it's pretty much anybody's game here for Team Ray as well as Homeboys, who have the highest chance, but even for RSG as well as Team Haq, who are currently in the red zone, if Team Ray and Homeboys don't finish off the final week strong, man, there's a possibility of an overtake.
I think the craziest thing is that Monster Vicious and JP9ers are playing, right? Monster Vicious, JP9ers, and SRG will be playing soon.
Yes.
Team Haq as well. And for MV, they're not sitting at 11th point. They got 3 more series left.
Yep.
They get 1 point. They basically hit the maximum possible cap that Team Ray could hit with their remaining series. And if you look at head-to-head, it ain't looking good for Team Ray. So Monster Vicious could just lock Team Ray out of any other playoff possibility, as if Toda hasn't already done the legwork in the series.
But here's the thing, MV still has some pretty tough matches up ahead of them, so
that's true.
I think, you know, that if I was in Team Ray's position, I would take that gamble. I would more likely take that gamble in comparison to SRG, which nobody seems to be able to shake them off their current pedestal.
Yeah, so you gotta hope that MV doesn't even get a single point, right? Because then it makes it hard, but against Team Haq, that's a different story. But thankfully, they will have time to deliberate, because coming up next is the State Derby. We got Negeri Sembilan against Selangor, JP9ers against Selangor Red Giants. We'll let them cook for a while as we go for a break, but when we come back, you don't want to miss this best of 3.
jua? Jagokan lagi dengan rangkaian 5G termantap dan tanpa lag. Gaming sepantas kilat. Menang di Land of Dawn. Tukar ke Holling Prepaid 5G sekarang.
Tangan aku kenapa ni? Android 5 lagi gatal sangat. Gunalah Head and Shoulders. 100% keyakinan, kelomomo dan kegatalan.
Wiped out. Unstoppable.
Panas.
Itulah, panas gila.
Kau ada payung?
Ada? Kau tak dengar ke Kak Gura selalu cakap? Sediakan hujan sebelum payung untuk M6.
Hacik kau. Sediakan payung sebelum hujan.
Oh, iya ke?
Tapi apa kena-mena dengan M6?
Apa kena dengan M6?
Ha.
Apa itu hujan emas? Hujan emas adalah satu matlamat, satu impian terunggul untuk setiap pasukan. Setiap musim, apakah kenangan yang istimewa? Ia adalah ketika juara menjulang piala di bawah hujan emas. Ia juga menjulang dan membanggakan nama Malaysia di persada dunia. New champions of the men's season. Seperti cuaca, musim baru datang dan pergi. Ia persis dengan MPL MY. Setiap pasukan dan pemain yang pernah menjejak kaki di MPL MY, mereka tidak pernah berputus asa. Setiap musim ada permulaannya. Juga permulaan baru untuk matlamat dan impian bagi pemain kita. Musim cuaca datang dan pergi, tapi ia tidak akan mengubah sejarah pemain kita. Dengan harapan musim hadapan yang cerah adalah satu pemangkin semangat bagi pasukan yang bertarung. Komposisi musim lalu tidak penting. Yang penting adalah kesetiaan kepada permainan. Tiada guna mengerti hujan emas dan berjuang demi Malaysia kalau kita tidak dapat merealisasikannya di M6.
Okay, so kita orang dari Todak, kita orang hari ni akan main Fast Hero Challenge. So challenge ni, diorang dua akan lawan siapa yang cakap hero paling banyak ah. So yang tak tahu tu akan kalah. Okay, so kita akan start.
Arlot, San, Almond, Idora, Barat, Dana, Carmilla, Kagura, Yin, Rock, Yif, Zaz, Lundo. Sama-sama. Tu, Idora.
Aku dah sebut.
Lilia.
Okay, selamat. Okay.
Penny, Gatot Kaca, Ling, Julian, Krill, 3. 2 Ruby,
Milos,
3 Estes,
2 Valerie,
Rafaela,
Digi,
Laurin,
2 Lunok dah eh?
Dah. Dah.
Apa
Okay, so pemenang untuk Fast Hero Challenge ialah Momo. Sebab tadi Zaim saya saja jibet dia bagi kalah. Tu je lah.
So Zaim, memandangkan kau kalah, aku nak bagi kau punishment.
Boleh.
So punishment ni kau kena sapu lah semua ni.
Satu arena ni?
Satu arena ni kau kena sapu. Boleh?
Sapu sekarang tak?
Okay.
Zaim, kau pilih Zaim. Satu.
Hey guys, this is Rose dan sekarang ni saya bersama dengan SRG untuk main game Siapa Dalam Team. So, on my hand, kita ada a series of questions and bila I tanya tu, korang point and then cakaplah kenapa orang tu paling dalam team. So, siapa dalam team paling kelakar? Yums. Why Yums? Why Yums?
So loud.
So loud, wow. Bising, wow.
So cutesy.
So demure.
It's overload.
Who likes to do weird things in the team? Weird. Innocent, what do you do?
Nothing, I just play.
Dia buat apa?
Sorry, personal.
Who's in the team that's most fierce? Garang.
Stop.
Coach, okay. Coach paling garang. Who sleeps the longest?
Yum.
Alat yum. This one I can agree. Gorgeous. Who eats the most?
Yum.
What do you like to eat?
Rice, cereal.
Wow.
One pack, one day.
One pack, one day. Who in the team is always late?
Second.
Why?
Because they always wake up late to the training.
Oh?
Sometimes.
Sek is number 1
Oh, okay. Who gets angry easily? Angry bird of the team.
Kram.
Crap. Why are you the one who gets angry the most?
Pag may nangyayaring pangit sa laro.
Oh, dia cakap kalau anything bad happen in game, dia cepat marah. Betul.
Strict.
Okay, last question. This one very fast one, ah. You guys will point to the person. 1, 2, 3. Who talks the most? So who's the answer? So, okay, I'm pretty sure we got it. Everybody talks a lot in this team and they're all very, very cutesy. Thank you very much to Selangor Red Giants.
I can say early preparation is the biggest changes lah. He can adapt it very well, make him look shine. If we win, what do we need to improve more?
Apa yang terjadi dengan match with Homeboys tadi? What went wrong?
Homeboys tu caught us off guard sebab tiba-tiba diorang punya rotation makin improve dengan connection diorang dengan ESP baru. And first game tu kita orang agak tak synchronize sangat lah untuk bagi team fight tu. And then move on ke second game, mungkin diorang tak berapa ready lah untuk second game tu. And Homeboys tu dapat momentum daripada first game and diorang menang lah game tu.
Now kita nampak dari segi prestasi Monster Vicious season ni memang lain daripada musim lepas. So what changes and what's the biggest change?
I think what's the biggest change is our early preparation. We start very early after last season ended. We straight continue with Snapdragons and then we join some semi-pro tournaments and then we get a new sports psychologist and everything. So I can say early preparation is the biggest changes lah.
The one that improve for this season is I can say that Zaino, because from the communication, how he communicate with the teammates, and then the skill set, how he using the skill management, everything that Todak already applies to him. I think he can adapt it very well and then make him look shine on this season.
What are your thoughts going up against Vamos, one of the top contender this season?
I think it will be a test lah for us. Like if we lose, what do we lack to go for the playoff? If we win, what do we need to improve more?
What would it mean when you guys win against Vamos? Like how big of an impact is that to Monster Vicious?
It will create a very good momentum for us to go to fight last boss.
Oh, dia tak nak bagi nama, last boss je lah.
Last boss je.
Alright, so thank you very much to the coaching staff of Monster Vicious.
Thank you.
Hey guys, this is Rose dan sekarang I dengan Monster Vicious sebab kita diorang nak main game. Okay, game yang kita akan main, bukan nyanyi So kita akan main game siapa dalam team. So I akan cakap satu ayat, lepas tu korang akan point orang mana yang selalu buat benda-benda macam ni, lepas tu explain lah kenapa. Ready? Siapa dalam team paling kelakar?
Ni.
Kenapa dia kelakar?
Bagi kau kenapa tak? Sebab dia badut. Sebab tu dia selalu jadi penghibur orang.
Siapa tidur paling lama?
Rok.
Oh, kenapa?
Kalau boleh sedek seminggu tu dia memang nak tidur.
Siapa makan banyak?
Ada dua.
Okay. Siapa?
Nama dia Nova Escobar.
Dengan?
Uni. Soalnya kalau makanan tak habis kat je tu, semua dia orang yang habiskan.
Siapa cepat marah? Cepat koyak?
Amar. Sebab dia budak baru.
So dia marah sini lah? Siapa yang daydream banyak?
Pak Tam. Zeno.
Selalu?
Dia banyak main game.
Dia nak cakap.
Dia selalu 10 scream, dia suka termenung. Lepas tu dia lupa nak ban.
Jangan buat ni dekat MPL. Alright, terima kasih kepada Monster Vicious.
Semua orang boleh menyarum jersey kebangsaan. Jadi once you pakai menyarum jersey kebangsaan, you rasa sangat-sangat berbangga, you dipilih atau diberi tanggungjawab untuk mewakili negara. Perasaan bangga tu you tak terangkan dekat semua orang, cuma feeling you pakai saja. Once you pakai saja jersey tu, you akan rasa macam you want to give something to Malaysia.
I think if you guys have any issues, so make sure lean on to each other, talk to each other as much as you can. I think just be proud because tak semua orang dapat this opportunity, and also kena ada that winning mentality, tak kisah pun dekat level mana you guys pergi, and jangan rasa takut, jangan rasa macam you guys are not good enough. Apapun, just ingat bila you guys enter the arena, just do your best and all the Malaysians will be behind you and supporting you guys.
saya tak ada nasihat. Saya kagum dengan apa yang anda semua lakukan. You are all to me personal heroes because I grew up in a time where gaming was seen as a waste of time, but you prove otherwise. You put gaming and you put Malaysia on the world's map. I think you are at a better place to advise me. So again, I want to say thank you for being who you are. Thank you for fighting every day. Thank you for competing for Malaysia because it's something that I can never do. And I live vicariously through you bila I tengok atlet Malaysia compete because what you do is very, very amazing. And I wish you all the best. Deliver for Malaysia because wherever I am on the day when you win for Malaysia, I'll be proud to raise the Malaysian flag and play the negara.
Tak kisah jago sukan apa jua, jagokan lagi dengan rangkaian 5G termantap dan tanpa lag. Gaming sepantas kilat. Menang di Land of Dawn. Tukar ke Holling Prepaid 5G sekarang.
Tangan aku kenapa ni? Aduh, lemu lagi, gatal sangat. Gunalah Head and Shoulders. 100% keyakinan, kelumamu dan kegatalan.
Wiped out. Unstoppable.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala demi negara, ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
MPL MY Season 14 is powered by Moonton, KPRG, and MSNJ. Official 5G mobile internet hotlink. Best 5G for lightning fast MLBB gaming. Official gaming phone ROG Phone 8, king of performance for mobile gaming. Official lifestyle fashion partner, up your game with JD Sports. And thank you to all our partners in esports and strategic partners.
Welcome back to Super Sunday of MPL Malaysia Season 14. It's Week 5, Day 3, and it's only about to get even hotter because the State Derby is coming up. So practice your state anthem. It's Negeri Sembilan against Selangor. JP9ers against Selangor Red Giants, and it's Husky and Gideon Q to bring you guys the action.
This game is going to be a pretty big one locally amongst the Malaysians, right? Both backed by their own individual FCs or football clubs, if you guys are unaware. States, in a matter of fact, going at war with each other for a singular purpose, to see if their esports team is going to come up on top.
Yeah, if they can't win in sports, you better win in gaming. And so far, the track record has been 2-0 over the SRG across the seasons, and even with different iterations of roster as well. Their slick gameplay is actually powered by official gaming phone partner ROG Phone 8, the official gaming phone for MPL MY Season 14, has helped the pros to constantly be at the top at their game. And not only that, it now comes with a sleek new design and improved cameras to retain the crown as a king of performance, because the ROG Phone 8 goes beyond gaming.
And that's why some of these teams are doing so well some days, and I don't know, it feels like even on some of their worst days, they were still playing decently well, if we're talking about SRG specifically. JP9ers, on the other hand, they're interesting. They've really been on the up and rise. They're finding their own playstyle that they're most comfortable with, but against a team that's so well-rounded, so polished against SRG, it might be a bit of a challenge.
Yeah, we saw them up against Team Haq yesterday, and that was a slugfest, so I hope they clean it up today. But before we head into the series, let's talk about the current standings, because I have some big news to announce to everyone out there. You look at the standings, 5 teams have secured their playoff slots: Selangor Red Giants, Team Vamos, Red Esports, JP9ers, and Todak, after that series that we had just now between Todak and Team Ray, which means that we only have one more slot left, and the benchmark is now held by Monster Vicious. But get this, Monster Vicious is playing Team Haq later on, and if they take even one game, they would have locked in the 6th slot.
Yeah, and that will basically predetermine who's going off to the playoffs and who's not making it here. And then it's just the bottom 4 trying to stay out of the bottom 2 so that you don't get relegated and have to face off against the champion conference of the MAL. Regardless, right, in this battle, we're hoping to see maybe JP9ers have some kind of strategy, something new to poke SRG with.
Yeah, they got 2 more series left. This is the penultimate series for JP9ers. We saw them yesterday. Let's see them today again with the same lineup: ZQT, Yetri, Max, Rasi, and Loliao.
Now, this team has really been centered around their jungler Max, right? He's able to power farm, and when he does have his item power spikes, he really takes full advantage of them, really not giving much room for error on himself and his opponents at the same time. But ZQT also being the pillar of the team, and now that Rossi and as well as Max can communicate very fluently with each other, ZQT has a very supportive role to these two.
Yeah, definitely a very standout player on the side of JP9ers. Not only is he the guy that makes it work, but also when you couple him with the proficiency of Max and getting things done around the map on his own without having to rely on his teammates, it does make JP9ers pretty deadly when it comes to split-second decisions, especially when Max had such an incredible series yesterday, right? Clocking in at, 16, 17 kills on a Hayabusa.
Yup, having the time of his life. Loliel's, on the other case, bit of a coin flip. When he's doing well, he's doing really well, but when he's doing bad, he's doing really bad in comparison to his opponent from SRG, Selangor Red Giants, Innocent, who is just consistent all the way through.
If you look at direct matchup, it seems like it's an SRG favorite one, right? On top of Innocent, you got Yums, you got Sub Guys, Cram, and Stormy. But I do agree, I think that gold lane is going to be put under the microscope, because if Loliao doesn't play on his good side today, you can expect Innocent to just run him down.
But here's the thing, SRG has been getting away with a little too much against some of our bottom tier teams, right? And I feel like they need to get punished a little bit more, get put back in their place, because most of the time SRG is just going to be like, hey, we can maybe out-mechanic this. If not, we're just going to walk away from the fight entirely. JP9ers really need to exploit every single movement from the side of SRG, because we expect them, if they snowball from the early game, then it's going to get harder in the later game.
So guys, play the game. Let's take a look. And the game is called Mobile Legends Bang Bang because, I got you right there, our ping test from the both teams. And I mean, for SRG to look in, good in spirit, right? Even when you look at their what do you call that? Their comms, the voice comms, the calls in between the teammates are actually very relaxed.
They are. Even when Innocent achieved his maniac, it was the Savage. He literally he was the only one cheering, and everybody else is just like, yeah. Woo.
Wow, you got a savage.
Good for
Great.
you just stood there and pressed one button like nice.
Yeah, who did all the hard work? Definitely not you. I don't know. Maybe it's called Yums. The State Derby will be our main headline for this series. It's been going on for as long as these two teams have existed in the ecosystem. But so far, again, Selangor, led by SRG, has been winning all of their previous encounters.
And that's the thing, right? With SRG and especially being in the state itself, their entire fan base has come out here in support. The Niners, on the other hand, a good turnout, don't get me wrong, but they're not bringing the drums, they're not bringing the anthems just yet. I'm sure the Niners at home will be giving their support through the screens.
But one improvement is definitely, last season we had to think about putting up barriers. At least this time they're a lot more control, right? The fans have learn to work with one another, support their favorite teams. If Vamos and Homeboys can do it, I am very confident that the two different states can gel together at least for one series.
I mean, hopefully they can. Hopefully they can. I'm expecting it to be a very rowdy best of 3 for our second series of the day. And let's not forget, there's a good chance Rose is going to get an interview with the offstage, and I think even that might just be, stoking the flames a little.
Yeah, for Malaysian fans, which are the state teams that you want to see at MPL MY? Because I know there's been a lot of talk about Johor showing up, if JDT shows up and it's the JDT against the Selangor State Derby, oh boy, I don't think the stadium is going to be enough to fit all of them.
I mean, at that point, I feel like all the other states are going to get involved with the MPL, right? Imagine we're not just seeing any casual names anymore. It's just all state names here in MPL MY.
We need to have a different league, right? We have to have a state league.
We have a state league going on at the same time. Maybe that could be the MAL. Who knows? Who knows? A lot of potential here for the Malaysian ecosystem. But at the same time, SRG still, they are the mid-season champions for a reason. And we haven't... When I say they've been up to peak, yes, they have a lot of polish, but I feel like it's very lax for them overall. No one has really made them sweat.
Yeah, we were looking at Team Vamos to be the team that really kind of gives them some pressure, but the series that we witnessed, right, the 2-0 by SRG, really felt like, maybe Vamos hasn't reached that level yet. A lot of us, we're reconsidering. It was a wash.
It was an absolute stomping there. And I think that Vamos, this is one of the problems that they have, right? We need to see them evolve even further. They need to take their current lineup and push them into a direction that maybe they're uncomfortable with.
And this also kind of brings up the follow-up question with SRG. They're great. They won MSC, right? Current world champions. They are undefeated. The only team that felt international ready, but with such a big skill gap, is this going to be the plateau for SRG? Hopefully JP Niners can bring us some answers to it.
Well, that's what I've been genuinely worried about that. But before we talk about this any further, it's time to get the Royal Derby on their way here at the MPL Arena at MBSJ. Come down and check it out as the lineups walk out.
JP Niners.
This is more than just another match. It's a battle for state pride. Because a victory here means claiming the crown of supremacy in this epic derby. They've come prepared to defend their honor, but can they topple the giants and reign supreme? Put your hands together for the warriors of Negeri Sembilan, JP Niners!
Selangor Red Giants.
Still undefeated, still untouchable, and with a perfect record, they've been a force of nature all season long. Mastering both individual brilliance and team cohesion, they remain the team to beat. Will they continue their reign and compete? Their second flawless regular season is the Red Wave Selangor Red Giants! Introducing the coaches and analysts of the two teams at the head of League Ops, Franklin, will ensure fair play and professional integrity in the matches. On the side of JP Niners, we got Antagonist and Chico and Coach Arcadia and Ozora Vecchi from the side of Selangor Red Giants. Let's keep it going with fist bumps between the teams because state lines will be crossed. And this is a true sign of professionalism. This is how we roll. This is Malaysian sportsmanship. This is MPL Malaysia.
Kedua-dua pasukan sudah bersedia di atas pentas. Tapi sebelum kita mulakan perlawanan hari ini, Rose ada satu announcement setakat match tadi. As of now, kita dah ada 5 pasukan yang secured slot mereka ke playoff. Dengan keputusan 2 berbalas 1 tadi, secara rasminya Todak, Vamos dan juga JP Niners have officially secured their slots to the playoffs. So, pasukan mana akan dapat slot terakhir untuk layak ke Johor Bahru. And with that, mari kita tengok vibe dekat MBSJ untuk State Derby match kita. So side ni kita ada JP Niners. Mari kita dengar suara mereka. JP Niners, are you guys ready? All right. Pretty good. Can this side beat theirs? Selangor Red Giants, are you guys ready? Nampaknya kedua-dua audience dah ready. Tapi sebelum tu, mestilah Rose ada gift untuk semua orang yang tengah tengok live ni. So, for those of you guys who are at home, mari join the fight by scanning the QR code down below ataupun isikan kod ni dalam MLBB anda untuk mendapatkan peluang menang Skin Legend. Itu dia. State Derby dah nak mula. The audience are fired up. The players look ready. So, teams, this is your moment. Game on.
Yes, Rose, the State Derby is about to begin with the first drafting phase in less than 3 minutes. And then I gotta tell you, as someone from Pahang, I love it when these days fight because we're the chillest guys right here. We watch it all go down. We had one of the coolest sultans. We're cool.
Yeah, of course you guys are cool. You have the most amount of landmass in the country. Only second to Sabah and Sarawak. All right, look, keeping it local all across the board, we had to go and get an outside opinion from JP's coach, Chico. Which teams from MPL ID do you want to see at M6? And he said Team Liquid ID and RRQ Hoshi, because the players on Team Liquid were average, but they've shown improvement and are really strong this season. And for RRQ, because they are a consistent team.
And I can get behind that because this season for MPL, not just for MPL ID, for even PH, right, we've seen a massive improvement from all of the teams. But what matters is when the playoffs start. If Liquid Indonesia and RRQ Hoshi can continue this performance, seeing them on that M6 stage would be a run it back, especially for the kingdom of RRQ.
I mean,
hold on.
Whoa. Bucko.
Yeah,
man's punching above his weight.
Some people, I know they say shoot for the stars, but that one ain't it.
Hey man, first get a qualification from NASA, all right? One step at a time. Team comparisons here. Now, so far, JP with 17 games. Obviously, their data is going to be a little bit skewed in terms of total team damage. But they are literally, how many digits are there? Oh my goodness.
That's a 500,000 damage more than SRG.
500,000 more than them? And it's only 17 games, which means 4 games differential, and still SRG is at a reasonably catch-upable number. It's decently high, I have to admit.
I like this, but it's SRG, not SGR, unless you just want to say Selangor. So I'm not sure how. I know he said that his partner supports SRG and he supports JP Niners. Hope the court case is going to go well after this because someone's going to leave behind their assets. But I want to also invite you guys to join us because M6 is happening in Malaysia and we got a QR code right there on your screen. Do scan it, or if you want to take the long route, just go into your in-game client and type in the redeem code.
Yeah, I would highly suggest the QR code. And don't forget, these are 2 separate prizes from Join the Fight. So quickly redeem these codes. They are different and they are up for grabs and they are unique. Now, coming into this game, right, we've seen time and time again the SRG, just every lane is winning, every role doesn't make a mistake, and if one person makes a mistake, you got 4 really fed members to back you up. And in most cases, that's not much of an analysis. That's just, you're literally getting stat checked.
Cold hard facts, right? Let's say you just win from character creation onwards.
Yeah.
But also JP Niners have played statistically just longer average game times compared to SRG. So when you look at damage numbers, it's obviously going to skew towards them. They have a lot more drawn out fights and they have one of the longest lore dances, which SRG will take advantage of. Let's check out the drafting phase. SRG on blue side, Chico on red with JP Niners. Gatal Kacha and Harry banned out by SRG. JP Niners bans Fanny and Chip.
Okay, that's fine with me. Lolios' power pick is gone. Same goes for Rossi's unique Gatot pick. But JP targeting the Chip, they just have to. Chip's too good. Fanny, so many teams are concerned about Sagai's Fanny, and some may even say his Ling.
Yep, Ling, Fanny, and we haven't even started going down the line, right? There's a Nolan, there's a Julian, right? He has whipped out all of them.
Yep.
Maybe Hayabusa someday. SRG with the 3rd ban, that's the Faramis. Just straight up targeting ZQT. It's a bit hard when you're playing against your ex-team, you know?
Yeah. I did see Zach QT in the previous best of 3 series hanging out with some of the SRG members on the bleachers, just having a good old time. I don't know what exactly they were talking about here, but the fact is SRG came in being buddy-buddy with Zach QT and then doing him dirty in the draft.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Zach QT was like, don't ban my Pheromones, and Stormy was like, okay.
Thumbs up, he's like, you know what's gonna happen.
But that's not up to me, boy. It's up to my coaches.
Oh, that's what they say, but then Stormy's just like, Coach, how much is it gonna take? Coach, I'll do anything, just ban out foreigners.
Man, this guy came from Kelantan for SRG.
Dang! Okay, so we got a guy from Johor, we got another guy from Kelantan. Let's see how many states we can check off
And
the
we got
list.
Singapore, okay? So so SRG is winning out, not just in state representatives, but also from a different nation.
Internationally. They are growing. The Red Giants are growing in popularity, but we'll see once we get to M6. But first off, what's their first pick going to be?
Wow.
Is it still... Are they going to go with the traditional things, or are they going to have to deal with the Fove, the high losses of the world? Oh.
Wow, straight up power pick. Give him the Ling, so Phobius, high loss, Khalid. What else? I mean, the Hayabusa, a lot of options for JP9ers. They did targeted the Cho, because Jums has been finding too much success on that hero. But with this Ling picked up, it's a show of confidence from SRG.
Definitely. I think it's not only just a show of confidence, but they also recognize that JP is heavily reliant on Max, right? Especially for those late games. He is proactively pushing lanes on the side, pulling attention to himself, and usually he plays Ling when he does so. So I think maybe this is not just a strategic move to benefit Sakai's, but also a way to kind of slow down JP.
JP will always have that fallback to Hayabusa, Nolan, or even the Roger for Max, which we have seen, from time to time. But these first 2 picks, it's going to be the Phobius and Matilda. So SRG willingly giving it over to JP9ers.
Yeah, and this is a pretty nice combo because, again, Phobius really struggles at disengaging from fights, and Matilda gives him that access to tools which you don't usually have in his kit. Now that SRG, they see the Phobius and as well as the Matilda, it begs the question whether they're concerned about, picking up Phobius for themselves, maybe even get a Cho along the lines of that.
I do wonder if what is SRG's thought process now that the Phobius is in that XP lane, right? We've seen a couple of solutions. Minsita was the first one that was shown by RSGMY. They would take the Edith and Luo Yi, especially the Edith, which has been a hot contest in that first ban phase for a lot of teams.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of teams still prioritize the Edith, and let's also not forget, like, in the early first 3 weeks of MPL MY, Edith was pretty much 100% picked or banned. SRG currently on an 18-match win streak in MPL MY.
Yeah.
18
From
matches.
last season until now, they have not lost a single series. They've lost games for sure, but not series. So one of the longest standing win streaks, I think, in any region. I know, unfortunately for Fnatic Onyx Philippines, theirs just got broken by Omega.
Yeah.
But even then, it was one of the series that you have to watch when you have time.
Yeah, it was a great series. Great series to watch. Hayabusa going to be the lock-in for Max on the JP9ers to finish off the first phase. As we hop into the second, we see Angela, the follow-up.
Wow, so they still have Angela in the back of their minds for Yums. It is a classic combo, just like the old combination of a Ling plus Angela. But we have seen, if I remember correctly, when SRG went up against FCAP and MSC, the Ling Angela was also one of the staples that SRG brought in. Let's see how they function without it.
Yeah. All right. So now SRG still holding priority, really taking their time with this, discussing all the possibilities that they could ban out to set up specifically for Cram. It's tough on the blue side because you don't have that last pick.
Is this going game? Oh no, it's a screenshot.
Oh, it's a oh my goodness.
I was like, well, man, this
guy's bold.
Which games will finish first, yours or this one?
We'll see in just a little bit because Zask is going. Ooh, Zask ban. We haven't seen too many Zask bans this past week.
Ever since the new patch, right, where they nerfed the damage of the Nightmarish spawn, the Zask has really kind of fell out of favor. So this Zask ban does, I feel like it's telling JP9ers that they don't want kind of this mid lane pillar. I expect them to really hone in on ZQT's hero pool, but Zas is definitely not on my bingo card.
Okay. Let's just see whether this next ban from SRG is either Aurora or Vexana. If it's either Aurora or Vexana, I'm predicting that maybe High Loss is going to get picked up for the side of SRG. From JP, they could just ban out the High Loss here, but no, instead they get rid of the Moskov and said they don't want global pressure. But doesn't that mean that Lolios might have to play the Claude to kind of keep up with Lolios and Haya?
Claude, yeah. If not, then there's carry. Claude carry. Worst come towards the Beatrix. Oh, Bruno. I mean, he did play the Bruno yesterday.
That's a good point. The Bruno is pretty decent as well. Harith is already gone, so we don't even have to consider Lunox just yet. All right, what's this next man going to be for the side of SRG? Aurora. All right, they want High Loss. They want it. They want a bad.
Because I would think that if you have High Loss, you are not too worried about the Zas, right? Because you can sit on top of him.
Well, you can sit on top of him, but keep in mind that you still have Edith and as well as Lo Yi, right? So as much as you want to be that spearhead, you don't want to hinder your Edith from finding an onward engage, for an example. Because somebody at the end of the day has to sit in front of the Dominator's descent, right? And Lo Yi, unfortunately, as much as she wants to be in that backline, if she gets zoned off by Zas because of that Dominator's descent, then the rest of the team is going to start crumbling because then your team fight doesn't have that splash damage.
So see the Valentina as a response from JP Niners.
Very nice, very nice. I like this a lot. Works
Take the
well.
Primal Wrath diversion.
Both of them are viable here. But she's generally really good against melee to mid-range type of heroes.
Yeah, SRG fans firing up a little. So there's someone was like holding up the JP 2-0 SRG beside a guy with a sign that says SRG is a back-to-back champion. Are we getting the crowd mixed up? What is this?
I think it's just a matter of camera angle, I guess. It's kind of tough to say. I feel like the audience here at the MPL Arena are getting a little comfortable with the cameraman. They know when they're on cam.
Yeah, where's my bucket hat man, right? That guy from that guy is great from yesterday. Maybe we'll see him with Homeboys or Vamos plays more. That's the clue for SRG. And the Brody. First ever Brody pick we will have.
I respect it. I respect it a lot. He knows there's a lot of mobility. He doesn't want to play a hero that's focused on purely his auto attacks because, again, there's only so limited range. So you might as well have homing missiles as an ult to ensure deaths.
Yeah, I mark you did.
Worse yet.
The Makuta can save you, right? If she's within range, obviously, when it goes off.
Maybe if she has Flask of the Oasis, there's a possibility for sure. Favorite needs to be active during that time. I think that Glue is rather interesting here because Glue doesn't have too many bad matchups.
I guess it's a different sandbag, but does almost the same thing into a Phobius. Now the Lunox will be the response from JP Niners. Todak gave us a very good demonstration on you not necessarily need to pick Lunox only when there's a Harith. You can do the fine, and with the Brilliance, there's a chance for you to completely negate the torn apart memories from Brody.
Also true. I think that right now, how do you play this lane? I think it's you rush level 2, look to harass with first skill, rush level 2, and then look for an all-in. I think that's the one opportunity that Cram is going to get at level 2 as well as level 3 to win this lane.
But I do see the potential of SRG just snowballing out of control, right? Incredibly strong laners, great late game potential, and cross-map movements with their Loi is going to be something that JP Niners needs to contend with.
Yeah, I would like to see how this matchup is going to go between both Phobius and as well as Cram on this Glue, but generally team fighting just looks a very SRG favorite. I think that JP, they've got to bait out a couple of big ults from the side of SRG before they get the green light to go all in.
Right, you hear the chants in the background. State Derby will officially commence as we load onto the land on Dawn for the first game of the series. Selang or Red Giants on blue side, JP Niners on that red. Both junglers starting on the purple buff, so it's going to be parallel.
Okay, I like it. If they're going parallel, let's see which lanes they're going to end up at. Okay, so gold lane for JP Niners, but it is going to be SRG heading over to the EXP side of things when they hit level 4, which I think is very doable, right? It's smart from SRG's side because Cram is never going to lose this lane. He's basically never going to die, and the poke coming in from Year 3 is essentially useless.
And he doesn't have Flicker, right? He took Vengeance, so Year 3 just have to eat it.
Smack.
Do it. Slap him up.
Slap him up. Yeah.
Slam. Yeah, slam it. One more. To the Vengeance.
Come on, Year 3. You should know better. He has Flicker. Come on. That was upsetting to watch.
That's the XP lane unlocked for SRG.
And Skies didn't even show up. He just straight up lost in the lane. That's 2 minions already that he's lost off of this.
And a camp, right? Now Sakai just invades. Rasi sees it, but you can't do anything about it. In fact, Sakai will gladly fight you if given a chance.
Yeah, he's going to use early retry here. He might find another kill, but luckily Rasi is here to back up Year 3 just in case that happens.
Horrible news if you are Rasi, because ideally you don't want to even have to show up here. But now he's actually giving away first blood, and without Vengeance, Rasi is like, okay, now I have to show up.
Yeah, no choice, no choice. If not, for sure, the Phoveus is going to get dived. He used his Vengeance when he was at 10% HP. Not ideal. Not ideal at all. For the time being, we don't see Innocent finding any lane advantages, and he's even pretty scared of actually walking up here. Loliel's does some very relevant damage on this Lunox.
No, those burst damage, especially at level 4, right? You will miss the window of getting a solo kill unless Lolia doesn't have Brilliance, which is a tough ask if you look at a 1v1.
Yeah, it's literally 2 buttons now. A lot of the Lunox mechanics aren't as hard as it used to be.
Oh yeah, thankfully, right?
Thankfully.
Having to juggle between 2 different colors, too many buttons. Can't deal with it. My brain cannot handle it. Maybe this turtle fight give us a good look of how SRG wants to function. That's the split out for Cram. Can't stick to anyone just yet, but Sakai is like, alright, my team bought me time. Take the orange buff. This is not looking good for Lolia. He used Brilliance. This is a solo kill. Innocent. Full commits onto him. That's 2 lanes going in favor of SRG.
Oh, JP, they're trying to rush this down as quickly as possible. Here comes Sky!
Yums, and it's going to be a yin-yang reaction. Tempest are placed into the air. Yums goes down. The turtle secured by Year 3. Sakai also ends up losing his life. JP9ers, they did strike back.
Oh, yeah, 3, nicely done. He got the knock up in the skies just as he was coming down and used an early retreat while in the Tempest of Blades, allowing Year 3 to steal that away. A little unfortunate for SRG, but at the end of the day, it's 3 for 3.
Oh, not the worst scenario, especially with such a start with the side lanes getting solo killed. But at least JP9ers were able to kind of get Year 3 back into the game, right? Finding 2 kills in that small skirmish. But Max did go down.
Can't believe it. Can't believe Loliel died like that. Same goes for Year 3. Bit of a slow start for them. Maybe they haven't fully woken up or realized who they're facing with. Getting punished for now, but not to the point where the game is basically done for. There's still plays to be made. And right now, Ross is trying to keep track of where everybody is.
Did you see that?
Yep.
He got a first item, Rose Gold Media.
Interesting. Interesting. He didn't even bother with the boots.
Wait, Loliel's going for first item, Holy Crystal. What is going on?
They're so greedy. Both of these. Both of them are so greedy. Okay, to be fair, Innocent is making the smarter option here, right? Without the boots, regardless, doesn't matter to him as long as he lives, and the Rose Gold Meteor can offer him that.
Ooh, the diversion just a second. Actually, I thought it was second too late, but it got the timing just right.
Yep, and also the hard read, right? Coming in for both Rasi and as well, eliminating the possibilities. They don't see the mid, they suddenly walk into a bush, and now you have to start guessing.
Where's Sakai going to go? He just saw this orange buff get taken by Max, but also knows that he has a level advantage. So any objective fights will be in SRG's favor.
Okay, so they've got first rotation, but there's no point to diving Matilda as well as Loliel's on this Lunox here. I think that JP9ers, honestly, they're playing really, really well. The denial of information from JP9ers and with the way that they're moving across the map, they're efficiently giving gold back to Max despite his 1 death.
Also keeping up with SRG. Now Loliel also gets free space to farm up the lane a little bit. SRG really wants to play together with Sakai kind of taking care of the rest of the map. And that does give JP9ers some room to take advantage of.
Yeah, SRG, they need to start walking up before Sakai reveals himself on the bottom side. Wait, hold on.
Oh, Stormy did get caught. Innocent also in a rough spot, so Innocent is out of the fight for now. Divergence from Stormy to try and get away, but the burst damage is too much from the Niners. Stormy ends up going down. Cram is going to be next on the list. Tries to pull himself away, finally forced to use the ultimate. JP9ers forces SRG out.
Yep, they're still power farming here. Right now, Sakai doesn't have enough damage to really take on the full force of JP. That's why he's split pushing to try and create this level lead and also denying a purple buff. The vertical jungling starts. If he can steal away this purple, that'd be great.
Yeah, Max does have the retribution, but
I
think Sakai still got it.
No way!
That's the level advantage for Sakai.
Oh, that's such a feels bad moment for Max. That could have been his way back in. All right, so Sky Piercer purchase, now to start stacking it up.
So the way for JP9ers to find a fight is just this. slow burn, right? Yetri, you wear them down, and you know, maybe ZQT finds a good angle to go in with a stolen Prime or Wrath, because he does hurt. That feels like the only spell that is relevant in this early to mid game. They try and go on to Cram, pull him back. Cram needs to use the ultimate again. Another Yinan reaction. Yetri is going to be sucked back twice. Cram thinking about sticking on to Yetri, but doesn't find the need to do so.
So pretty good timings here, right? This guy should be fine. He still has the Tempest of Blades for the time being.
And, wow, you somehow grabs Yetri like that.
Yeah. I mean, so far, Stormy has been playing like, as much as he's going to struggle against Max, he's making sure that at least his yin-yang reactions are effective. Good sidestep from Sakai's.
Man, he's 2 levels ahead of Max.
He's so big. He's so huge.
Doesn't help when he got more buffs than Max's did.
Yeah.
Including in his own jungle.
I mean, that's why you see that Max feels like he's lagging behind at this point, because he just doesn't have enough energy to keep going around and fighting people. In the meantime, though, Sakai's did get a second item in that Haas Claw, and now he's more incentivized to actually get involved in these fights. Then again, Innocent, as much as he was able to find that solo kill onto Lolios, his side of the map was the first tower to actually fall.
Doesn't get any more comfortable, right? It's one of those snowball situations where I have a lead, but JP9's draft have a very easy way to get on top of him, regardless.
Yeah, Yetri is going to start giving SRG a lot of problems in the meantime here. Innocent consistently losing out his flicker because of these raw ganks coming in from Lolios and Rasi.
That's the movement you want from JP9ers, but they will relinquish control on this turtle pit. SRG, they're not really rushing it down. Yetri getting worn out though, stuck on by Cram. He's gonna jump in with the ultimate. Max shows up, so guys gets the objective as Yetri ends up falling. Rasi now needs to back off. JP9ers not able to get anything done.
JP9ers putting up one hell of a fight here.
It's Divergent onto the left side, but JP9ers retreats towards the right. Cram still finds the route. Goes into the split, sticks onto ZQT. Can he get more though? ZQT getting stunned, pulls him into Rasi, and Rasi can't get Zac out.
Not sure why Rasi bothered to walk up into that globule. He should know that if Cram is standing on top of it, it will proc and it will snare anybody in his path.
And now Rasi is in a rough spot. Another split. Cram got it out so fast, and that's mid tier 1 down. Bottom tier 2 also being seized by Sakai, and he's gonna blow it up.
I hate everything about this hero. Everything about Glue is just disgusting. Absolutely obnoxious to deal with. Not a lot of counterplay as well. Like, as much as Yetri can get 3 stacks off of Cram, Cram doesn't care at all. That's not his job. His job isn't to fight Yetri. His job is to pull him out of place.
Yeah. If I sit on someone, I invite you to attack me.
Oh, man.
You hit Cram when he's on your teammate, you probably have a higher chance of taking your own teammate out.
Yeah. Also, another question here, coming out for Loliel specifically. He ended up dropping, despite being 0-1, he is 1,000 gold behind Innocent, who's already completed 3 items.
Yeah, somehow, right? Like, some things just can't be explained.
I don't know where he's getting this extra farm from. Maybe he's giving, Sakai's is giving away a couple of jungle camps while he's on the bottom side to speed him up. I gotta keep paying attention to where Innocent is moving around the map these days.
I would assume that, right? Considering that he was forced to use flickers because he got ganked. But Cram, what do you do? What do you do to Cram?
I don't know, man. I'm about to put my fist through this monitor, seeing him just stand there so confidently. It's like, oh god, this hero sucks.
If he goes into his ultimate, and then Max is just like, now I don't want to ult.
Exactly. It's like, it's just a waste of time. That's why Glue is so obnoxious. I hate heroes like Glue. I hate heroes like Uranus. They all do roughly the same thing. Waste your time, be a giant sandbag, and that's all you're doing. You're putting your fist against metal.
Yeah, I mean, it's always great when you're the only one having fun. Right? That's step number 1 to winning any game. That's a free lord for SRG, by the way. You can't crowd control him.
Yeah.
You don't have damage to take him out. And he just runs away. He has so much movement speed, right? Like, it's pretty surprising how someone as bulky as Glue can move that fast.
Yeah, Stormy unfortunately did not get the splash damage off of that minion. That would have been a huge yin-yang reaction had he connected with that. But still, missing out on that mid-tier 1, not the biggest deal in the world, considering that there's still 4K ahead, so sacrifices need to be made.
The fact that they're 4K ahead in a game that seemingly looks a lot slower than usual really speaks volumes of how SRG has been playing the macro game, right? Like, look at the bigger picture. Taking silent towers early on, and Innocent somehow having more farm than Lodiel.
Yep.
Then you have Cram, who is just doing this.
Are you having fun, Cram? Glad you are. Glad you are. Well, JP Niners, are you guys having fun? No, I want to kill myself. This sucks. Like, this is terrible. Look at this. Why is Cram allowed to do this? I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. There's no analysis. This is just literally a one-man show, and it's Cram.
Yeah, he's having the most fun. I can see that.
Look at him go. Look at him. Even Yums is like, I want to have some fun too, Cram.
He's going to use the ultimate. It's just a commit to get this. Inhibitor, Yin Yang reaction on the year 3. Gets pulled to Lo Liao, and Lo Liao takes the reaction. There's no winning.
No winning whatsoever. That's an inhibitor already gone, as this 6k is turning into a 7k very fast. And funny enough, even when we saw the graphic earlier about who was dealing the most damage, it was ZachQT and Ye3. They were the top 2 damage dealers.
Hey, it's going to add on to their overall stats.
They can stop!
They can't stop it. That's the Yin reaction. Maybe this is the one fight. Brilliance from Lo Liao into the center of things. And they will lose the 3. Cram finally drops. JP9 finds the trade. Max once more, but cannot achieve it. So both teams will disengage.
All right, that's fair. Finally, something actually happening for JP9ers, but trading 1 for 1. Probably they wanted a little bit more. Let's double check on the... Oh my god. Let's look at the current lead. It's Sakai's 3.2k ahead and a BOD complete 12 minutes into the game. Holy mother of god.
He has 4 items. Endless battle. BOD. I think Malefic Roar coming soon.
Oh yeah, it is definitely coming soon. Woo. Jeez, haha.
He spent most of the game farming, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Oh boy.
This is starting to look really, really rough for JP. Even though we're moving into the 13th minute of it, the checkmate angle seems to be very possible for SRG. They've already got an exposed inhibitor. Unfortunately, it's on the short side of where the Lord is going to spawn, and not on the long side, but they can still take advantage of it.
Well, he got the Lord up in 10 seconds soon on the bottom end, so it is closer to where JP9 has lost the inhib.
Karma's like, let me split push it. Sakai says no. No, go back to the rest of the team. Go back to your harassing ways.
Nah, you can have mid, right?
You can have mid. Here you go. I'll allow you to phantom tax it. Now the next upcoming Lord already spawned. It's really difficult for JP9ers to not only hold space, but to take space from SRG.
Yeah, I mean, Cram moving it like that feels so hard. It's gonna go on the ZachQT, finally pops the ultimate. Sakai will get this. Lord, in fact, Yums is the one who gets it. Really doesn't matter though. It's gonna be a pullback. Ye3 had to use the Vengeance. Stormy even used the Divergent. This backline exposed. Max gets the reaction on him. They're gonna jump on the Stormy, finish him off. Lo Liao finds the kill. Tempest the Blaze out from Sakai's. And Rasi circling Ego. That knockup is good. Lo Liao finds the double kill. A flicker forward. That's gonna be Cram again. Sticking on the Rasi, takes him out. They might just find more. ZachQT slowly but surely whittle down.
I hate everything about this. Look at Cram. Look at Cram. He's having the time of his life. Literally just sitting in the backpack. Literally sitting in the backpack of JP9ers.
It's a disease. Glue is a disease.
This is horrible. Horrible. It's like the most painful way to die.
Yeah, it's a terminal illness. Oh, I mean, he even looked the part, right? green gloves.
It makes sense, man. But the worst part about it is that Cram, you can put him as low as you want, walks back up. Look at him. He's just regenerating his health.
Don't you love it when an Explainer can do this?
Man, I really thought the blue meta was out, but considering that it does well into Phobius, why not, right?
Yeah, and separate fight happening on the top side. So that's going to be the last inhibitor going down for sure, and Cram is just doing glue things. So all inhibitors down, 15 minutes into the game. SRG considering a potential endgame scenario. Let's see if JP9ers can defend against this.
It's pretty tough to actually play the endgame scenario, especially if you're SRG, right? Because as much as you want Innocent to walk up and get that damage in, JP9ers has some really good high ground with Loliel's, ZachQT, and as well as Ye3, now that you don't have to worry about keeping the minions away from inhibitor turrets.
Selangor fans are having a good time. I don't think the chants have stopped since the start of the game.
They maintained it all the way through. But I think that, at least for JP9ers, their next item power spike is about to hit. They're at 41k, about to hit 42. That means Lolios will probably get his third item. I can imagine that even Max would also get his third item. But let's quickly look at the highlight the equipments being made by Innocent, playing Brody. And it's been a very long time since we've seen Brody.
Yeah, was one of the few picks that got an M series skin. In fact, he's rocking the most recent one from M5.
It's so good. It's so good. So yeah, going back to it, as the game continues to progress, I think at the very least, SRG is waiting for the Niners to make that mistake to walk out.
If you're SRG, do you just let the wave push out so Niners have to explore the map?
Yup. That's all you do. You freeze all of the waves. You basically take all jungle farm, and if JP Niners walk up, you fight. And if they don't walk up, at least up to river, then you just take Lord and end the game for free.
That the end of time approaching very soon. The Lord will spawn right now. Lord number 3 in this game, and the SRG should get it for free. The A3 will go up for an exploration. Can they bring the rest of the team in though? They get rid of Cram first. Where's the Immortality? Ye3 will go for the engage, and SRG turn their attention to take care of JP Niners in this fight. That's the vengeance by Ye3. Yume's gonna pop the Primal Wrath. Cram finds himself in the back line, still healing up. Finally loses the Immortality as Yume flickers forward to look for the damage. Slowly Yao dropped low. So no casualties on JP Niners yet, but do they have enough for round 2? Because the reaction just landed on Ye3, and now he has to run. Innocent just found a kill. Loliao into the brilliance. Here's a Tempest of Blaze from Serkai. That's the backline completely assassinated. Loliao drops down. Serkai's comes back to life with the Immortality. Max doing his absolute best to keep it under control, but it's just Cram that he's on. Stormy is still around. They just can't get enough done.
Good stuff coming in from JP Niners. It's a very interesting attempt, but they managed to at least secure the kill onto Sakai's. But look at the end game, right? Innocent going straight for the end.
And he's gonna take out ZQT, and game 1 earned by Selangor Red Giants.
That's how you know. This is why this team is so polished. They just know, oh, if we fight us and we take out 3 of your heroes, we end the game. You don't walk up, we're going to take the Lord, we're going to end the game. Either way, no matter which direction you turn, the end game is right in front of them.
JP Niners walked onto the stage, is anticipating one of the hardest series ever. And this is a reality check. Not even a reality check, this is just a stat check from SRG.
Pretty much. I mean, all of the lanes were struggling. And then this glue pick, really obnoxious to deal with overall. Used to be one of the old ways of actually dealing with these strong frontliners who are able to buy so much time during the tank meta. But now things have changed, and even so, man, the crowd so loud. You can see the camera visibly shake.
Yeah, and SRG, the technical staff, as usual, celebrating another victory, one step closer to extending their victory record. But I feel like some of the SRG fans probably are already running their victory lap after that game 1.
Yeah.
JP Niners gotta buckle up a little bit. Playoff slot is no longer in jeopardy. They are guaranteed playoffs. This is just for seeding. At least it matters a lot more for JP Niners. But, you know, most teams just want to leave a mark.
Yeah, and I think especially for them, this is very much an ego check as well. Just for the state, not only for the state, but for themselves, right? If you can take a game off of SRG, that's already a very big commitment. And at the same time, it's going to boost your momentum and morale for the upcoming days.
Is this what it feels like to be an MU fan? It's like you just watch your team go down every single match. And I don't know. I don't watch enough football to...
Hey, look, I'll just say what all MU fans say. It's just not our season. Just not our season. Don't worry. Next time, next season. We'll get got this.
That's the MPL MY mentality.
That was the old MPL MY mentality, to be fair, before we won MSC. But even so, it just goes to show that SRG are extremely calculative, right? If they wanted to greed, they could have agreed to try and force a motion out of JP Niners, but instead, they were already in such an advantageous position that they just let JP Niners walk up to them. It's like, please, by all means, play into any of our win conditions.
Something that has been echoed by Veki and Arcadia plenty of times in interviews. Regardless of what team they play up against, it's all about the respect, right? You gotta treat every game with respect and play with as much discipline as possible in SRG. Even in a game where we at one point they were almost 9,000 ahead with 2 lords, the entire base of JP Niners in rubble, and SRG still stuck to the game plan of checking the boxes before they end the game.
Although I will say that JP Niners coming into this match, there was a lot of very good showings, right? Like decisions that are being made. However, in terms of just stats, unfortunately, every single time that they take a 2-for-1 trade, and it's not even just killing people, it's about ultimates as well. That's when you see them really step up. And of course, Cram is going to be taking this away. Thank God they didn't put the hero portrait behind him. I would have been real mad about that.
Yeah, for a while I thought Simon was the MVP. How's coaching Todak? Not Todak, sorry. Well, I was coaching Team Haq. I don't know, everyone, they look the same.
Yeah.
By the way, Simon, where's my jersey?
Yeah, we've been waiting for it for a while. Man of his word, he says. Man of his word. Just gotta take jabs at him until we get it. But until then, Cram, strong MVP, bringing back the glue one more time, something for teams across the world to consider.
I don't know, I mean, it's a glue, right? I really don't have much to say about this hero.
It's like seeing Uranus or Esmeralda. It's just like, I guess it did what it did. You know, survived extra long and was annoying.
Between those three, I would rather deal with the other two than glue. At least in lane, I don't know.
I feel like it's kind of the same at that point, right?
The fact that he was able to solo kill Ye3 at level 2, that one, it's...
That was on Ye3. Ye3 put himself in a really bad spot. He put himself where he basically had no way of escape. It's either you walk into the next globule and die, or you stand still. Both of which are terrible.
Even with the Thunderbelt, it didn't really save him. And plenty of times they did utilize the guiding wind. You know, Ye3 jumps in, gets pulled out, doesn't have cooldowns on his ultimate, so it's a very expendable resource. But if you bring Cram back into your team, that's a completely different story.
Yeah, I do think that JP had the correct idea of continuously attacking Innocent. However, they didn't get Max involved enough. I think they needed to get Max involved after they broke his initial flicker. That's when you keep on diving him, right? Because Innocent has no other means of counterplay other than his natural inbuilt CC. But I think one Ogi Shadow kill at 50% HP would have been enough.
That, and even after they took the top tier 1, right? Really didn't seem like they were doing enough. I know Rasi and Loliao did try. They cover a lot of the map, but like you said, Max wasn't truly involved because I feel like he was pressured so much by Sakai taking all his jungle that he needed to catch up.
Yeah, I can understand the sentiment as well, right? But that's the problem with JP. They're very dependent on Max to make it happen for the team, especially when we get to the later stages. And Lolios is the secondary win condition. But for Zach QT, even for him, trying to control the lane, it's okay. It's up against a Loi, so you can play the angles a little bit, but he has no answers to Cram.
Yeah, it would be a lot better if his side lanes didn't explode at 2 minutes, right? And I think that definitely made it hard. Like Rasi has to refocus where he goes to. I would say one of the most interesting points is just Innocent and Loliao going for endgame items as the first item.
Yeah, I mean,
how did they think about that? You know, like did they check each other's items and realize that
he's going for the magic dagger, and Loliao's is like holy crystal, I'll just blow through it. I think it was a smart idea. I do think that Loliao's might want to consider just slowing down, maybe get a gleaming gem just for the laning phase, just to make sure that he stays topped up and healthy and can stick around longer than Innocent.
At least get Demon Shoes first, right? Like he didn't even have that.
Yeah, that's true. But I mean, to be fair, both of them didn't have shoes. They just went straight into components.
Yeah, but I mean, at least the Loliao needs a lot more mana, which actually makes Innocent the best wingman of this game. And then got...
That's so funny. I'm surprised that Innocent is the best wingman and not Cram. How does Cram get the MVP by taking the most amount of damage, but yet is not the best wingman? Something's not adding up here.
Innocent just presses alt right now. He tags 4 people. That's 4.
His 4 is straight off the bat. They're like, numbers too inflated. Let's not bother. We're going to give it to Innocent here. All right, let's look at the item build progression. In case you guys just tuned in and weren't paying attention to the gold lane, don't worry, you didn't miss too much other than the fact that we saw an early magic dagger coming out from Innocent and quickly transitioned it into a rose gold meteor pre-4 minutes.
He saw his boots just to get the rose gold meteor faster. And then he went back to buy his boots after the Fury Hammer.
So ridiculous. This is so ridiculous. Wait, hold on. Lolios did the same thing. He bought boots to get into lane and then sells it after 6 minutes once he's done, and buys it again after 6 minutes.
They're way ahead of their time.
They're too good. They're too good. What is this tech? Oh man, now we need to start asking Fraud to include what time they sold their items as well.
Right. That would be interesting to know because you sell boots for half price, so.
Like, what is 150 gold gonna make it too much of a difference here? For Innocent, I kinda get it, because Rose Gold Meteor is generally on the cheaper side of utility items, but not that Holy Crystal.
Not that Holy Crystal. Loliao got it way later. But then again, he did get solo killed by Innocent once, right? So that kind of, is a pocket change for Innocent. And for JP9ers, they still got one more game to go. Again, if they don't win this series, at least they want to make NS proud.
Yeah, for sure. And I think, a couple of changes they need to make. Number one, Phobius, it's not the way to go anymore. There's just too many things to deal with.
Too many problems, too little solutions. But for now, we're gonna catch a little break and throw it to Rose for an offstage segment by Hotlink. Rose, take it away.
Selamat kembali ke MPL Offstage yang dibawa khas oleh Hotlink. Dan sekarang ni, Rose sebelah bukan satu sub tapi dua sub. Kita ada Gorgeous dengan Zay. So, sekarang ni, I tak nak buat interview lah. I dah bosan. Dua-dua dah layak ke playoffs, tak ada soalan dah. Tapi I nak main game. Kita nak tengok who is the better sub. Boleh? Battle of subs lah orang kata. Okay, so Rose akan sebut satu alfabet. Lepas tu korang kena bagi Rose hero starting with that alphabet. Take turns, siapa paling cepat? Take turns. Lepas tu siapa paling dapat, siapa banyak point at the end of it wins lah. Tapi ada time limit lah. Okay, boleh? Ready? We start with you, Zay. Give me heroes that start with the letter A.
Alot, Angel, Aurora, Angela.
Satu.
Aulus.
Dua. Aulus.
Amon.
Satu.
Alpha.
Tiga.
Alice.
Satu. Dua. Tiga.
Adukat.
Satu. Dua. Tiga. Empat. Lima.
Ada lagi ya?
Ada lagi. Okay. Satu lagi. Satu round lagi.
Okay.
Satu round lagi Give me heroes that start with the letter C.
Aku dulu.
C. Satu. Dua. Tiga.
Aku
empat. Lima. Kau.
Chow.
Satu. Dua. Tiga. Empat. Lima. Sicilian. Chang'e. Satu. Dua. Tiga. Cuba dengar orang cakap apa. Cyclops. Chip. Satu. Dua.
Camila.
Satu. Dua. Tiga. Cici. Alright, last. Satu. Last round. Satu. Dua. Tiga. Claude. Last. Finish it off. 1, 2, 3, 4,
Cylinder.
5. 1 lah, okay lah. Not that bad lah, not that bad. Okay, dua-dua sub ni boleh lah pakai. Tapi bukan selalu. Mungkin tu yang sub.
Betul.
Alright, so sebelum we throw it back to the casters, anything you nak cakap kepada players di atas pentas?
Good lah, have fun lah.
Boringnya.
Ni lawan tim mantan Zak.
Suka tak tengok Zak dekat sana? Biasanya korang dua duduk dalam bilik, tapi sekarang dia dah main dah.
Ya tu.
So apa yang nak cakap kepada Zak?
Zak. Suruh buka, Zak buka speaker. Buka. Zak. Macam mana? 2-0 enggak?
Itu dia. Dah start dah sebab dia dah tinggalkan awak kan. Biasanya dua ekor dalam bilik tu.
Ya tu.
Alright then. So mari let's throw it back to the casters to start the second game of this Best of 3 series. Adakah Selangor Red Giants continue win streak mereka?
Thank you, Rose. Thank you, Zay and Gorgeous. Strong words coming from the SRG bench warmer.
Hey, from one bench warmer to the other, At least one is off the bench this time. And I have to admit, Zach QT's reaction to that was great. Was absolutely perfect. Takes off his earphones just to hear his good friend tell him, hey, you ready for the 2-0?
And who's not even playing, right?
He's not even playing. That's the best part. Oh, I love it. All right, but we did get a bit of a word from Sakai's.
Game ni, so let's see. So guys, saya dah try, saya cuma dapat 4. So korang macam mana?
They got 4 out of 10?
4 out of 8, I think. 4 out of 8.
That's not bad. That's 50%.
Good reaction time, and to be fair, it's a lot easier if you're taller. So
Really?
yeah, because then you have less time to wait for it to like drop down. You see it drop down straight away, and you have like a lot less distance to cover. Because if you're taller, you have longer arms, and you're about the same height.
Isn't that the same thing as like, oh, I'm gonna drop this $10 note, and you use your head to like, you know, you use your forehead to, you know, catch it?
That's different. That's different because that is a fixed distance.
Yeah, but if you're taller, then you can just do it earlier, you know?
You can just do it early. No, I'm not talking about altitude here. I'm talking about being able to grab the poles as soon as it drops. It's easier to catch it from a lower position, from your hands being in a lower position than it is at a higher position. Which is why Sakai's is like grabbing one above his head and then having to look at the next one dropping right next to him.
Yeah, I'm too short to understand that analogy, so I'll just stick with scanning QR codes and keying redemption codes for free stuff, because that's what I'm good at.
All right, fair enough, but it looks like we got 17 more seconds before we start heading on into the draft, and the adaptations need to be met by the JP Niners because it looks like they came in prepared. Don't get me wrong, they're getting some good reads on SRG through and through the game. However, if it's just based on stats, the numbers are not looking good.
It is a game that is defined not by whether a team is making mistakes, but more of the other team just playing better, right? I think this series gave us a very good foundation of the quality that it is delivering. Let's see game 2 though. JP Niners will now switch over to blue side and we get SRG on red.
Yep, and they decide to ban out the Phoveus. They also ban out the Fanny. Pretty smart options here. SRG got rid of the chip and then getting rid of Matilda. Interesting. Was Matilda that much of a problem in the previous game? I guess it did drag the game a little bit long because they couldn't ensure some of the kills, but even so, I feel like Gatot is still up in the air.
Something also I think SRG is moving forward with is that they no longer look at the Phoveus and Hylos as a must pick, right? As a must get. Now have multiple alternatives to that. The Clue was a very good example. Now the Choban from JP Niners, that one is very understandable.
Oh, we got somebody from Malacca checking out, supporting JP Niners. All right, another one, another state off the list. That's 4.
So we got Kelantan, we got Sarawak, we got the Malacca,
Johor. We have Johor, so that's 4 in total, right?
I'm Pahang, so that's 5.
Oh yeah, you're Pahang.
I'm waiting for someone from Perlis to show up because that takes a lot. That's a long journey to Selangor.
Yeah, that one. That's a rough one. That's a really rough one.
So
I would hope that they stay at home because that trip ain't worth it.
Unless you commit to a Johor trip afterwards, right? Like, might as well. You've gone halfway across the country. Might as well make it until the end.
Do the full thing, right? Do the full Malaysian series. You go all the way from like the eastern side, the western side, and then end up on the eastern side. But now we see first pick Ling, followed up by SRG, very smartly picking up the Gato Gacha as well as the Khalid. So a lot of early game potential for the side of SRG. But Chico, smartly enough, getting the Edith, which does pretty well against Khalid as they lock in Angela to combo with the Ling.
So this could be a potential relegation of ZQT to the Angela. Well, we've seen plenty of Angela Ling today. Twice by Todak, and once now by JP Niners. So this, I mean, the flavor does change every single day. I want to see SRG's response to this. Do you take Sakai's heroes now?
I mean, there's no harm in doing so, but I feel like this might just end up being Alpha or something.
Yeah, I was thinking the same. But if you want Alpha, could you keep it for second phase?
That's what I'm thinking about. Is Chico so far ahead of the game that he knows that the jungler isn't going to get picked up here? But no, looks like Coach Arcadia is going to double down. Hayabusa being the pick for the side of SRG. Now, it's an interesting matchup between Ling as well as Hayabusa, right? With Angela, obviously, it's a lot more Ling favored, but taking Angela out of the equation, it's whoever uses their ult first is going to lose the fight.
At least JP Niners have an insurance policy to fall back on, right? If Ling uses his ultimate first, there's still the hard guard to keep him insured. And Sakai is just trying to save the win rates of these junglers, right? There's bumped up Ling's one, now Hayabusa, all below 50%.
Don't worry, I will bring back the win rate single-handedly.
And they need when the win rate god needs him the most, he's here.
He shows up. Ooh.
Lunox bad.
That's a lot of respect. That's a lot of respect here. I guess they understand that Lunox is really good against these dive style of compositions, especially with Sky Guardian Avatar and Raging Sandstorm ready to be unleashed. JP decide to get rid of the Moskov this time round.
So going down to the gold lane bans. Another 2-0 for SRG. I see where he is. He's right in front of the second floor. What else? We got Claude carry
Claude
Unless he doesn't want to play Bruno or Brody again.
Yeah, I don't think so. Harith is already gone, so... You could go into Natan, but I don't think it's that fun to play against the Ling anyways.
Why did they just pay Roger for Innocent?
I think it might... Huh.
Is there a possibility?
I think it's definitely a possibility, and I think since they're on red side, you might as well do so, because you've already got Gato Kacha as well as Khalid to kind of play an interchangeable flex role. So now they need to see the full lineup of JP before they decide on the gold.
Still the Aurora, Vexana for SRG. If they still want to play Loi, I don't see a problem with it.
I think it's fine. I think if they want to go really, really safe, they can go for Farms as well.
Yeah.
That way it's a bit of a deterrent for
but then
3.
But then, okay, I was thinking of Yi, but then there's Ling, right?
If they pick Eve here, then JP is gonna go Claude. Is gonna pick up Claude alongside everything else. Well, actually, now that I think about it, putting Loliels on Claude might not be a bad idea for SRG.
Hey, he did win one game, right? Start respecting that Claude win.
Hey man, I don't know. One game, I'm not convinced just yet.
It takes a lot of resilience to finally win a game after losing for 5 seasons, maybe more. So they go the safe route. That's a Faramis pick.
Is to trick.
Very, very
really rubbing it into Zach QT's face, you know?
Maybe maybe that, but it's also an interesting deterrent against Year 3 to pick up a glue. So now, this begs the question, what does JP do with this, right? You might as well go into Faramis at this point. Sorry, not Faramis, go into the Hylos at this point.
Yeah, they did lock themselves in a pretty complicated spot, right? I mean, you have 2 flexes, but they don't feel good reflex anywhere, so they bring out the Alice. Might as well do it, Alice and Arlott.
Okay, so Alice has a good amount of mobility, an insane amount of sustain, but is going to require a Winter Crown, probably a slightly earlier in her build, maybe even 3rd item rather than wait for 4th item, just so you can survive the initial attack from SRG with their big ultimates of the Raging Sandstorm and Sky Guardian's Avatar.
So it's all about outlasting SRG in these extended fights, right? Like seems like both teams have tools to really drag out a battle. JP9, as it comes down to the healing that this Alice and the Alice have. Angela, the Alice have.
But here's the annoying thing, right? I think it's really smart that Chico decided to double down on this Alice, because now that Faramis is being shown, SRG will have the natural tendency to kind of group up around the Faramis, and SRG say, you know what? You down to fight? I'm down to fight. Let's see who's gonna outlast who.
Yeah, you want to fight early? Let's do it, right? Let's do it. Let's bring in a different kind of gold lane dynamics. It's not every day we see this. So it's going to be a Loliel, Alice, and an Innocent Ruby. Well, what a game 2 we have. This series has so many different dynamics, from what we saw in game 1 with the annoying glue to right now, Faramis, Pig, Gatot, and Ruby.
Man, it's an interesting take, right? That's why you saw Azoraveki looking over to Coach Arcadia. It's like, I don't know about this. This Alice might ruin us. And I think that Ruby might be a potential solution for it. We'll see how this is going to play out for Innocent in his lane. He's pretty much just going to chill, sustain. Same goes for Loliel. He's going to chill, sustain again until they can get into the late stages.
Well, let's see what the first item would be for those 2 gold laners, because they have been cooking up something really, really nasty. Game 2 about to commence right now. Going to load onto the land of Dawn with JP9ers, this time finding themselves on blue side. Salang or Red Giants on red.
Yep, keep in mind that Salang and Red Giants are currently on match point. They can 2-0 JP if they just win this game. Now it's both on orange side, so it's going to be on opposite sides of the map. I would only assume that Max wants to end up by gold based on the previous game, and Sakai's wants to end up on EXP, but that might have changed here. Yeah, looks like Link wants to show up towards EXP side.
Man, the damage early on from Youth and Stormy is pretty annoying to deal with. The entry once more getting bullied by Cram.
I'm a heal in your face, boy. What are you gonna do about it? What are you gonna do? Ooh, interesting. Okay, so now Cram has opted to go for both agility and as well as Wilderness Blessing. Now, some players prefer going Rupture. Other players prefer the extra penetration. But this way, Cram needs to make sure that he plays mechanically perfect in lane. That way, he can truly abuse the full kit of Khalid to then roam extra fast in the mid to lane.
They did the same with the glue in game 1 as well. We did see Max going into the SRG jungle to try and take the veto. Then we'll see this. Did he take that away? I think he did. Yeah.
That's so sad. Max tapped his dash and it ended up hitting Cram.
Uh-oh, Max. Uh-oh, he can't get 4 from the red tree. That's first blood for Cram.
That's so upsetting.
You could see the idea, right? He wanted the red tree for level 4, just could not get it.
Yeah. And the whole time, Arlen could have made his way down, but Yen 3 already has to take an early recall. And now, it's just so much worse. This is spilling into the jungle so early on.
I really feel for Max. Hasn't really been able to play the game much. This SRG manipulating the state of that side lane.
Oh, man.
And this is just cutting away, and now he's going to see Max.
Dude, it feels like... Did Innocent ever play EXP prior to his gold lane experience in TNC? Like, I'm curious, because he's playing really well, right? The fact that he's proxying this wave and timed it based on when Ling dies so that he walks into the orange buff is superb.
I wonder if they play different roles when they're playing scrims. They just call Rasi mid-side, raiding Sandstorm on top of him. Rasi wants to get away. Actually, Max steals the turtle. So JP9er still gets something in return.
This is a great interaction from Rasi. He really has a good understanding of Edith here. Because again, that Earth Shatter animation, not very often does it get cancelled, right? You need a proper knock-up to stop the animation. If not, even if you get hit by the CC, doesn't matter. Stunned, animation will still go through.
The power of machinery, right? It does what it's commanded to do.
It's a good start, but I don't know how else they're going to abuse that mechanic, right? Because you can only do it for so long, and there's already 3 CC magnets on their side. Cram unfazed by the entire battle.
He's just gonna hold the wave now.
Is he gonna... Oh no, he's not even fading out. Yeah, he's gonna hard push this. Probably, yep, heal back up and then start moving around. I wonder why he isn't adamant on trying to proxy the wave. It looks like there's a call for the mid lane though.
Going with that QT. So guys holding onto the Ogi Shadow Q. They need to share it. Guys able to get away with the shadows. And Max jumps in. And Stormy with a very early Nether Realm. Response from Yume. Gato Kacha out, Avatar the Guardian. Trying to find a taunt. Raiding Sandstorm, finding Rasi. Very fragmented fight from both sides. JP9ers looks for this re-engage. Cannot find it. So both teams disengage.
What was happening in that fight? Nobody was doing anything. They were just running around each other. They literally was just running around each other. And Stormy's just like, I'll spit on you every once in a while, but like only if you're standing really close together. I don't know. That was a bit of a weird interaction. Yume's did end up losing his Revitalize, but in terms of like side lane pressure, they didn't get that much side lane pressure at all.
Yeah, really nothing much was done. And JP9ers will now bring some manpower to help Max secure this purple buff. Chance to show up again. That's 2 members of JP9ers spotted out. Max will get his buff, thankfully. Raging Sandstorm committed onto the top side. This time they bring some guys in, and the entry just taunted for days. Even the final slash is not enough.
Yeah, Rasi just unable to back him up here. And worse yet for Max, he does not want to participate when he's taking his purple.
He's going to show out though, maybe an attempt to steal again. He does have Jack to help him out. Taunted by Yume. Now goes into Tempest of Blaze. Then around drop down to keep some guys alive for a bit longer, and Cram gets the turtle.
Great coordination from SRG. I think you can even see it in Sakai's eyes that he knew that this is not exactly...
You still want more? No, can't get it.
Alright, okay, finally they back away. But you can see how difficult it was for Sakai to try and secure that, right? He has to juggle the fact that there is a little bit of revive time after the once you lose the temp HP from the Netherrealm, on top of the fact that there's the potential knock-up from the Tempest of Blades, and that's why Max and as well as Sakai are looking each other dead in the eyes, who's going to unleash the Retribution first. So he gets Cram involved.
Yep. I think the answer what this Ruby provides into the Alice is also, you keep Alice in the lane, she doesn't get to join the fight, so JP9ers will be forced to fight with 4 people for the fight.
Here's the thing, right? Here's the thing about Alice. Now that the new patch has come through, Alice doesn't really stack anymore. Doesn't stack the traditional way that you would imagine it, right? Basically sitting under the lane, she needs items more than anything else. The Blood Ode is not necessary.
SRG now spilling that minor advantage they got onto the bottom side. It's just Yume and Cram. Lowly Yao now look for a response, and Yume is out of there. Doesn't want to be more involved than this yet. He doesn't land the final slash. Sidestep by Stormy. Cram also backs off.
Okay, good stuff here. Both sides just making sure that each other are in check, but still, Cram has been a genuine nuisance. Oh, it forces another flicker.
Straight up bullying Yen3, man.
Poor guy, poor guy.
Can't even blame Yen3, right? He's just getting outlaned by Cram.
Yeah, it's just really difficult here. Really difficult for him to play. Especially when he really needs that. Like, you're already losing the lane, so you need to be able to kind of compensate with a huge final slash engagement. Most of the time it includes Flicker as well. So the fact that the Flicker is missing, it's going to be a lot harder for him to find a 3-man, even a 4-man final slash.
See who is going to get the third turtle, because SRG are more than ready to fight for it. And with Max hitting level 10, it's an even retreat fight again. Thunderbird is completed by Rasi.
Okay. See how they play this out, because again, Selangor Red Giants have a 2-pronged attack. They're threatening Turtle, but they also fork them and threaten them mid-tier 1.
Grammy just putting his body in between the members of the Niners. Max actually wins the retreat fight, gets the Turtle, chops to the air, jumps right down, now looks for the damage, and JP Niners power on the SRG. NetherRealm will only delay their death for a while, but maybe it's more than enough to get the rest of them out. Yums will eventually fall. Innocent flickers to safety, Stormy gets them out. Both teams trade 1.
Yums really late on the Sky Guardian and Avatar. They needed to make a call there, but he also had to keep his members alive with the Revitalize. That's why we don't see more deaths coming from the side of SRG. But a huge power spike for JP Niners, right? Max, he knows he's strong when he has that hard guard.
Uh-oh. So guys, dodges everything. But Tier 1 should be fine.
Should be okay. They've got Stormy and as well as Innocent walking up here. I don't think they can 3v2 them underneath the turret. Not with Innocent around. Only 5 more seconds until we see the next objective actually spawn here. Since we're already 8 minutes into this game, the Selangor Red Giants have a...
he did use the final slash, but thankfully he's under the Tier 1.
No Ghostbusters coming in from Stormy to try and pull him out from turret range as well. It looks like SRG wants to unlock Innocent so they can make more plays in the enemy jungle. Because again, Cram has not been seen on top side for quite some time.
Been doing most of the work as well. Just you harsh out mid lane, so you still get to go even though you're out of the lane. Some guys can play the side lanes. The Innocent is just sandbagging Lo Liao. There's Clock of Destiny and Starlin's sight done for Alice. Sea Halberd, War Axe, and a Fury Hammer on top for Innocent. Sakai's into Max. Shadow stuck on him. Sakai's take it. Realizes he cannot get the kill.
Yeah, that's fine. As long as he can try and bait a reaction out of Max, it's worth his time. BOD going to be the second item purchase here from Sakai's. Not going to compensate the fact that Max could probably outlast the ult with the Haas Claw and a singular tough minion that he can heal from. Even so, very risky position to be in. Very volatile, that could easily change.
The macro game has begun. That's going to be top 2 and down. They get a full straight up engage on the side of Max. Forces the hard guard out, but Cram used everything to get in, so we'll have to use his flicker to get out.
Okay, that works out well for them. Because now Selangor Red Giants making their way to...
They call Stormy! NetherRealm out in time. And Stormy willingly joins back to fight. Sky Guardian Avatar forces reaction from Rasti, but Innocent wants a lot more. Rasti will be given away.
Good stuff from Selangor Red Giants. This is why whenever an engagement comes through, JP Niners need to remember there's a lot of potential follow-up from the side of SRG, so they cannot be baited by the very first engagement.
A lot of onions, a lot of layers like an onion. Lo Liao, way too deep. There's no chance of getting out from that one. Stormy now has a mega kill streak.
Yep, Stormy looking... Oh, man.
Oh no, they just found Zach. Max needs his Angela. He's gonna use his ultimate trying to get away. Does not. Max gets pulled back, just assassinated in front of the Lord as SRG exerts dominance and ownership over the objective.
Oh, this is such a classic deathball composition. It's really hard to deal with. So much sustain. Now just muscling their way through into the mid-tier 1. And with that, it looks like Selangor Red Giants should be, with the jungle spawning as well, should be able to turn this into an 8k, if not a 9k gold lead.
Straight up bulldozing it. JP Niners at this point. All outer tier turrets have just fell. Now purple buff under threat. SRG willing to stand there and just take everything. So guys, well, he's gonna get it.
Now pushing into the tier 2s. Max looking to play on the bottom side, but the rest of the 4 members going to be playing through top side. At the same time, you can just see the raw presence of SRG, right? They're going to let top side slow push in while they put a majority of their resources down by mid as well as bottom side. But they want to stagger these waves so they can death ball together to take them one by one.
And SRG has just broken all the tier 2s. The Lord still fairly healthy. The Holy Shields will be next on the checklist. SRG, let's see if they can get a lot more damage done. So guys, in and out. With the Shadow kill, we'll be able to take away a big chunk of the health bar of JP Niners. The entry is already gone. SRG not able to take that top inhibitor yet, but all these kills are starting to spill over into JP9's base.
They need to crack it open somehow. It may be 4v5, but I think they're just waiting for Yums to get his ult and maybe Skies to get his ult again.
With the Holy Shield, this should be an easy one. Topside cracked. They let the minions do the job. SRG now will finally call a retreat. It's all back to the same cycle. Wait for the next Lord for another 80 seconds and then go for a potential killing blow.
Yeah, let's look at the items to see where they're currently at. 3 items for Skies, 3 items for Cram. Oh, sorry. 3 items for... Man, I thought it was Cram because it was Ruby, but it ends up that it's still Innocent. Man. 3 items already complete. 3 items even for their mid lane Stormy. Every single lane rolling. But the most amount of gold currently earned by Khalid.
Even went for a Fury Hammer, right? Just an accessory. Get that extra punch if he catches his targets. So it's going to be a Queen's Wings next for Innocent. As if he's not already hard to take down at this point.
I think
what does JP9ers do at this state of the game?
I think they need Ye 3 to hit a fat ult. I think they need to be able to like sweep everybody in, if not isolate Stormy somehow. I personally think that JP9ers need to start split pushing to force members away from this death ball, and then eventually figure out a tell from Stormy to force him to use that Nether Realm early.
That's the idea that Max has in his mind, but just cannot get far enough, right? You escort the wave up, and then you get pushed away, crammed by Sakai.
Dude, Cram is basically border patrol at this point. It's just like, no, gonna summon, get him, pay the penalty, pay the price.
The heavy tax to pay.
No, please, good sir, I just want to take the jungle farm, give me 20% of it.
Yeah, it's mine now.
Oh, they're gonna take the Lord, no issues whatsoever. This is a hard one. This is a really hard one to watch because genuinely JP9ers have a decent chance at winning this game, but considering how abysmal the early game went, now it's like pretty unwinnable.
Yeah. It's the whole scenario of having a pretty solid draft, a very unique approach, but you just get outclassed, outmaneuvered by SRG. Now you're put in a spot where even the most ingenuine of draft looked very bleak. That should be the 25th stack for Cram's Thunderbell. He's very close to 30 at this point.
God damn. I think he's past 30 at this point with the amount of harassments he's done. He probably is going to do it again.
Last we checked, it was 20. This mid turret. They don't really have the best way to siege from the side of SRG. That is some good news for JP9ers, but nothing too daunting for SRG. Mid wave cleared out, but bottom inhibitor will fall.
Muscle their way in. I personally think that that's what they should do. They've already got lowered powered waves, and even for JP9ers, they don't have the greatest wave clear in the world.
Man, Cram just took away Max's HP by 20%. Engaged from Yums just to cut off access to the back. Now SRG really got JP9ers numbers. Same spot as game 1.
Wow, SRG, really? Really? You're not going to greed out for this? Alright, fair enough. If they wanted to muscle their way in and just go straight for the crystal, they 100% could have done so. But still, we see that SRG going to really take their time with this and play discipline. We're not going to give JP9ers any opportunities to bounce back.
They can hear the chants from the Selangorans once more. This time, as if they've won the World Cup. And I don't blame them, right? This is a complete domination. 9 total kills, 8 of them on the side of SRG, a 10k, 11k goal advantage. And just the raw discipline, very frustrating to deal with if you are JP9ers.
Yeah, I am curious though what Loliel's currently has. Has he caught up? No Holy Crystal just yet. Now here's the thing. Here's the thing that I don't get about Gold Lane Alice. I know she has low cooldowns, but is the Starlium size necessary for the cooldowns, the empowered auto attack, and not to mention the mana regen?
I personally don't think so.
Right?
Looking more at the clock, Destiny, Blood Wings, maybe Winter Crown and Holy Crystal, depending on the state of the game. But I feel like I have the same question with this Starlium Sign on Alice than like I have with Valentina buying that item. When do you weave it in?
I don't think there's a reason to.
If I want Spell Web, I go Concentrated Energy, right?
Exactly. That's what I'm thinking as well. Like even an Ice Queen's Wand, right? Giving a little bit of a spell vamp of its own. So I think that or even a lightning truncheon is rather interesting because it gives you like a huge burst of movement speed when you try and get into these types of fights. It also helps out with the mana too.
Oh, just got the Holy Crystal.
All right.
This is where I turn to the professionals in chat. Maybe they have the answer because I don't right now.
Okay, at this point of time, it's really dangerous for JP Niners to walk out of their base. At any moment, SRG could maybe look for a backdoor angle with the Hayabusa. Even so, SRG are completely fine with how paranoid JP Niners are with the looming border patrol of Crab just walking around the Golem camp.
Man is riding the waves. He's not even sad anymore. He has achieved a different level of enlightenment. So they will go on to him, but Crab, he's just going to just pressure Lo Liao. Stomp on him. There's 2 deaths for JP Niners. Just like that, Rossi wants to run away. And Innocent is soloing Max. Despite him split out, ZQD doesn't even have the time to use hard guard because he has a wave to deal with. SRG now, they don't need the Lord. They just walk into the base of JP Niners, get a pull onto Rossi, take him out. Innocent on the killing spree. And the State Derby for the 3rd time in a row will belong to Selangor Red Giants as Negeri Sembilan puts up their last stand, but they will eventually fall. SRG finds another 2-0.
Woo! Oh man, that was a cold game from SRG. They wanted to try and make it as perfect as possible. And even then, they got the chokehold.
We just see the life drain out from the veins of JP Niners, but again, we know that it was going to be a hard game, and JP Niners saw plenty of promises. I think in another universe against a separate team, this could have been a dang good game for the Niners. Maybe they've even come up with a victory of their own, but eventually you gotta bow down to SRG. So let's hear what Selangor Giants have to say on the stage as we head over to Rose.
2 berbalas 0-3 mata penuh untuk Selangor Red Giants. Dan atas kemenangan ini, upper bracket has officially been secured by Selangor Red Giants. Alright, upper bracket pertama kita untuk musim ini. Now, Yums, sekarang SRG satu-satunya pasukan di region MPL yang masih lagi memegang rekod tanpa kalah daripada musim lepas. Bukan satu season je, tapi 2 musim dah. Dan up to today, korang ada 19 win streak from last season. Now, adakah Yums rasa korang boleh go on with this win streak tanpa pecahkan rekod sampai Grand Finals dan juga sampai ke M6?
First of all, Alhamdulillah, kita orang tak plan pun untuk jadi undefeated lagi sekali lagi. So, pasal M6 ni, insyaAllah kita orang akan bawa A yang terbaik lah.
Alright, so korang rasa ada extra moral boost tak kalau korang ada win streak sampai ke M6? Ada extra moral boost, ada buff tak kalau korang win streak sampai ke M6? Macam MSC? Ada. So hopefully ada lah kan?
Ada.
Alright, ini dia upper bracket kita. Now, Sekais, okay. Adik, sini adik. I ada soalan. Tadi, game pertama, Lafel ada cakap. Ada orang public cakap awak beban. Betul ke? Cuba ceritakan sikit. I pun nak tahu ceritanya.
Tak adalah, time tu saya main dengan viewer saya, and then main-main tu tiba saya matilah first blood. Lepas tu dia terus cakap saya beban. Saya apa lagi?
Dia tak tahu ke dia main dengan Skies?
Tak tahu kot.
Tak tahu kot.
So yeah.
Untuk orang tu, I rasa cuba check dulu awak main dengan siapa, awak lawan siapa, nanti awak cakap Skies beban, habis pula kan. Tapi terasa ke?
Tak, saya suka orang cakap saya beban.
Okay, awak beban. Okay, tak ada hal, awak beban. Okay guys, kita nampak game yang clean daripada Selangor Red Giants. Tapi siapa yang layak dapat MVP? Nak dengar sikit nama? Alright, mari kita tengok MVP perlawanan ini in 3, 2, 1. MVP jatuh kepada Ikram. Okay, Kram, here, Dito. English Tagalog. Any. You don't make me translate. The last time I asked this, dia suruh I ulang balik 3 kali. Okay, Kram. With 2 more matches to go and nothing to lose, if you could ask Coach Ark to give you a hero you want to play in the EXP lane, what hero would it be?
Actually, I want to play jungle. I want to replace Ade.
You want to replace Adik? Nak gantikan Adik? What do you want to play in the jungle?
Link and Hayabusa.
Coach, next week, swap role. Oh, what does he really want to play?
What he wants to play?
Farami CSP.
Farami ZXP. Naughty. Maybe next week kita boleh nampak. Wait, what, Cram? Anything you want to say to your girlfriend? Anything you want to say to your
My
girlfriend?
girlfriend's not here.
But she's watching.
Thank you.
I dah excited dah. I dah set up dah. Tapi tak apa. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Stormy. So lepas menang match ni korang dah secure upper bracket dah. Tapi nak tanyalah, game 1 tu Brody dengan Glue tu memang korang saja-saja pick ke atau memang nak main tu?
It's part of the plan lah.
Part of the plan. So korang memang main ni dekat scrim apa benda semua lah?
Ya. Yeah.
Oh, ingat saja-saja je?
Tak.
So semua game yang korang main memang 100% serious?
Ya, yeah, very 100%.
Okay, I like that. Innocent? Wait, Innocent dulu. Before the game started, I see you giving high five to Zach. Anything you want to say to Zach Cutie?
Hoi Zach! Oi, tak boleh main Zach!
Oh, Melayu terus dia bagi. Alright, last words from Becky.
Okay, so saya ada announcement kat sini. So SRG kan, kita tengah planning nak buat future e-sport bootcamp tu untuk cari bakat-bakat muda lah. So dari October 25 to 27. So if you want to try to become a pro player and you minat nak jadi pro player, marilah and join and show your talents. We will guide you on the event. And then for Ancha, aku tak tahu you buat kerja ke apa, mungkin you boleh jugalah masuk try and join the bootcamp, so boleh belajar daripada coach akak dia macam mana nak buat kerja.
Itu dia, bukan satu tapi dua kena call out daripada side JP9S. And with that, terima kasih kepada Selangor Red Giants. And once again, congratulations on securing the first upper bracket this playoffs. You guys may now go celebrate your win. 2 pebalas 0-3 mata penuh and our first upper bracket team this playoff. Tapi guys, kalau korang nak bagi rating kepada favorite player anda, jangan lupa to scan the QR code to rate their performance and how this game went. And with that, mari kita dengar mic check daripada pasukan Selangor Red Giants.
Bobis. Nice one.
Tengok.
Sini boleh.
Purify.
Kami sen. 3 seconds ah. Dapat purify.
Not sure.
Bantu yang sini.
Mati dah.
Tengok, aku dapat.
Ji.
Sisa.
Ketik.
Tengok ah. Tidur.
I get.
I go back.
Jimmy.
Tidur.
I second. Bye-bye.
Ini.
Sini guys. Sini. Stop.
Low. Boleh.
No shadow.
Tengok kosak.
Kuat dia.
Aman balik.
Iso. Oh nice. Oh iya, pull.
Thank you monyet. Santai guys, santai.
Low Bobis low.
Betul, nice one. Boleh beda dia. Yoko.
Aimo
Si ada.
Yoko.
Just kill them.
Ayan pindah.
You see. Record Zak record there. Can crab. Let's try Zak.
Go mid. No swipe.
System.
Yeah.
RDF ni cok. They cannot win cok.
Ada no player.
Sini.
That's one.
Get.
Ada no player ah.
Hey, he did the blue.
I canceling. Nice. Already go down.
Sini.
Ada talent no player.
That's one. We can take mid guys. Pop. Oh my god, savage. Kill. Pop. Kill Zak.
TP guys. Aduh, TP.
Even in their voice comms, they're calling out Zach QT, but good, nice try from JP9ers. SRG still reigns supreme, and for the 3rd time in a row, Selangor better than NS.
They keep on standing on top for very good reasons here. But I will say their mic checks are getting more and more interesting because we are noticing that at least for Yums, his English is getting better. And a couple of words coming in from Cram. Just Sini. That's how he indicates that he's going for the engage.
Him and Innocent.
Yeah.
Right, we're trading languages.
And so far, I think that the ideas coming out from SRG are great, but I love the way that Chico looks at the draft. I definitely think there was a lot of potential in that draft had the early game gone just a slight tad bit better.
Yep. And I mean, I do wish that we would have a lot more time to look at them, right? Because we're nearing the tail end of the regular season, but it does set up expectation for playoffs. What else has Chico and Ancha left, unanswered, hidden within their pockets? Because when you look at the highlight with Cram as the MVP, Game 1 on the glue, Game 2 as the Khalid, plays a completely different role, but efficient in both of them.
Yeah, I think that, interestingly enough, the problem that JP Niners had to deal with the Selangor Red Giants is the hyper efficiency of the gold that's being distributed across the map, right? When you see Cram making these types of movements, going into enemy jungles, who's covering his lane? And then Sakai shows up, right? Every single step of the way, somebody is covering one of these lanes. There's no gold or EXP being wasted for free, and that's why they feel super fluid and they always seem to be on top of everything.
Yeah, so it's kind of a good habit, right? Let nothing go to waste, especially money. MVP of the match gonna be Cram. Actually, man, I don't remember his Malay name. I only remember Innocent.
Ikram.
Ikram.
Yeah.
Okay. Easier to remember than it is.
Way easier compared to Innocent's one. God, his.
Well, hey, he has a good Nasi Lemak branch, right?
No, that's fair. That's fair. But you gotta give it to him. Like Cram has played two really mean EXP lanes. Like God, the glue was already a problem. But then when you thought, okay, at least he can't just sustain forever, he plays Khalid and he stacks up like a beast.
Yeah, and he definitely gave. We thought that the highlight would be how is Lo Liao and Innocent going to interact. It was Cram and Year 3. He was just dumpstering Year 3 in his lane.
Yeah, it's rough. I don't blame Year 3 for dying in game number 1, especially when you're up against glue. But the second match was a lot harder because, again, he was given an even tougher hand and he's expected to do well while still like not being too far away in terms of power spikes.
Yeah, game 1 was like, two bulky guys just trying to, put the, posture themselves in front of each other. Game 2 was a mechanical matchup, and Year 3 really put in impossible situations at times, not able to really get the best of engages off. It doesn't really help when Zakuti is on the Angela and fully trying to support Max.
Yeah, no, it really is, right? And even for Loliels, didn't exactly have the greatest time in the world. Like, yes, he was stacking up, and yes, he was able to get like hit multiple people with his ult, but even so, just the raw CC, he's unable to escape from like pretty easy scenarios, right? You get pulled in by the Am Offended, you get taunted up, and then you get pulled back sometimes, even when you pick up the guiding winds from Stormy with the Shadow Stampede.
Yeah, and if you full commit, that's another realm.
Yeah,
keeps you alive.
It's really
so tough.
It's really tough when SRG is ahead. I would love to see these two compositions fight against each other at equal gold. I think that would really. It would be really interesting to see how they interact with each other, especially how Stormy might just play a little differently.
It's like you don't just blow up when the fight starts, right? Like
exactly.
You don't even get the chance to kind of show what the draft is actually capable of. Oh, it's a 13-1 game, SRG. Again, another landslide victory. This time, 12k gold lead. All the objectives, all structures is just in their favor. With 0 towers for JP Niners.
Yeah, they weren't able to get too much here. Then again, they don't have like strong tower busters. Loliels isn't, on Alice of all things, not exactly the greatest when it comes down to taking structures. Same goes for ZachQT, Rasi. Max is probably the only exception to this rule, but you saw the coverage, right? Khalid basically just follows him in the jungle, and if he sees Max, he's definitely going to take a swing at him.
I mean, if I see someone hopping walls to cross the border, I would keep my tail on him as well. So you can't let this guy enter illegally, right? Those watchtowers, they need money to be built.
I don't know. It's starting to sound like you own a Make America Great Again cap somewhere hidden there, but
I'm Chinese, counterfeited.
It's
bootleg that stuff.
It's just bootleg. Sorry, I wasn't expecting that one. But yeah, dominating victory coming out from SRG. Nothing I can really say about this other than the fact that my commendations goes over to Chico for what he came up with a draft, despite having it pretty set in stone in the first 3 picks. But I love the adjustment.
Yeah, it definitely felt a bit more constricting when he revealed the Angela and the Edith, but again, right, able to make amends at the very end just to patch up a couple of holes. I would say for people who just tune in and just purely looked at the results of the game, I still implore you to watch the game because I think there's a lot of things that you can take away, even from JP9 aside.
Yeah, it's definitely not a Haq versus Reds esports scenario at all. Definitely, this is way more technical, and I think even for like game number 1 as well, when Skies was using Lo Yi, very short distance ult. It's not like the full cross map ult, but even so, it really benefits the positioning of SRG. So every single stat that you could possibly tick off, or attribute as some may call it, just 10 out of 10 for SRG.
Yeah, even in terms of damage taken, you can see that Max is just having a rough time this game, right?
Yeah.
I would say most of the damage he took was thanks to Cram, because he shows up in lane and Cram just beats him, and now he has to run. And doesn't help that he sort of got first blood, right, before he hit level 4.
That is true. I mean, Cram did have to commit a flicker for it. Honestly, I don't think he needed to, but even so, Max, he was really pushing it to the edge. Really pushing it to the edge.
He's reliable. You shut him down. Let's see how he performs. I mean, even from behind, you can see the movements from Max, what he wants to achieve. But again, just locked out of all of those options.
So many options in a matter
Poor
of fact.
dude.
I don't know. I feel like in a different universe, like this could have been a banger game to watch overall, because this is one of the few comps that you don't get to see very often. We look now over to our Hall of Famers. The rich guy going over to Sakai, 706. Considering how long the game dragged out, they set up checkmate angle but didn't greed out for it. Sure, I guess it makes sense. Damage dealt to heroes going over to Kram as the carry. Not too surprised there. Sandbag going over to Yetri, and Best Wingman going over to Yums.
Everything going according to plan. So SRG, the first team to also lock in our upper bracket. Getting the bye, don't have to worry about the single elimination bracket. You skip straight to that BO5. Same position that they were in last season.
Yeah, I think they're repeating history all over again. I don't think there's many teams right now in MPL MY that really can deal with how polished they are. Even Team Vamos, as we saw previously, got swept under the rug dealing with SRG because they're adaptable even from behind.
And does it feel like, I mean, is it fair to say that SRG now with the perfect run thus far, you compare it to last season, but it's a lot more refined?
It's so much more refined. Like last season, you can definitely see a couple of like chemistry problems. Like, this ult came out just slightly too early. Those things are easy to fix. But now it just feels like, hey, go in. If you miss, we've got a backup plan. If you hit, we have a follow-up plan.
Oh boy. Not really liking what the playoffs are going to look like, especially when SRG is involved. But hey, right, history is in the making still. Especially that whole fairy tale about the golden road that, you know, almost got completed by Onyx Indonesia. Maybe it's gonna be our turn.
Could be. I'd be very impressed if we're able to win out M6. I think it's gonna be real difficult. All the teams are gonna be absolutely nasty here. As much as SRG is kind of crushing everybody else here at MPL MY, there's a reason why. They put in double the amount of work, and it so happens to be like a superstar lineup.
Yeah, we have, you know, old guards like Falcons AP Brand, but also new top dogs as well, right? Look at FNOP, RRQ. We'll see how the playoffs play out for them, but for now, as the standings are looking, SRG with 20 points locks in upper bracket for playoffs. We're still looking for the second team to join them, getting that bye. For now, the search continues, and again, top 5 teams are guaranteed playoff slot already. Monster Vicious is the closest to secure the last slot, and they are going to be playing Team Haq in the next best of 3. And the conditions are very simple. They don't even need to win the series. They just need one game.
One game. I mean, you can tell by the aggregate points alone that, like, as long as you're in the positive, you're in a good spot. But generally speaking, Monster Vicious has set up the goalposts that everybody else needs to kind of beat. So 11 points is going to be that mark.
Oh, it definitely stings for Team Ray, right? The entire situation has gone out of their control, and it rests on the shoulders of Team Haq, who, let's be honest, didn't really had a good run in the regular season, but yesterday didn't really make it better either.
It didn't help the argument. It really did, which pains me to see, because again, some of these players have been playing for quite some time. It's just they're not exactly driving well, and it really doesn't help that a lot of investment has been made by Team Haq to get this team off the ground.
Yeah, and we saw how Monster Vicious, they even took down Team Vamos. Regardless of what the Vamos fans want to say, maybe they really just ignore MV and prepping for homeboys, whatever, right? But I mean, MV showed us a very solid performance overall. Most important thing is that they recovered from last week's abysmal performance. And when we talk about performance, we also got to remember to remind you guys that we have the Mobies Award coming up. The voting window is already open. It lasts until November the 3rd. We got 4 categories that we need you to look out for: Live Event of the Year, Mobile Competitive Game of the Year, Mobile Game of the Year, and Mobile Strategy of the Year. And don't forget to vote for Moonton in the Mobile Developer of the Year category. And our Best Jungler, MSC Finals MVP, Sakai is also nominated for the category of Mobile Player of the Year. And last but not least, remember to also support our brothers from Falcons AP brand for the Mobile Team of the Year category. If you want to know how to vote, it's very easy. Go to the website mobileawards.com. Look for the Vote Now button and you can cast your vote. It's open until November 3rd and you can vote every single day. So do it starting today if you haven't yet, so that we could achieve world domination.
World domination, wow. Whoa, going above and beyond this time round. But yes, we do need your help to be able to secure these mobies. So quickly, go over to that website and start spamming it every single day. It's pretty easy to do, and we might be able to put Malaysia back on the map here if Skies gets elected. So that'll be a fun time, because he's got some tough competitors from other games that we don't want to mention because it ain't worth it.
Yeah, ain't worth it. Sakai is all that matters.
Yeah.
Youngest player, superstar, won $1 million.
Yeah.
No one has achieved that. Not that I can think of. At that age.
Yes,
gotta preface it.
Sorry to all the multi-millionaire children out there.
I'm looking at you, Jack Doherty.
It's so specific.
Oh,
God. With that being said, we still have only one more best of 3 to be done with week number 5. Stick around. It's not going to happen too long. We'll see you then.
Jago sukan apa jua? Jagokan lagi dengan rangkaian 5G termantap dan tanpa lag. Gaming sepantas kilat. Menang di Land of Dawn. Tukar ke Holling Prepaid 5G sekarang.
Tangan aku kenapa ni? Aduh, lemu lagi gatal sangat. Gunalah Head and Shoulders. 100% keyakinan, kelumamu dan kegatalan.
White out. Unstoppable.
Welcome to the land of God.
Panas.
Itulah, panas gila.
Kau ada payung?
Ada? Kau tak dengar ke Kagura selalu cakap? Sediakan hujan sebelum payung untuk M6.
Hacik kau. Sediakan payung sebelum hujan.
Oh, iya ke?
Tapi apa kena-mena dengan M6?
Apa kena dengan M6?
Ha.
Apa itu hujan emas? Hujan emas adalah satu matlamat, satu impian terunggul untuk setiap pasukan. Setiap musim, apakah kenangan yang istimewa? Ia adalah ketika juara menjulang piala di bawah hujan emas. Ia juga menjulang dan membanggakan nama Malaysia di persada dunia. Seperti cuaca, musim baru datang dan pergi. Ia persis dengan MPL MY. Setiap pasukan dan pemain yang pernah menjejak kaki di MPL MY, mereka tidak pernah berputus asa. Setiap musim ada permulaannya. Juga permulaan baru untuk matlamat dan impian bagi pemain kita. Musim cuaca datang dan pergi, tapi ia tidak akan mengubah sejarah pemain kita. Dengan harapan musim hadapan yang cerah adalah satu pemangkin semangat bagi pasukan yang bertarung. Komposisi musim lalu tidak penting. Yang penting adalah kesetiaan kepada permainan. Tiada guna mengerti hujan emas dan berjuang demi Malaysia kalau kita tidak dapat merealisasikannya di M6.
Okay, so kita orang dari Todak, kita orang hari ni akan main Fast Hero Challenge. So challenge ni, diorang dua akan lawan siapa yang cakap hero paling banyak lah. So yang tak tahu tu akan kalah. Okay, so kita akan start.
Arlot, Sun, Almond, Idora, Barat, Dana, Carmilla, Kagura, Yin, Grok, Eve, Zaz, Luno. Sabar. Tu, Idora. Aku dah sebut. Lilia.
Okay, selamat. Okay.
Penny, Gatot Kaca, Ling, Julian, Krill, 3. 2. Ruby, Milos, 3. Estes, 2. Beleric, Rafaela, Digi, Laurin, 2. Lunok dah.
Dah. Dah.
Apa
Okay, so pemenang untuk Fast Hero Challenge ialah Momo. Sebab tadi Zaim saya saja jibet dia bagi kalah. Tu je lah.
So Zaim, memandangkan kau kalah, aku nak bagi kau punishment. Boleh. So punishment ni kau kena sapu lah semua ni. What? Satu arena ni? Satu arena ni kau kena sapu. Boleh? Sapu sekarang tak? Okay. Zaim, kau pilih Zaim. Satu.
Hey guys, this is Rose dan sekarang ni saya bersama dengan SRG untuk main game Siapa Dalam Team. So, on my hand, kita ada a series of questions and bila I tanya tu, korang point and then cakaplah kenapa orang tu paling dalam team. So, siapa dalam team paling kelakar? Yums. Why Yums?
So loud.
So loud, wow. Bising, wow.
So cutesy.
So demure.
It's overload.
Who likes to do weird things in the team? Weird. Innocent, what do you do?
Nothing, I just play.
Dia buat apa?
Sorry, personal.
Who's in the team that's most fierce? Garang.
Yo, stop.
Coach, okay. Coach paling garang. Who sleeps the longest?
Yum.
Sleeps the longest. This one, I can agree, gorgeous. Who eats the most?
Yum.
What do you like to eat?
Rice, cereal.
Wow.
One pack one day.
One pack one day. Who in the team is always late?
Sekis.
Why?
Because they always wake up late to the training.
Sometimes. Sekis number 1.
Oh, okay. Who gets angry easily? Angry bird of the team.
Gram.
Why are you the one who gets angry the most?
Pag may nangyayaring pangit sa laro.
Oh, dia cakap kalau anything bad happen in game, dia cepat marah. Betul.
Strict.
Okay, last question. This one very fast one, You guys will point to the person. 1, 2, 3. Who talks the most? So who's the answer? So, okay, I'm pretty sure we got it. Everybody talks a lot in this team and they're all very, very cutesy. Thank you very much to Selangor Red Giants.
I can say early preparation is the biggest changes lah. He can adapt it very well, make him look shine. If we win, what do we need to improve more?
Apa yang terjadi dengan match with Homeboys tadi? What went wrong?
Homeboys tu caught us off guard sebab tiba-tiba diorang punya rotation makin improve dengan connection diorang dengan ESP baru. And first game tu kita orang agak tak synchronize sangat lah untuk bagi team fight tu. And then move on ke second game, mungkin diorang tak berapa ready lah untuk second game tu. And Homeboys tu dapat momentum daripada first game and diorang menang lah game tu.
Now kita nampak dari segi prestasi Monster Vicious season ni memang lain daripada musim lepas. So what changes and what's the biggest change?
I think what's the biggest change is our early preparation. We start very early after last season ended. We straight continue with Snapdragons and then we join some semi-pro tournaments and then we get a new sports psychologist and everything. So I can say early preparation is the biggest changes lah.
The one that improved for this season is I can say that Zaino, because from the communication, how he communicate with the teammates, and then the skill set, how he using the skill management, everything that Sora already applies to him. I think he can adapt it very well and then make him look shine on this season.
What are your thoughts going up against Vamos, one of the top contender this season?
I think it will be a test lah for us. Like if we lose, what do we lack to go for the playoff? If we win, what do we need to improve more?
What would it mean when you guys win against Vamos? Like how big of an impact is that to Monster Vicious?
It will create a very good momentum for us to go to fight last boss.
Oh. Oh, dia tak nak bagi nama, last boss je lah.
Last boss je.
Alright, so thank you very much to the coaching staff of Monster Vicious.
Thank you.
Hey guys, this is Rose dan sekarang I dengan Monster Vicious sebab kita diorang nak main game. Okay, game yang kita akan main, bukan nyanyi So kita akan main game siapa dalam team. So I akan cakap satu ayat, lepas tu korang akan point orang mana yang selalu buat benda-benda macam ni, lepas tu explain lah kenapa. Ready? Siapa dalam team paling kelakar?
Ni.
Kenapa dia kelakar?
Bagi kau kenapa tak? Sebab dia badut. Sebab tu dia selalu jadi penghibur orang.
Siapa tidur paling lama?
Oh, Rock.
Oh, kenapa?
Kalau boleh sedek seminggu tu dia memang tak tidur.
Siapa makan banyak?
Ada dua.
Okay. Siapa?
Nama dia Nova Escobar.
Dengan?
Uni. Selalu kalau makanan tak habis kat J tu, semua dia orang yang habiskan.
Siapa cepat marah? Cepat goyah?
Amar. Sebab dia budak baru.
So dia marah sini lah. Siapa yang daydream banyak?
Pak Tam. Zeno.
Selalu?
Dia banyak main game.
Dia nak cakap.
Dia selalu 10 scream, dia suka termenung. Lepas tu dia lupa nak ban.
Jangan buat ni dekat MPL. Alright, terima kasih kepada Monster Vicious.
Semua orang boleh menyarung jersey kebangsaan. Jadi once you pakai menyarung jersey kebangsaan, you rasa sangat-sangat berbangga, you dipilih atau diberi tanggungjawab untuk mewakili negara. Perasaan bangga tu you tak terangkan dekat semua orang. Cuma feeling you pakai saja, once you pakai saja jersey tu, you akan rasa macam you want to give something to Malaysia.
I think if you guys have any issues, so make sure lean on to each other, talk to each other as much as you can. I think just be proud because tak semua orang dapat this opportunity, and also kena ada that winning mentality, tak kisah pun dekat level mana you guys pergi, and jangan rasa takut, jangan rasa macam you guys are not good enough. Apapun, just ingat bila you guys enter the arena, just do your best and all the Malaysians will be behind you and supporting you guys.
Saya tak ada nasihat, saya kagum dengan apa yang anda semua lakukan. You are all to me personal heroes because I grew up in a time where gaming was seen as a waste of time, but you prove otherwise. You put gaming and you put Malaysia on the world's map. I think you are at a better place to advise me. So again, I want to say thank you for being who you are. Thank you for fighting every day. Thank you for competing for Malaysia because it's something that I can never do. And I live vicariously through you bila I tengok atlet Malaysia compete because what you do is very, very amazing. And I wish you all the best. Deliver for Malaysia because wherever I am on the day when you win for Malaysia, I'll be proud to raise the Malaysian flag and play the negara.
Tak kisah jago sukan apa jua, jagokan lagi dengan rangkaian 5G termantap dan tak pelik. Gaming sepantas kilat. Menang di Land of Dawn. Tukar ke Holling Prepaid 5G sekarang.
Tangan aku kenapa ni? Aduh, lemu lagi, gatal sangat. Gunalah Head and Shoulders. 100% keyakinan, kelumamu dan kegatalan.
White out. Unstoppable.
Welcome to the land of God.
Panas.
Itulah, panas gila.
Kau ada payung?
Ada? Kau tak dengar ke Kagura selalu cakap? Sediakan hujan sebelum payung untuk M6.
Cik kau. Sediakan payung sebelum hujan.
Oh, iya ke?
Tapi apa kena-mena dengan M6?
Apa kena dengan M6?
Ha.
Apa itu hujan emas? Hujan emas adalah satu matlamat, satu impian terunggul untuk setiap pasukan. Setiap musim, apakah kenangan yang istimewa? Ia adalah ketika juara menjulang piala di bawah hujan emas. Ia juga menjulang dan membanggakan nama Malaysia di persada dunia. Seperti cuaca, musim baru datang dan pergi. Ia persis dengan MPL MY. Setiap pasukan dan pemain yang pernah menjejak kaki di MPL MY, mereka tidak pernah berputus asa. Setiap musim ada permulaannya. Juga permulaan baru untuk matlamat dan impian bagi pemain kita. Musim cuaca datang dan pergi, tapi ia tidak akan mengubah sejarah pemain kita. Dengan harapan musim hadapan yang cerah adalah satu pemangkin semangat bagi pasukan yang bertarung. Komposisi musim lalu tidak penting. Yang penting adalah kesetiaan kepada permainan. Tiada guna mengerti hujan emas dan berjuang demi Malaysia kalau kita tidak dapat merealisasikannya di M6.
Okay, so kita orang dari Todak, kita orang hari ni akan main Fast Hero Challenge. So challenge ni, diorang dua akan lawan. Siapa yang cakap hero paling banyak lah. So yang tak tahu tu akan kalah. Okay, so kita akan start.
Arlot, Sun, Almond, Idora, Barat, Dana, Carmilla, Kagura, Yin, Grok, Yif, Zaz, Luno. Sama. Tu, Idora. Aku dah sebut. Lilia.
Okay, selamat. Okay.
Penny, Gatot Kaca, Ling, Julian, Krill, 3. 2. Ruby, Ilos, 3. Estes, 2. Valerie, Rafaela, Digi, Laurin, 2. Lunok dah.
Dah. Dah.
Apa
Okay, so pemenang untuk Fast Hero Challenge ialah Momo. Sebab tadi Zaim saya saja jibet dia bagi kalah. Itu je lah.
So Zaim, memandangkan kau kalah, aku nak bagi kau punishment. Boleh. So punishment ni kau kena sapu lah semua ni.
Satu arena.
Satu arena ni kau kena sapu. Boleh?
Aku sekarang tak?
Okay. Zaim, kau pilih Zaim. Satu.
Hey guys, this is Rose dan sekarang ni saya bersama dengan SRG untuk main game Siapa Dalam Team. So, on my hand, kita ada a series of questions and bila I tanya tu, korang point and then cakaplah kenapa orang tu paling dalam team. So, siapa dalam team paling kelakar? Yums. Why Yums?
So loud.
So loud, wow. Bising, wow.
So cutesy.
So demure.
It's overload.
Who likes to do weird things in the team? Weird. Innocent, what do you do?
Nothing, I just play.
Dia buat apa?
Sorry, personal.
Who's in the team that's most fierce? Garang.
Stop.
Coach, okay. Coach paling garang. Who sleeps the longest?
Yum. Alat
The longest. This one I can agree, gorgeous. Who eats the most?
Yum.
What do you like to eat?
Rice, cereal.
Wow.
One pack, one day.
One pack, one day. Who in the team is always late?
Sekis.
Why?
Because they always wake up late to the training.
Sometimes. Sekis number 1.
Oh, okay. Who gets angry easily? Angry bird of the team.
Gram.
Crab. Why are you the one who gets angry the most?
Pag may nangyayaring pangit sa laro.
Oh, dia cakap kalau anything bad happen in game, dia cepat marah. Betul.
Strict.
Okay, last question. This one very fast one, ah. You guys will point to the person. 1, 2, 3. Who talks the most? So who's the answer? So, okay, I'm pretty sure we got it. Everybody talks a lot in this team and they're all very, very cutesy. Thank you very much to Selangor Red Giants.
I can say early preparation is the biggest changes lah.
He can adapt it very well, make him look shine.
If we win, what do we need to improve more?
Apa yang terjadi dengan match with Homeboys tadi? What went wrong?
Homeboys tu caught us off guard sebab tiba-tiba diorang punya rotation makin improve dengan connection diorang dengan ESP baru. And first game tu kita orang agak tak synchronize sangat lah untuk bagi team fight tu. And then move on ke second game, mungkin diorang tak beberapa ready lah untuk second game tu. And Homeboys tu dapat momentum daripada first game and diorang menang lah game tu.
Now kita nampak dari segi prestasi Monster Vicious season ni memang lain daripada musim lepas. So what changes and what's the biggest change?
I think what's the biggest change is our early preparation. We start very early. After last season ended, we straight continue with Snapdragons and then we join some semi-pro punya tournaments and then we get a new sports psychologist and everything. So I can say early preparation is the biggest changes lah.
The one that improved for this season is, I can say that Zeno, because from the communication, how he communicate with the teammates, and then the skill set, how he using the skill management, everything that Todak already applies to him, I think he can adapt it very well and then make him look shine on this season.
What are your thoughts going up against Vamos, one of the top contender this season?
I think it will be a test lah. For us, like if we lose, what do we lack to go for the playoff? If we win, what do we need to improve more?
What would it mean when you guys win against Vamos? Like how big of an impact is that to Monster Vicious?
It will create a very good momentum for us to go to fight last boss.
Oh. Oh, dia tak nak bagi nama. Last boss je lah.
Last boss je.
Alright, so thank you very much to the coaching staff of Monster Vicious.
Thank you.
Hey guys, this is Rose dan sekarang I dengan Monster Vicious sebab kita diorang nak main game. Okay, game yang kita akan main, bukan nyanyi So kita akan main game siapa dalam team. So I akan cakap satu ayat, lepas tu korang akan point orang mana yang selalu buat benda-benda macam ni, lepas tu explain lah kenapa. Ready? Siapa dalam team paling kelakar?
Ni.
Kenapa dia kelakar?
Bagi kau kenapa tak? Sebab dia badut. Sebab tu dia selalu jadi penghibur orang.
Siapa tidur paling lama?
Oh, Rock.
Oh, kenapa?
Kalau boleh sedek seminggu tu dia memang nak tidur.
Siapa makan banyak?
Ada dua.
Okay. Siapa?
Nama dia Nova Escobar.
Dengan?
Uni. Soalnya kalau makanan tak habis kat J tu, semua dia orang yang habiskan.
Siapa cepat marah? Cepat koyak?
Amak. Sebab dia budak baru.
So dia marah sini lah? Siapa yang daydream banyak?
Pak Tam. Zeno.
Selalu?
Dia banyak main game.
Dia nak cakap.
Dia selalu 10 scream, dia suka termenung. Lepas tu dia lupa nak ban.
Jangan buat ni dekat MPL. Alright, terima kasih kepada Monster Vicious.
Semua orang boleh menyarung jersey kebangsaan. Jadi once you pakai menyarung jersey kebangsaan, you rasa sangat-sangat berbangga, you dipilih atau diberi tanggungjawab untuk mewakili negara. Perasaan bangga tu you tak terangkan dekat semua orang. Cuma feeling you pakai saja, once you pakai saja jersey tu, you akan rasa macam you want to give something to Malaysia.
I think if you guys have any issues, so make sure lean on to each other, talk to each other as much as you can. I think just be proud because tak semua orang dapat this opportunity, and also kena ada that winning mentality, tak kisah pun dekat level mana you guys pergi, and jangan rasa takut, jangan rasa macam you guys are not good enough. Apapun, just ingat bila you guys enter the arena, just do your best and all the Malaysians will be behind you and supporting you guys.
Saya tak ada nasihat, saya kagum dengan apa yang anda semua lakukan. You are all to me personal heroes because I grew up in a time where gaming was seen as a waste of time, but you prove otherwise. You put gaming and you put Malaysia on the world's map. I think you are at a better place to advise me. So again, I want to say thank you for being who you are. Thank you for fighting every day. Thank you for competing for Malaysia because it's something that I can never do. And I live vicariously through you bila I tengok atlet Malaysia compete because what you do is very, very amazing. And I wish you all the best. Deliver for Malaysia because wherever I am on the day when you win for Malaysia, I'll be proud to raise the Malaysian flag and play the negara.
Tak kisah jago sukan apa jua, jagokan lagi dengan rangkaian 5G termantap dan tak pelik. Gaming sepantas kilat. Menang di Land of Dawn. Tukar ke Holling Prepaid 5G sekarang.
Tangan aku kenapa ni? Aduh, lima lagi, gatal sangat. Gunalah Head and Shoulders. 100% keyakinan, kelomomo dan kegatalan.
White out. Unstoppable.
Welcome to the land of God.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP.
I'm a rock star,
boleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
MPL MY Season 14 is powered by Moonton, KPRG, and MSNJ. Official 5G mobile internet hotlink. Best 5G for lightning fast MLBB gaming. Official gaming phone ROG Phone 8, king of performance for mobile gaming. Official lifestyle fashion partner, up your game with JD Sports. And thank you to all our partners in esports and strategic partners.
Welcome back to MPL Malaysia Season 14. It's Week 5, Day 3. And before we conclude this weekend, we have one more best of 3 coming up. And it's a crucial one between Monster Vicious and Team Haq. My name is Husky. Alongside me is going to be the one and only Gideon Q.
Now, honestly, Envy has been looking a lot better after one of their abysmal weeks. They have recovered, but Team Haq, on the other hand, really, there's no getting out of that bottom 2. So really, this is for seeding more than anything else. Because keep in mind that if you're in 9th place of the MPL MY, you will have to challenge off. You will have to challenge off the first. No, sorry, second place coming in from the MAL. So you could potentially lose your slot here at MPL MY.
Yeah, but most importantly is you still want to get 9th slot because there's still at least a chance at redemption, right? A fighting opportunity. Just like how you could always score your chance with the public opinion, with public appeal with JD. Style your games with JD. Make sure that you look good in and out of the game.
It's just a simple way to step up your own game. So really, there's no downside to heading over to JD. You get yourself a new pair of kicks, if anything. Now, we still have 12 minutes to actually discuss about this upcoming game here. So far, as we mentioned before, Envy has been looking really, really good. And even for Team Haq, might be a little tough for them. For better visual help, here is today's current standings, just to keep you guys in the loop about the current points.
Yeah, especially with Team Haq now in the 10th spot. This would be their 8th series of the regular season. After this, they have one more best of 3 to play and try to keep themselves out of bottom 2 if possible, but if not, then at least make it to 9th spot. For Monster Vicious, they are in a very comfortable situation, and the only thing they need to do is to win one game. One extra point will lock them in as the 6th and final team into playoffs and essentially cement the top 6 and leave the bottom 4 to their own devices.
Yeah, so mathematic-wise for MV, it's important for them to just win the series. Just winning a single round is good enough. For the side of Team Haq, a 2-0 is the most ideal scenario for them to keep themselves competitive in 9th spot.
Yeah, so a lot of elements are at stake, but of course, I think if you're in Team Haq, you're a lot more worried whether this would truly be the last ride in the season, right? To end on this note, definitely not what they want, but thankfully, they still have 2 more series to do it. This is one of them.
Yeah, hopefully it's going to be enough, right? Because if we really start to compare the points, if Team Haq is able to get a 2-0, that puts them at 8 points, which is similar to Homeboys. And then at that point, they have to see whether or not any of these teams do well. But our first team here today to be playing up on stage is Monster Vicious with Martizi, Zeno, Uni, Nova X Kobar, as well as Ruff.
And they have demonstrated plenty of improvement, taking down Team Vamos 2-0 in a very solid fashion, right? Martizi in particular, ever since being promoted from the MAL Todak Legion into MV, and this the only new addition to this roster for Season 14, has been performing out of his mind.
He's been doing a very good job playing as the anchor for the team, but not only that, is able to kind of create some interesting opportunities for Uni to take advantage of. Same goes for Ruff as well, right? Uni, luckily this is his patch, plays plenty of the assassins that are currently in the meta, generally does well throughout the majority of the games we've seen thus far, but that's on the exception if Zeno finds that engagement.
Yeah, special shout out to Zeno also, right? First of all, removing Maut from his IGN, but also stepping up his gameplay, something that I think Haru and Sora gave him a lot of praises for in one of the interviews that we saw. And he's been getting some pretty dang impressive engages to help set MV up for success. But on the other end of the aisle, we have Team Haq that has been struggling from start until end, and even replacing that mid lane by putting Leysa back on the analyst role and having Dinesh step up from MAL to Red Esports and now to Team Haq.
Yeah, it seems that Team Haq, what they do find successful is if they get an early snowball. Generally, they have a rough idea of how they actually want to progress with the snowball, but at the same time, right, we've seen the opposite side of that same argument. Oh, you're expected to be hyper-aggressive, you're expected to kind of extend your leads, but then they start playing passive. So really, it really boils down to, is everybody on the same page with how to play the game? Do they have the same fundamentals?
And also, what's the limitation of Team Haq, right? Is it truly the glass ceiling? Because yesterday when they were up against JP9ers, there was a good chance we would go to a game 3, but Team Haq, the most crucial moment, botched a lead that they earned after fighting tooth and nail against JP9ers. And hopefully they didn't have to sleep on it too much, because again, today is still a fighting chance for Team Haq, if not playoffs, at least a slot for the next season.
Yep, but we gotta talk about specifically MV. For you, yay or nay, MV is an inconsistent team.
Ooh,
tough call,
it's
right?
a tough call. I think, I mean, if we base it up from a 5-week observation, not really. I think it's more of a, they're on a rising trend and they were dipping. Sure, they had a very horrible week 4. If you put that aside, I think MV is still getting all of the right notes.
Well, I do think that they are consistent in game generally. If we're talking about like their average score, the average scores of play, the overall quality of it, I would say it's pretty good. I do think that they definitely have their ups and downs, with which I would only imagine that every team is facing. Some days you come in feeling really, really good, really confident. Other days you're like, I'm just not there. My fingers are a little stiff.
I think it comes down to the dynamics between Zeno and Nova Escobar, who has shown time and time again they like to play together, and once they engage, it's a full commitment. Maybe that's where people will start to pick up some inconsistencies, which I do agree, right? Sometimes they do make those movements just to force an issue, which even though it doesn't benefit them, but at least from the series against Team Vamos, that was not the case.
Yeah, I think that even when they were up against Vamos, right, a couple of things need to go right for them. And I think that mainly, once the laning phase is kind of finished, really, how is Uni going to extend the leads, or at the very least, unlock some of the side laners? Because most of the time, if you are looking for these engagements, your mid-trio is strong. And I'll give it to MV. Their mid-trio has been very solid for this team, which is what's carrying a lot of their momentum. But at the same time, we do see times where Zeno either whiffs an engagement, Nova X Kobar is disconnected with the team, and even so, they can depend on their gold laner. If he survives the laning phase.
If he survives the laning phase.
Yeah.
He has been put in some pretty tough situation, but that is where Martizi comes in, right? Because he has been he's like the super glue, right? Keeps everything together. He's the repairman, the mechanic, and you give him his Aurora, he reigns chaos. And I think that could be a hero that Team Haq needs to look at.
I was thinking whether or not they wanted to go with the approach of attacking the jungle sector of things. I do feel that at the very least that might be one way of doing it. We've seen teams try 5 jungle bans even towards Uni's side.
Yep.
But I do think it's really going to boil down to pretty much the same as we expected in the previous series. How exactly do they plan on answering both Hylos and as well as Phoveus?
That, and also I'm not too worried about Box in the jungle. I'm more worried about how is Miko going to interact with Dinish in that mid lane control. But for now, I think the teams are ready, so it's time to bring them up to the stage. Let us all welcome Monster Vicious and Team Haq.
Monster Vicious.
Fresh off a resounding victory against one of the league's top contenders, they are back to exert their dominance. Currently in 6th place and one step away from playoffs, they are hungry for more. With momentum on their side after defeating Vamos, nothing will slow them down. This is Monster Vicious.
Team Haq.
At the bottom of the standing, but far from defeated, they are battling for survival. Their playoff chances may be slim, but a win today could spark a miraculous comeback. It is all on the line, and it is their moment to reignite their campaign and keep the last ride alive. Let's rally behind Team Haq! Introducing the coaches and analysts of the two teams and head of League Ops Franklin, who will ensure fair play and professional integrity in the matches. On the side of Monster Vicious, we got Sora and Haru, and for Ija Tojang and Lesia from the side of Team Haq. With that being said, let us keep it going with fist bumps between the teams, a true sign of professionalism, because this is how we roll. Ini gaya kita. This is Malaysian sportsmanship. This is MPL Malaysia.
Good luck to both of our competitors up on the stage here today. I think for Team Haq, definitely they're coming in with the mentality of we got nothing left to lose. Honestly, it's about putting on the best performance possible, and what team to go up against other than Envy, a full local lineup.
Yeah, and Envy's really keeping that local dream alive, right? What felt like a fever dream a few seasons ago now is starting to really manifest itself, and it could also be the very first time in this organization's history that they make playoffs, and that itself is already a big boost from last season. But we also got to talk to Sora, one of the technical staffs, and we asked him what did the coaches say to help the team recover, especially when we look at week 4 and after the game against Homeboys and RSG. We just said, why feel pressured from the previous win streak? Even if we lose to Vamos, even if we didn't get into playoffs, it's okay as long as we put in the effort.
Very realistic approach, very Sora-like, right? He likes to take a very soft approach to a lot of the way he talks to people, and more importantly, the way his coaching style as well, very catered towards his players. And I understand why. They're very young, they're very malleable, they're not stuck in their ways just yet.
Yeah, that's why you have a very interesting dynamic, right? Between Sora and Haru in MV side, you have a commander and then you have a counselor to kind of, you know, weather the storm if things get a bit heated. On the side of Team Haq, they are in a slightly different predicament, getting Ija Tojang coming in and kind of at the last lap for Team Haq. Good to see that their spirits are still up, but once more, this is not the best spot to be in.
It really isn't the best spot to be in. We can already see that some of our fans are sticking around for the next game here just to see how Envy and Team Haq are going to start playing out, even getting a couple of selfies with some of their favorite players. So come on down to MBSJ when you have the chance, just to have a cool time, just to chill, just to relax.
If you're from Johor, don't worry, we're heading to you guys in just a couple of weeks at Stadium Edu City. If you haven't seen the announcement just yet, just take a look at the team comparison though, because in terms of numbers, Team Haq and Envy, the only difference between them so far in terms of games is that Envy has played 2 lesser games compared to Team Haq. But in terms of total damage dealt and first blood rate, Team Haq significantly ahead of Envy.
I will say that we have to preface this that Envy has played 15 games compared to Team Haq, who's played 17 games, so it's a 2-game difference between it, and even so, total damage dealt not too far away for the side of Envy, but the shocking one is the percentile for first blood rate. I wouldn't have imagined that Team Haq would be that high up.
Me too. I think a lot of these games, Team Haq once more has always find themselves in a decent early game. It's like not the most solid, but sure, they get the ball rolling. But the mid to late game is where it gets very, very hairy, right? They don't know how to close it out properly. And we got a rough fan there in the crowd as well. Well, this kid's grown up since I've seen him in the Todak days.
Yeah, man, he's grown up so much. He's even getting, selfies, getting selfies with the right people. I mean, he's moving up in the world, and hopefully he can carry that momentum throughout this game, right? Because right now, when we look at both Team Haq as well as Envy, in terms of play styles, also very different. MV very much based on the chemistry, right? It gives me the early days, the very early iterations of SRG previously before we got our superstar MSC champion lineup. I think for Team Haq, I can't even say it's a guaranteed playstyle. Yes, they like to kite back, but I much prefer the Team Haq where Miko is going for heavy engage rather than soft support.
Yeah, it looks really good when the instincts pay off, right? Like Miko and Hesu, they have some very good reads.
Yes.
But sometimes it lands them in hot water. Now the question is, should Gato Kacha be banned in the first phase? And that has been a very popular question. It is the flavor of the week so far.
Yeah, it has been extremely popular, especially when you're on blue side. We've seen a couple of first picks, other times it's been banned on red side too. Keep in mind that M6 is happening in Malaysia, greater than ever. Make sure you scan the QR code and redeem the code while you still can for some fun in-game items. But coming back to this, right? I think that Gatot is particularly useful, especially when you have not a lot of support for your anchor, right? To split the mage from the front line specifically. Not even the marksman, just the mage.
You want a backline diver that can kind of draw that line, that clear line. I think Gato Kacha is a very good option. And it's a hero that Team Haq loves to pick up, so we'll see if that will be the case in this drafting phase. Game 1 about to kick off right now. We'll see MV on that blue side, Team Haq on red.
All right, let's get right into it. With MV on blue side, they banned out Matilda as well as Harith. Team Haq holding priority on red side, banned out the chip. The real questions start to come through. MV on blue side are definitely going to be able to kind of dictate what the first pick is going to be. But Fanny banned out for the side of Team Haq. Okay, fair enough. They're still a little worried about Uni, but if they're worried about Fanny, they've also got to be worried about Ling.
Yeah, this is something that I think Uni has diversified in terms of the pool, right? When you play a lot of Nolan, you can go for Hayabusa if you want. We've even seen, I think, the Julian every now and then. The Alpha will be banned out by Monster Vicious. Plenty of respect given over the box.
Okay, alright. So, instead of getting rid of the Gato, they instead get rid of the Alpha. And I think this is a good option coming in from MV at the very least. Some good research being done by Coach Harun as well as Sora. Because with a Spear of Alpha plus Sky Guardian's Avatar, they're pretty interchangeable. They're very easy to combo together. As long as you're able to land that first initial CC, the follow-up becomes easy to do.
Thankfully for MV, they can take Gatot if they truly want to. There's also the question of where is Phoveus, right? Is it going to get banned? Is the Hylos going to be banned out by Team Haq? In a pretty tough predicament, so they would settle for the Phoveus ban.
Okay, Phoveus is totally fine. It does mean that it changes up what the first picks are going to be, right, in terms of priority. We have Gato, we have Hylos potentially, we even have a Cho for some of the teams. Gato going to be the first pick here, and even Miko, you can see his face just like, what? No way!
Oh my god, I didn't know they could play Gatot.
That's crazy!
There is a Miko Cho, but the Gatot does discourage these kind of picks because you don't want to go into the Gato Gacha.
Yep.
So you'll settle for the Hylos Khalid. Very honest opening.
Yeah, I like this. I like the Khalid. It definitely disincentivizes Uni from actually picking up traditional assassins, knowing that it's going to be like a lot of early pressure. I think that even MV might even want to consider picking up the Cho for themselves. At least then they might have some pick-off potential and allows Uni to actually breathe in the early game.
Do you take Hayabusa just because you not only deny box from it, but also it has easier ways to tools to escape from the Hylos and the Khalid?
Oh, I don't know. If we're going that far, you might as well just play Julian or Nolan, right? And we do see the Nolan get locked in here. Currently 53% win rate in MPL MY with a follow-up in Aurora, the classic way to deal with Hylos, especially with the I was about to say highway to hell. That's not right at all. My brain.
Glorious pathway.
The glorious pathway. Hayabusa, the final pick for Team Haq in the first phase.
So Box gets his signature pick. It's also a hero that made him, that kind of established his return to MPL in the earlier weeks. So Team Haq and MV, they now will set up for the second phase, and we're going to shift our focus to the gold laners in particular. Plenty of choices left up on the field, barring the Harith, but I think Team Haq, they're going to start trying to get Panda a good lane.
Yeah. I think Team Haq, they always lean into Panda. They always need to make sure that he has a winning matchup of his own. Considering that, you know, 1-1 has been pretty popular this week because of Gato Kacha, we're expecting a ban from the side of MV towards it. If not, I think that Team Haq may have a solution.
They're starting it off by banning out the Arlet also. which is very understandable. If I want to run in a straight line, I don't want to be swept off course. It will be a Natan banned by MV.
Okay. Okay. They have plenty of physical damage. MV is trying to make sure that Team Haq doesn't necessarily diversify their damage, right? This could mean that Panda might just pick up Lunox, right? That has been another hot pick that's been coming in recently.
Yeah, I've seen some mixed results. Lunox was picked twice today. Once by Chiku guys and once by Lo Liao. Obviously, Lo Liao's that one didn't go that well, but more of a team matchup problem. So if they ban out the Arlo, is Ruby now an issue? Something they didn't worry about?
Tough call, but I think you might be right. CC instead. All right, this is a clear indication of where this high loss might potentially be going here, or it could just be like Ija Ojang going with a big brain play, right? Because if you're banning out CC, you're saying, hey, high loss is gonna go into the EXP lane, and MV is like, but you have Khalid. Khalid can go roam, but is it necessary? Is it better than high loss? I don't think so.
I mean, CC does do decent into both of them, I guess. I know it does decent into the highlights because the highlights can never get on top of you. Khalid, it's a bit more up in the air if he gets the trade with a concussive blast, but still, right? You get the war axe and the lane just basically balances out.
Or even just the Thunderbelt, right?
Yeah,
that alone. Thunderbelt, get a Dom Ice, and you're pretty much good to go. And now we see the final ban being Vexana. Kind of interesting to see it on MV's side, but I guess it kind of makes sense, right? You have the Khalid that's already coming with some big AoE with the Raging Sandstorm, high loss to help everybody close the distance, and then if you add the Vexana on top of it, anybody who does get locked down is going to stay locked down.
And also they want to pry into Dinish's hero pool, because yesterday he played Vexana and he played a pretty nasty Vexana game. So let's see what else he has now that there's no Aurora, no Vexana, there's Valentina left up, and we have seen Warlord pull out the example, right? You go Aurora, I take Valentina, now we both have an ult that prevents dives.
Yeah, and Valentina also does pretty well into Gatot too. Ooh, Farmis, this one's a little risky, right? Because you want to stay mobile, but you also don't want everybody to fall victim to the Sky Guardian avatar.
When they say run it down, this is the true definition of just full committing. But you're right, there's so many things the Team Haq needs to worry about, especially the layering on how they get these engages off. But then again, once the Hylos uses his ult, it's a sign of commitment, and you don't really have too much wiggle room to be like, I'll way out the ult and then I'll go in.
Yeah, that's fair. That is fair. I don't know. I'm also thinking of whether or not... No, there's not enough projectiles to even consider Lolita's Numenon Blast as a disengage tool. So what does that leave you, right? It leaves gold, it leaves potential EXP pick, and it looks like they go for the Claude as well as the Edith. Okay, fair enough, right? You have a means to an end to try and break the temp HP as early as possible. I thought maybe Aurora and Gato might just be enough, but having the Edith too to kind of pair up in the early game with sorry, not Nova, but Uni on this Nolan might give him some early game pressure.
That, and also if they want to catch the Claude, if Box cannot find Ruff alone, everyone else actually cannot catch him, right? He VMIs, he's probably going to take the Purify, and if he's daring enough, he'll probably take Sprint to add on to that mobility. So Bruno will be the response from Team Haq.
Alright, so they wanted a lane bully, they got the lane bully that they wanted. I'm thinking whether or not Moskov might have been better in this particular scenario, but just the raw burst coming in from Bruno should be enough. Not to mention that they have plenty of damage with both Khalid as well as Hayabusa. Even if the game does, even if the fight does drag long enough, with a single Berserker's Fury, you should see results coming out from this Bruno.
Does it mean that Team Haq, they don't want to wait until that late game? They want to be able to fight as soon as possible?
I think they do. I think they absolutely need to. Like, Panda needs to win his lane against Ruff, and more importantly, we need to make sure that the mid lane trio stays in place for the side of MV, because that is their main spearhead. Nova X Kobarn as well as Martizi like to roam around. Whether it's a Ruff side or Zeno side, it's going to be tough to tell. We'll see when Nuni starts which buff, which side of map he starts for which buff he needs.
The fight for survival begins right now, at least for Team Haq. For Monster Vicious, 1 point is the bare minimum, and 1 point is all they need to qualify for playoffs. Game 1 kicking off right now with Monster Vicious on blue side and Team Haq on red.
Alright, let's jump straight into it. It looks like an early engagement on the top side, an early cheese, in a matter of fact, for Zeno as well as Nova X Kobarn against Hesu to deter him from an early gank.
Yeah, read that like a boat. Teams really need to start considering these multiple possibilities, right? We've seen it from SRG first, and now teams are starting to replicate it. Team Ray also brought up the same strat. And I like the fact that Monster Vicious are well prepared for it.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. I think most people tend to forget that in the early game, especially if you're getting jungle invaded, you take extra damage. And not to mention, there's only 2 main entry points into the into the purple side of the jungle and even the orange side of the jungle.
We did say before the game started that we are looking at this mid duo, mid trio. How is Miko and Dinesh going to interact with Martizi Nova, who has been solid all season round. Even Zeno now holding that wave underneath his own turret. It's gonna make sure that he doesn't get bullied.
Yeah, hold Hesu hostage. Yes. Keep him in that lane. He needs the EXP, he needs the gold. So as long as Zeno keeps him there, the rest of MV can put some good work down on the opposite side of the map, where we do see that Daton is hanging around.
He tried to bait. Miko isn't the guy that Uni wants. But he's gonna sure as heck try Revitalize, forced out for Miko.
Okay, that's not bad. Getting the Revitalize this early on, especially with the upcoming neutral objective about to spawn as well. 65 seconds. First timing is coming at... Okay. So Miko, if he does get hit by the Skyguarder's avatar, he might not necessarily save the rest of his team members. We'll have to rely on Dinesh for the time being.
And with Martizi showing up to the lane, now they both will hit 4. That waves gets shoved straight underneath the turret, and Hesu will have to deal with it, allowing MV to reach the turtle first.
Right now, Miko needs to understand that he's pretty indestructible when he has the Revitalize, but now that he doesn't, and doesn't have level 4 as well, he cannot deal with more than 2 people.
Let's see what the thought process is going to be. Hesu, he's looking for the right time to go right in, and Martizi is going to lay out the blanket of ice. Let around use Gato Gacha out committed as well as Hesu takes the turtle away. Glorious Pathway comes back up in time for Miko as he hits level 4. Team Haq disengages with the objective.
That actually worked out really well for the side of Team Haq, surprisingly enough. They landed all of their abilities, but they don't have enough stats to get through the temp HP in an efficient manner of time. Looking down towards the bot lane, it seems like Panda has been able to generate a bit of a lead for himself in terms of EXP. Not too sure who took the River Crabs at that point of time, but let's just assume that right now Ruff has missed out 2 minions.
That and on top of the turtle XP, so Panda gets a very minor edge, and waiting for that first item to really see him put the pedal on the metal to kind of bully Ruff.
For now, I think that Ruff needs to set up a freeze towards his side of the map, but Bruno not making it easy.
Oh, that's a carpet. The Martizi will be jumped on by Hesu. Turns around with his own ultimate. Ruff joins the fight. Team Haq wouldn't be able to get too much out of this.
Okay, good call. Good call coming in from MV. They knew that Team Haq was eventually going to gather through the mid lane, so they made sure that at least for Ruff, he takes his BMI back before he walks up too far.
He did get Martizi's flicker out, so that is also resources that Monster Vicious would have loved to keep. Miko showing up to the bot side. It frees up some space for Panda to work with.
Alright, 41 more seconds until we do see the next neutral objective spawn. Panda opting to go for the Haas Claw, a much safer option rather than Berserker's Fury as your first item, and still allows you to trade pretty effectively, and sometimes even winning out trades that you don't expect to win because of the crit.
Yeah, sometimes you kind of spin the slot machine, right? You get that passive up, you get a couple of crits, you just win, and it gives you extra attack speed. Haas Claw right now is just a bit too good, you know, for the price. For what it's priced at.
I mean, it's cost efficient, but it doesn't naturally increase your attack damage, right? But with Bruno, you don't really care about it just yet.
I get crit anyway.
Yeah, he already has an empowered auto with the soccer ball, so yeah, it's something that you just have to survive through in the early game. For now, Team Haq don't seem to be very proactive on the map, right? It's just man-to-man defense on the river line.
Something that I can't appreciate. Maybe they will finally find Martizi. He still has his passive. And attempted to save by Nova Escobar. Martizi doesn't even have to use that block of ice to save himself.
Box has got to be furious. He's got to be like, I wish I took a lethal ignition instead of Warcry right now.
Still has the Ogi Shadow Kill, and without Martizi in, this will not be a contest for MV at all. So Team Haq will get the second turtle. Zeno, though, might not be that safe. His jumped on will have to flicker.
He's going to be able to get out of there, no problem. Stun coming in from Miko. This might be an initial dive.
It's the Primal Rav, not even getting off in time for his blood. Box right now will finally finish what he started. That's the passive off of Martizi.
Unfortunate indeed, but look at this quick little lane swap here, right? With bottom side already missing a tier 1 and Hesu actually going there to cover it, we see that at least for Panda's side, he's able to find a turret of his own.
With Ruff playing a very dangerous game right there. We'll have to give up that mid wave, get force a recall. The Panda already made a lane swap, right? Top tier 1 went down in the middle of all of that.
Now, all they need is to get bottom tier 1. And I think that Monster Vicious, they're positioning for it, right? They want to keep control over mid and as well as bot side of the map just to allow Ruff to kind of scale back into this game. These neutral objectives are a little hard to contest at the same time, so I think that Monster Vicious are looking to cut off rotational pass from Team Haq when they do decide to move there.
I think this slower pace game does feel a bit better for Team Haq as they give themselves enough time to really rack up that power level. And like you said, Miko is pretty impregnable with the Revitalize. And this is without it. It only gets stronger from this point onwards, and Panda is having a great time. Berserker's Fury done.
Nicely done. Oh, is there no follow-up on that one? Luckily, there isn't. Martisi not even dropping a blanket as well. So again, that was definitely an opportunity to follow up from Nova, maybe even lose out on his Revitalize. Could have gotten out with Sky Guardian's Avatar, but I guess there was no guarantee on the kill, especially since Martisi hasn't even completed his second item.
Box just got his Sky Piercer. This is where I am starting. I have a bit of expectations for Team Haq to try and speed it up a little bit. Like get Box ahead, you get Panda ahead. Either way would be beneficial to put pressure on MV as the game goes a bit into that mid side. Well, Escobar will use his Revitalize and the Sky Guardian's Avatar just to get out.
Okay, worth it. Again, didn't have to commit too many ults here, just positioning plays.
That was in a very weird spot. Miko actually goes down. Despite having Revitalize, Hesu is going to dunk on 3 of them with the sand. But again, third turtle for Team Haq.
Okay, worth it, right? Again, most people tend to forget that there is a bit of splash damage when you go into that Primal Wrath. Then again, Miko willing to sacrifice his life so that they can secure this neutral objective. Works out for Team Haq regardless.
Oh, look at the difference. Panda is a level ahead of Ruff. But I wonder what the net worth difference is. I do know that Panda has not really been pressured for the first 7 minutes of the game, but can't say the same for Ruff, right? He's forced to lane swap. Has to worry about Box as well. Nova being stunned up by the Law and Order. And the order is he's not getting out of this one, so Nova will just be forced to fight. Oh! Light laid down, but Panda, he's just gonna slay Nova. Escobar Hesu will just full commit to the back, taken out by Uni, but it is worth it. Zeno falls, Team Haq finds 2.
Okay, Team Haq finding 2, and now they're gonna have to quicken up the pace. If they can crack open this mid-tier 1, that'd be ideal, but Martisi and Uni aren't gonna let that happen for free. With that being said, Box with a clear lead against, well, I would say it would have been clearer earlier, but Uni did find a trade back there. So now the level lead not as big as it used to be, and at least for Box he gets his purple buff.
Even in terms of level, Box is also ahead. Didn't get any Sky Piercer stacks though, wasn't really involved with the earlier fight. Miko will see this purple buff being taken. Info relayed over to the rest of his team. Even Box is going to shove out that bottom lane. It's a full team rotation from MV.
Yeah, let's look at the in-game items real quick before they start collapsing on each other, right? Because it's only an 924 to 813 gold difference between Ruff and as well as Panda. Currently, Panda with 2 complete items. Looks like he might... Oh, he also has some... Oh, what did he buy the leather jerkin for? Is he planning on building some pants?
I think just to survive? Just get extra resistance?
I don't know. He's already got the tier 2 boots, so I don't see any other reason for it. I'll give it some time. Maybe we'll see something happen.
Ruff even almost got solo killed by Box. Thankfully, the minion wave was there to catch some of the shadow strikes. Zeno gets to flip off onto Miko. He's in place. The Revitalize is going to time up pretty soon, so Miko lays out the carpet. Make sure that he heals back up, cuts off the battle line. Primal Rev used by Zeno. Nova Escobar wants to hit the back, but the Lord is really secured by Team Haq. Monster Vision is just late to the party.
Okay. Still works out in MV's favor because they now take the tier 1 from Team Haq. Now they have to play a little defensively. Team Haq need to break open and take all the outer turrets at this point of time. It's been a very low kill count game, mainly because both sides don't really have an engage angle that is guaranteed.
Just casually using the quick sun guard. So this mid turret will stay up for longer than what Team Haq wanted, but I mean, MV just a pretty good wave clear, and Ruff, that position, very dangerous.
He can still heal off the Lord, but this might just signal Team Haq to actually initiate this dive. Instead, they're just going to keep walking with the Lord.
Oh! Uni! That's the fracture. So Dinesh comes back, doesn't have Netherrealm actually. Glorious Pathway dropped by Miko. They really want this mid tier 1, and Box finds the back line. Now shadow kill. They will try to shadow burden. Martizi's passing procs, but still they lose Uni. Team Haq breaking the game open bit by bit.
And that's a Sky Piercer diff there. Even when Uni thought that he was safe, as long as you take damage, that Sky Piercer is going to trigger. Right now, Panda having the time of his life sitting between turrets and cutting the wave while still having plenty of superpowered minions walking to the inhibitors of Monster Vicious.
It's really starting to get very scary. How do you get to him? How do you get through the Netherrealm? How do you even bait it out? I mean, woohoo! Getting caught, BMI's away. Nova Escobar is just trying to help clear the way, but Panda is so strong right now.
He's manhandling them. Every person who walks into his range, he gets a free crit. Now that Team Haq now solid in the lead with 3k worth of gold, 11 minutes into this, but still with a kill score of 3-4 in favor of Team Haq. I think the only way that they're going to crack this open is if maybe Box throws his body in, but no, he still has Sky Piercer, right? He probably still wants to be last. They're probably going to still throw Hesu into the fire and get Miko to save him.
Or you could use Dinesh as well, right? And Miko lays down his ult, Hesu goes in, and Dinesh is there to back them up. Miko is going to lay out his ult right now. Dinesh follows up, tries to go on the pull on the Zeno, who flickers to safety. MV, are they going to make any response to this? Doesn't seem like there will be one. Oh, Box almost explodes. Lethal Ignition, not enough to take him out.
But he will survive, and that's the most important part, right? He's double checking what camps are still left for the enemy jungle before he heads on back. Now, with 26 more seconds left on the clock, this game is not looking too good for Monster Vicious. Plenty of structures unobtained, but if they're able to win out on this next upcoming Lord fight, they should be able to bounce back.
Oh my goodness, Panda, that's a lot of damage. Hesu also zoning out Uni. Fight splitting up, happening on different parts of the map. Lord is spawning bottom side. So Panda will set up a top wave first, will hard shove that out, and Monster Vicious forced into a very reactive motion.
Oh, let's see the reaction from Team Haq.
He's going to Zeno. An attempt to go to it. Box sees an opportunity. Nova Escobar peeling back to keep his backline alive, but they're all getting dragged back. Uni tries to escape, and that's the Nova Escobar re-engage with the ultimate. They do lose Zeno, Martizi, Nova Escobar, three of them fall at the cost of just one. Team Haq winning that out. Ruff goes in with the BMI, Voice of Nature. The damage not enough. Box sticks the shadow onto him at the very end. And that's 4 for Team Haq.
Oh, they clutched it. Their life is so low. So many at lethal hit, and Uni could not close the distance. Ran out of energy. The BOD already purchased for Panda. The snowball is starting to get out of hand. Monster Vicious having to play from behind with a 4.3k deficit and a potential Lord cracking down onto their base. Things are starting to heat up here between the two.
See Team Haq in the lead before, and now it's all about closing it out. Fighting chance in this regular season. And those team fights have been going incredibly well from Team Haq. The MO very straightforward. You see a glorious pathway, Hesu engages with the Raging Sandstorm, and Dinesh bails him out with the Netherrealm. Monster Vicious just does not have enough resources to outlast Team Haq.
They've got Revitalize from Nova Escobar, Revitalize from Miko. If you stand too close together, you still have to deal with the Netherrealm, but then you've tried to force the Netherrealm. Maybe the engagement from MV is if Zeno can get like a flicker onward, but who does he go for is what I can't figure out.
I would want to say first Dinesh, but he has Purify, right? So that's out of the equation.
Panda as well is also a pretty good target, but here we go, Glorious Pathway.
Trying to break the bottom inhibitor first. Lord easily takes care of that. If Team Haq can break all inhibitors in one fell swoop, that would be just enormous. MV having to be on the back foot. Zeno used that Primal Wrath, and Uni desperately clearing out the cannon minion top side. So they lose two structures. The last one standing will be on top lane.
Well, at least for the side of Team Haq, for the side of Monster Vicious, looks like they are recovering. They're about to hit the 42k mark in just a bit. But they're walking out of the base, which is making my stomach churn. You never know when Miko might just walk up, or maybe even Dinesh with the Shadow Stampede is able to yoink somebody back.
Yeah, and also Box, right? We see him kind of plaster his shadow onto a target. No matter where you go, he follows you. As the Sky Guardian Avatar to zone Panda away. They even use a Netherrealm very early on. That minion wave should be able to be cleared out. MV continues to maintain control of their only structure.
For MV, there's no point to actually keep up with the fight, right? Giving away purple buff, not the biggest deal in the world. Nolan still is able to transverse around the map, just not as quickly. But I still think that Zeno we're waiting on his timing for that flicker, because as much as Marchese can jump on in, the counter engage from Team Haq seems to be giving them a lot of troubles, right? Especially when they can't get past the Law and Order from Miko. Panda is able to knock them back and also reposition himself with a slide tackle. And Hesu, with these hard flicker engages with the Raging Sandstorm, has caused a lot of problems for both Uni and as well as Ruff.
Even Martese to a certain extent, because he is not allowed to get on multiple rotations of his abilities, right? That's his job. He wants to be able to zone out Team Haq. So far, this hard engage from Team Haq has making it nearly impossible. 20 seconds until the next Lord spawns. Team Haq looking to potentially close this out if we get the next one.
Now, Ruff just bought that Malefic Roar, and this is a huge buy because now Miko is going to start melting. Same goes for people like Hesu as well, who I would only assume is building full tank. But with 6 seconds left on the clock, Team Haq just have to play this macro-wise, right? 2 missing inhibitors for the side of MV. They can just wait this out.
If there's anything they learned yesterday against JP Nanas is that they have the advantage. Monster Vicious are the one pressured to make the first move. The mid wave will take out the mid side. Instantly engages on Zeno. That's a primal wrap gone. Nova Escobar looks for Panda, keeping away for as long as possible. Ruff is going to be the center of attention. That's Wisdom Nature out. Ogi Shadow Kill.
Ooh.
And Hestu flickers to the back to find Ruff. And that's the money out right there. Team Haq drowning MV in a sandstorm. And Dinesh will not let Martese get away. Hestu on top of him. That is going to be 4 dead and Uni going down. Team Haq with a wipeout. And game number 1 will be locked in. Survival chances still there.
All right, they're still in it to win it. A slow, almost passive game, but some great decisions being made for the side of Team Haq. If you're not going to take the space, by all means, we're happy with that. To drag this until you choke on it.
Man, that Khalid, super oppressive, so much coverage. Maybe the honest opening with the Khalid high loss was kind of the recipe for Team Haq, right? Less technical, a lot more straightforward, but has all the ingredients to make a team fight work.
Despite having all the ingredients though, I will say that at least for the side of MV, they didn't really find opportunities to get back at them, right? We did see a couple of trades, but inevitably we're not seeing them hard engage onto MV's side.
Yeah, I feel like it's the threat of the Khalid and the high loss that really is stopping MV from making these moves, because they, I think they have attempted, or at least attempted to respond to the engages from Team Haq, but the backlines were not able to hold their own, right? And maybe that was a major deterrent for MV. You take a look at the highlights as well. Box getting the MVP and of all heroes on his signature.
Yup. And he plays a mean Hayabusa mainly because he's pretty accurate with the shadows overall, right? But then when we see how this game actually played out, I feel like MV definitely could attack the opposite sides of the map. I mean, they already planned on doing that, and yet we didn't see enough of it actually successful. As much as Martese is able to leave that lane first, it inevitably just didn't matter because there wasn't enough follow-up, especially when it came down to the 2v1s.
This one, that's a highlight moment. One of the players of the day is for sure by Box. Just incredible mastery, and also Hesu. The heart dies with this Khalid, especially with Flicker available. It's just some menace. But we gotta give it to Box, one of the returning junglers to the scene, getting some love from his teammates as well. I mean, very well deserving.
Well deserving indeed. It's good to see that Box is back on that MVP list. It's been quite some time since we've seen him there, but even so, his Hayabusa should be feared. I do like the fact that he does take the Warcry. Generally, Hayabusas with Warcries are my favorites. The Lethal Ignition is very... I don't want to say that it's bad because it isn't. The burst damage is good, but I just feel like generally, you already do so much, you don't need the extra little half.
I think how I look at it is also Warcry increases the damage dealt for the next few seconds, right? And that extends into your Ogi Shadow Kill. Maybe the collective damage is what really makes it more beneficial than the Lethal Ignition. That's kind of how I see it.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely goes to show that there are still many different playstyles, right? There's a lot of hit and run tactics going around with Lethal Ignition, but Warcry is the general go-to for a majority of the players we've seen so far on Hayabusa. And I think even then, at least with Warcry, it makes you a legitimate threat even before you use that ult, right? Just hitting the shurikens alone, you can pretty much get a free Warcry proc that you can start beating people down.
Yeah, even if you stick your shadow onto someone, that counts as one proc.
Exactly.
Deals damage.
Yeah.
13-4 in this game. It's, again, pretty more dragged out one. To look at the bigger picture, Team Haq basically had control of the entire game for a majority of it.
Yeah, which begs the question, what exactly was MV trying to do? Like, I know Nova X Kobar was hovering around, but he was hovering around a little too much. And even when the lane swaps started to occur, was MV rattled by it after their top tier 1 collapsed under Panda because they were late on tempo? Because it felt like Team Haq basically held the tempo, was never really wrestling for the tempo in the first place.
It really also feels like MV were very scared to walk up. I mean, they were relying a lot on Nova and Zeno, but a lot of times, if Zeno walks up, he is forced to use his ulti to get away. Uni wants to find a kind of a flank angle, can't get it. And Martizi was made very uncomfortable in this game, right? You're getting hard dove, your usual anti-dive abilities just don't work as well against Team Haq.
Yeah, just not a great game coming in from MV. Even though it was very technical, I think they need a draft that they can play proactive on. Because again, the tempo breakers for the tempo breakers really is just Nova X Kobar, and that's on the assumption that Haq even engages in the first place, which is what we saw for the first 6 minutes, right? Both sides are looking at each other as like, who's gonna launch the first nuke?
Yeah, I think, towards the late game, the focus from Nova is, I will go to the back line, I'm gonna die, but before I do, make sure you kill that front line. And unfortunately, I think Ruff and Martizi just didn't have the space, right? Because every time Nova dives, Zeno is backing off, and then you have this Kali just jumping onto your backline. It's a tough spot to be in.
Yeah, pretty tough spot to be in, but I do want to see a couple of changes from MV's side, right? They need a winning side lane. As much as they wanted Martizi to be able to walk away from the lane as quickly as possible, unfortunately, Nova X Kobar plus Martizi ain't competing against Miko on Hylos and Dinesh on this Farmers when it comes down to the pushing game.
So I wonder if MV wants to transition more to a mid-game draft. Because this one, they want to wait late, get Ruff going, and put a lot of the responsibility on Uni to get early to mid. But then you have Panda, you have Hesu. They just want to fight as soon as they get the first 2 items. MV just didn't have the time.
Well, I think even worse, not just having the time, but not exactly having the right tools in their composition to pull it off, right? As much as I would like to believe that Uni is able to get to his destination faster than a majority of the junglers in the current meta, I still think that Team Haq, they played it well in terms of once they got that small lead, how exactly are we going to zone off MV? And both sides kind of played attack the supply lines, right? Oh, I want to get this turret. How do we do it? We proxy the wave, we keep an enemy hero underneath that tower, and if somebody decides to join to bring in reinforcements, we can actually just back off while letting Uni on the opposite side of the map get a push of his own.
We did see the Arla being banned out by Team Haq, and that, I think, was a very smart ban as well, right? I feel like Zeno could have easily got the net hero and completely changed the dynamics of those team fights, but this Edith not really delivering on that. Sure, you control the lane, but the team fights is just not easy to play out.
Yeah, especially since there's already Netherrealm to worry about, right? Now finding an onward target that's worthwhile without accidentally inting your team at the same time, it's tough choices. I feel like if most people were in Zeno's position, you're just looking for the most effective Earth Shatter possible, and even when you do get out of the into the Primal Wrath form, if Dinesh is alive, if he still has Netherrealm, then it's useless. You're wasting ults for ults.
It's like, are you ready to die, right? Like, you have to be willing to die for the team and put your faith in your carries. This game didn't work out for MV. Rich Guy and the carry for Panda. Of course, best wingman goes over to Miko, and Nova X Kobar as the standback.
No surprises there. Panda was playing a strong laning phase and really carried that momentum once he got out of it. I think at the very least, MV needs to take note of 2 things. Team Haq generally want to have a powerful jungler that can get across the map and play for the earlier stages of the game, and then they need Panda on a winning gold lane matchup. And I think if MV can kind of back them into those corners to find counter matchups for both, that would be the most ideal.
I was thinking the same as well, right? You shut down Panda. If not, you need to find a way to to dismantle Hesu, because he's been given way too much room to operate in this game.
I agree, and I think that maybe the Khalid first pick might just be the option for MV if they do decide to go back to blue once more. Volvius was banned out, Hylos was left open. I'm trying to recall the current draft, but first let's hop on over to the item build progression. If I'm not wrong here, let me just take a quick look-see. Trinity build already came out from Ruff. Inclusive max items, that's totally fine. Panda opted to go for like a heavy burst-centric build, even with the BOD to double down on that damage. Even so, looks like Martisi, oh, okay. Decides to go for Wishing Lantern's second item and then Holy Glaive as his third.
I know he's been doing that pretty often.
He does it pretty often, but is it worthwhile in this case, right? Because really the Wishing Lantern is particularly useful against Netherrealm, especially in the later stages, because dealing 800 damage is so easy to do. But when you get the extra tick, it could basically break you out of the temp HP or break the Netherrealm in general.
But do you take Lightning Truncheon, like, or even just a Blood Wings, right?
I think he would have been better off with the Blood Wings in particular, but even so, the motions of when he died, I don't even think the Blood Wings would have saved him from Box.
Yeah, I don't think so too. If he goes into his passive, Box just gets transferred to his teammates if they're nearby. Complicated interactions.
Yeah, no, it's tough. It's tough. On a technical level, there's just a lot more tools for Team Haq to play around, especially when they have a lead in comparison to Envy when they're playing from behind. Because even high ground is a bit of a difficult scenario for them, right? You're backed up at your inhibitors, you want to clear up these waves. Even if you do have the stats for it, it's way too dangerous to walk up.
And also not enough room for Ruff to really deal damage. I wonder how much Thunderbelt stacks he had.
That's a good point.
Even at one point he not only took dire hit in enhancement for his boots, but also went for straight up blade armor. So Ruff just cannot hit him.
I don't know. Tough game. It feels like Team Haq came extremely prepared here. A lot of this was predetermined by the draft because I don't think mechanically we saw too many mistakes. But let's have a quick look at how Haru generally goes with his picks and bans, right? Most picked is going to be Aurora, Hylos, and as well as Natan. Most banned is Edith, Matilda, and as well as Phoveus. And then based on his opponents, a majority of them got rid of the Fanny, worried about Uni. Same goes for Zeno on whether he is playing Hylos or even the Phoveus.
Fanny is definitely the highlight here, right? Plenty of respect given over to Uni. Coach Haru himself having an all-time win rate of 60%, which, you know, in statistic-wise is incredibly high. But I think it's more of like how is the team going to function with the tools that they're given. I think maybe in game 1 is just a lack of those equipments. In game 2, I'm looking to see if MV's coaching staff will start really paying a lot more attention to the Khalid.
I think they will. And I'm not sure whether they have a direct answer to Khalid, and that's the problem, right? Because if they have a direct answer, they're most likely going to go back. They're going to go to red side. If they don't have an answer, I think they're going to pick it up on blue, if not ban it out on blue.
Yeah. I'm thinking the same thing as well, because it's not just Team Haq that's been picking it, right? A lot of teams have been taking Khalid. Most of the teams have found success, and even if a Khalid loses that game, it's not a very one-sided loss, right? He puts up a pretty hard fight.
Yeah, sometimes it's not even his fault to begin with, right? Because the early game is where you expect Khalid to really start to dominate, and the later stages of the game are solely based on how well you played in the early. So with that in mind, hopefully we do get to see MV on that blue side once again to give you a little bit of hope. But it looks like, hey, we had a couple of messages specifically from Team Haq's Lexia. We asked him, do you find this season's mid lane role harder to adapt? And his reply is, for me, mid is a bit harder this season. Last season, most mid lane heroes could clear the lane quickly. Now mids are victims of the situation. You have to be aware of the enemy jungler's timings and rotate quickly.
The victim mindset. But I agree, right? The mid lane dynamic has really shifted because roamers have been putting a lot more attention on that mid side. We see how mid and roam kind of interacts, and sometimes you pull the jungler into the mix as well. It's a game of chess, and I think it has also been a big influence on how teams are able to generate that early advantage. Does your mid lane get out of that lane early?
Well, see, that's the thing, right? In terms of meta, if you look at like the history of what the meta is, generally when we see assassins come into place, artillery mages move away. And artillery mages are usually the ones that have like insane wave clear, able to zone off your opponents. And maybe you have like some sub-archetypes like Lilia, for an example, who is kind of an artillery mage and at the same time really isn't more to peeling backwards, similar to Kagura, for an example. But now that assassins are so prevalent, mid laners suffer a lot.
Yeah. And the one of the premier ones just got nerfed. Thank you, Muntan.
Thanks, Muntan. That's it.
Could have had Zas.
We could have had Zas. I'm actually glad that the Zask nerfs did eventually hit. But I think it's time. We're gonna go into game number 2's drafting phase. Gonna see how these teams are gonna arm themselves as they head into the land of Dawn here. Hopefully we have a probable solution to this Khalid. If not, answer it directly with a ban hammer.
MV back on the blue side, Team Haq on red again. And MV is in a very unique situation because they essentially have 9 lives, right? Even if today kind of goes down the gutter, they have, I think, 1 or 2 more series to come. And again, a point is all they need. So Fanny banned out again by Team Haq. Plenty of respect towards MV. MV sticking with the same bans as well, with the Harith.
Yeah, but I would only imagine that either this next ban is going to be Khalid. If not, okay, that's high loss. That's fine with me. It looks like MV wants to first pick Khalid.
Is it worth giving the Khalid over and to do with taking Khalid and giving Phoveus?
Taking Khalid, giving Phoveus. It depends. It depends on what Red Side is going to do here, right? Because Team Haq must decide what this first pick is going to be. And I think that MV, in terms of their openers, even if, let's say, they get rid of the Khalid and then at least MV, they can pick up Phoveus. Let's assume that maybe the Fanny wasn't banned out and they got rid of both Phoveus as well as the Khalid. Even so, I think that MV aren't really too affected by it.
It's more for a game of rock, paper, scissors. Let's see. So Phoveus banned out.
Yep.
Khalid is now open, but there's also the Gatot. So see if MV wants to do a run it back with the Gatot or give Khalid a chance in their lineup. Nope, they're gonna run it back, so Gatot Kacha first pick again.
Okay, that's totally fine. Hopefully, Haru has a potential answer to this. What I'm thinking of Xeno's hero pool. What else does he have that could deal with the Khalid? Khalid locked in as expected, but also the Hayabusa. Looks like a bit of a repeat of the last game's draft. He could play Thamos. Thamos is interesting though. Full tank Thamos never feels that great.
Yeah,
I mean, really, it's all for the sake of Thunderbelt.
If that's the case, I'm looking at the Roamer side. Can Kaja be considered?
I think Kaja can be considered here.
If you're MV, right? Like, sure, you're on blue side. It's not the best side to open the Kaja on the second phase, but I think it's worth considering.
I think they might even want to consider picking up what's his face, Cho as well.
Oh, there it is.
Ling as well as Cho going to get locked in for the side of MV. Okay, not bad. I think that at least with Ling, it's a much better matchup into Hayabusa than Nolan is, because as soon as Hayabusa is going to Oki Shadow Kill on top of the Nolan, you better pray there's like a little camp nearby to try and de-aggro yourself from the Shadow Kill. At least with Ling, it's just one button and you're out of there.
That and plenty of ways to knock the Khalid out of the Quicksand Guard too. Team Haq, the mid lane is still open for business. I know that they picked the Roam and XP in that first phase. So let's assume that this Khalid goes with the Hesu. What does Miko get? Especially when the Cho has been taken out of the equation. So they'll take Dinish's Vexana first.
Okay, so they're going to wait on what the Roam pick is going to be first. And I think that's a good idea, because when you see Gatot, you're thinking about what are other ways I could punish my opponents? Am I able to get a... lock in a nasty combo of Hanabi as well as Lolita, which again, very short-lived meta, before we started to see the Angel Ling pop back up.
No, we won't get it for this game, thankfully. Angela banned out once more. There is the Ruby for Team Haq. I know Miko plays a pretty mean Ruby as well. If you want someone to kind of catch the Ling or especially disrupt the movements of the Cho, the Ruby is always up there as an option. The time banner again by MV.
Here's the thing that I'm worried about if we do see Team Haq lock in for the Ruby, right? It just means that MV is just going to target the Ruby instead. If Ruby is going to deny us from getting access to Vexana and even Panda on the gold lane, then you might as well get rid of the problem entirely just by targeting him by Cho. Way of the Dragon alone plus Ling should be more than enough to be able to handle a singular Ruby. But now we see same band still. We are from blue side. We do see the Natan, but from Haq, they get rid of the Aurora and as well as the Angela, just to ensure Angeline combo doesn't go through, but most importantly, that Martizi is going to be a potential target for this Hayabusa.
So what else is left for MV that... Can they take Faramis?
They can take Faramis if they wanted to. They're de-incentivized because of the Khalid, but even so, I still think that if they just time it right, they probably can.
Not really much choice left in the mid pool. There's still the...
They can still go for Lilia if they really wanted to.
Valentina is not that bad, right? I mean, there's still the Eternal Guard 2.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yves, I guess.
Yves is probably the worst one amongst them. Actually, no. Yves is actually not that bad considering that you have Gatot and as well as Cho to be able to combo with. I don't know, because if you do pick Yves on blue side for MV, I would only imagine that Team Haq is going to like pick up Quad. They're eventually...
Oh no, they picked Bruno. Okay. So they're saving the Khalid as a potential flex?
Yeah. I don't know about that choice, but I think that MV, I'm starting to like your Yves idea now.
There's so much coverage, right? That essentially you set up a kill box. It's not just Yi, but Gatot, Cho pick off, Ling, Tempest of Blades. MV, they do have to reveal the full comp. I want to see what Ruff gets. I wouldn't mind if you go for the Clot again, and Runas wouldn't do too bad. So they go for the carry and the Zask. It is back in action.
Okay, alright. That's fair enough, fair enough. I think that Zask also, as long as you are not dying to the Hayabusa, you're doing your job. You can even protect yourself from the hard engages coming in from the side of Team Haq. But does that mean that they're going to start pivoting, right? They're going to give Khalid over to Hesu. Are they going to take something like Jawhead, maybe even an Edith this time around, and just double checking the bans just in case? Yeah, they could go for an Edith. They could go for a Jawhead here to maybe deal with the raw aggression of Cho and as well as Zask. Maybe even have... Oh, I mean, they could go for Arlet as well.
Oh yeah, there's also Arlet. Yeah, you're right.
Many different options here. I think it's up to Miko's preference.
I'm the priestess
So they're
of
going to go for the
primal
Edith,
lightning,
the very
the
end.
hunter of all the evil gods.
So really falling back to a more straightforward hero, right? Great single target control, plenty of damage. In that ROM room as well, you can get some pretty surprising engages.
Yeah.
What does worry me is, how is this Edith? I mean, there's only that very little space for Edith to move around, right? Like,
yeah.
Todd is a Cho XP, by the way. You really don't want to catch a Zask because you'll never catch him. How is Miko gonna play this?
I think it's all about peeling, right? You want to force Uni to maybe use a Bladed Tempest super early on. You're looking for opportunities that Ruff oversteps his boundaries and maybe get into a 1v1 against him in that Primal Wrath form. Because generally, Miko knows that he can survive a large amount of damage at the end of the day. But considering that this is a very similar composition, well, except for the Khalid, I would say that Miko and Dinesh should be enough to catch people off guard, right? Just go straight for the knees, kick them under, sweep them.
Game 2 will now be underway. We will have Monster Vicious on the blue side, Team Haq on the red. Let's see if Team Haq can bounce back and find the second series victory in the regular season. And MV again, they just gotta hang on for one game.
Just one. That's all they need. Just the one to be able to qualify. Now we're going to see Uni on his orange buff, and it's going to be purple buff start for Box. Nova X Wolbarf does find the information here, but Box doesn't want to waste too much time with it.
Yeah, just gonna prioritize on the clear mid-side. Martizi will be the ones taking the punishment. Let's have the Nightmare spawn. Yeah, despite the nerf early on, it's not affected. Hesu against Zeno, meantime, it's just a wet noodle fight.
Yeah, pretty much a wet noodle fight, but I think that Zeno needs to be careful because his health is a very important resource. Always be saving that third hit of Jikundo in case he decides to go for the Quicksand Guard. Inevitably, we should expect Hesu to actually walk out of that lane healthier in general. He just has better sustain.
Oh, Miko. Wow, what a daring attempt.
Very daring. And even Martizi, right? Flickering as well. Ooh.
Oh, we're just gonna open it up for Box, right? Yeah. First blood.
Good stuff. Very free. Oh,
wow, Box.
Wow, okay. All right, so Dinesh has some good reaction times. I like this. I like this. Let's keep this up here. Keep up the energy for the side of Team Haq right now. Zeno just has to take his time here, right? As long as he walks out of this lane healthy and hits level 4 on time, he's already doing a good job.
Even for Zeno to go for a recall. No, not to start the Monster Vicious once. Objective spawns, of course. Uni probably will want to wait for the orange buff before he goes in. So let's start orange at level 1.
Okay. Alright, looks like in terms of like laning phases, Panda doesn't seem to be getting too many good trades against Ruff. I don't see any difference in the EXP just yet. Zeno hitting level 4 on time and is healthy, so that's already a green light for me. Hesu seems as always going to be able to out-sustain. Now, if they can get Dinesh, that would be a pretty huge pick for Monster Vicious.
It will be. Without Nova at level 4, it's probably going to be a tougher task. Miko is very close to the 4 though, and again, the Terror 5 from Dinesh is so accurate. They lose the turtle over to Monster Vicious, but now Monster Vicious has all the resources in the world to fight. Dinesh just tries to help his teammate, but the stun from Martizi gives another kill over to Monster Vicious. Jikundo knockup, Hesu falls, double kill for Uni, 3 for MV.
Nicely played by Monster Vicious. They know they can overwhelm Team Haq by attacking them from every single angle. The timing of that was kind of ridiculous. Zeno was posturing to get a Way of the Dragon onto Box, but as he does the third hit of the Jikundo flicker, Shunpo third hit into flicker, Box jumps with the quad shadow into the middle of the fight.
Oh yeah. I think Dinesh was on damage control mode the whole fight. Really wish he had a lot more items to work with. But that is essentially Monster Vicious generating a 1.5 gold lead. Way better start than they had in game 1.
Much better. Much better. A majority of that gold going over to Uni, of course. Same goes for Martizi. At least, even if he goes down, he's able to get a trade back for the gold's sake. But look at Ruff, right? He's confident in this matchup against Panda. Every single time he has his light wheel, as long as Panda doesn't, slide tackle into it, he's fine.
They even bring Nova and Martizi to the bottom side. In terms of experience, Panda is losing out to Ruff just by a little bit. Scouting for Nova Escobar also a lot more precise in this game too, seeing Box take the purple buff. They can't get close to Martizi thanks to the alien stun. Miko will be forced to back off.
Oh, they could potentially punish this, yep.
Oh, there we go. Engage Skyguard's Avatar into a Tempest of Blaze. Nova Escobar just hanging on by a thread with the revitalized Box. Goes into the Ogi Shadow kill, a kick away from Zeno to find a kill onto Miko. Box, he's getting beamed down, but manages to walk to safety.
Okay, alright, so they trade support for support there. Definitely thought that they could have gotten a little bit more, but it's tough because Martizi just doesn't have mana, right? He's already exhausted from this laning phase alone. And even with Nova Escobar, Sky Guardian's Avatar, not exactly the placement of it, not the most optimal, but good enough.
Good enough to at least get something. Martizi will have to recall though. No mana means can't really do much for a turtle fight. Monster Vicious will be looking to eye on where Team Haq is and attempt to buy time, but Box is not going to wait. Uni still getting that purple buff. That's a double knockout with the Earth Shatter, and Zeno, he somehow ends up going down either way. Nova Escobar will get out. The Box gets the turtle. Uni late to the party. Team Haq recovers.
Alright, so they back up. Team Haq, still, they don't have the lead just yet, but we're hoping to see it actually happen right here. Because Miko is trying to zone off Uni, while you see Bruno actually chunking down the wave just to try and break this tier 1 as fast as possible.
Oh boy. So that's a 500 gold swing for Team Haq, kind of narrowing down the gold lead. Bottom tier 1 just went down. Panda destroyed it again. And Team Haq has been able to really create space for Panda, right? Regardless of the situation of his laning phase, they've been able to free it up to allow Panda to get an early turret to initiate a lane swap. But at least MV got top tier 1.
Yeah, in terms of first items, we see the Corrosive Scythe as well as the Glowing Wand already been... Wait.
Oh, that's a kick. Good interaction from Miko.
Ooh.
Wow, with the Primal Wrath.
He's so good at it. He's really good at the micro interactions with this Edith. So far, we've already seen him abuse 2 of them. There's only 1 more that I know off the top of my head, and I'm hoping to see it later down the line.
I hope it's not Primal Wrath into a 1v1.
No. Yeah, that's a Chiku exclusive. For the meantime, right, you can see that both sides, it's not like they're walking up to each other without purpose. This is now becoming an extremely technical game of vision and information.
And Box is just holding the entire bottom part of the jungle as well. So he is power farming. I'd say power farming, but Uni is 2 levels ahead of Box.
Let's look at the gold difference, and you can see that he actually... Oh, I thought that the gold difference would be just a wee bit bigger, but honestly, not that bad. 600 gold difference between the two, and Box does eventually get his Sky Piercer. Panda even getting another core item.
Escobar initiates the taunt, gets kind of a flip back. Miko now flickers. Good zoning from TZ. I mean, getting the flicker out of Miko is the first step. But Zeno is posturing himself as well, so Hesu needs to block him out. Turtle spawning on the bottom side of the map.
Right. They make the rotations. Ruff just finished his golden staff. But right now, Panda is like pretty strong in his build. He's got a decent amount of crit. And honestly, even when you drop down the Dominator's Descent, Panda should be able to handle it as long as somebody is able to tank it for him.
Does have the Berserker's Fury too. Miko just got the anti-Cuirass. Defensive items key, defensive items coming out. Box. Guess Ruff can get onto him. An attempted kick, good flip by Miko. Zeno stopped in his tracks. Gets a golem dropped on him and he's gone. Ruff will also be forced to retreat. The turtle does go over to Uni, but Team Haq made them pay for it.
Oh, the tax is starting to pile up here, but we're not seeing Team Haq trying to grab hold of the gold lead. I mean, they've been making some good moves. They punish Zeno, but I don't feel them trying to extend their range of influence. Right now, with still 100 seconds left until the next neutral objective spawns, we do see that Monster Vicious, the gold lead has now decreased down to roughly around 500, and still, we see that Team Haq is just playing for the map.
See, I mean, for Uni, he's going to be very crucial in that late game. Him and Ruff, right, both haven't gone down just yet, and they have a lot of that damage numbers just waiting to be unleashed upon Team Haq. Throughout all of that, I mean, 8.5 minutes in, really isn't any sizable goal lead. The most we got was 1.5k for MV.
And as we see the ball, wait,
oh,
look at the bottom side, yeah. Is he gonna get him? Oh!
What?
2 for 2 on the miss from Zeno. He's got to be ready for the quad shadow.
That was a bit ambitious from Zeno, right?
I mean, that's the thing. He has a tell. I feel like he has a tell.
And also, he probably didn't want to read into it too much, but a box just cool calm collected. He's not going to have the flicker back up for the Lord. That's going to be a pain point for Zeno.
It really is. And while this was happening, and Monster Vicious were able to increase their lead back up to 1,000, and it's just that consistent back and forth, right? Engaging is already difficult. Team fighting is really, really risky for both sides because it's solely dependent on your engage. And even when you start playing the map, right, Uni is definitely going to have a raw advantage over Box. I would only imagine that Team Haq would much rather play for picks.
Well, the idea for Team Haq is shove at the bottom side. They do see Uni. Is there an idea? Uh-oh. Miko.
No!
Oh! The Roman engages in this game so far has been pretty hard.
I don't know. There's a lot of whiffs happening. A lot of whiffs, but very good ideas if they do connect. But it's time to contest for the Lord here. As you can see that Ruff, he's very strong.
Miko is going to find out on Nova Escobar. Probably the worst possible target. A free kick for Zeno, and that is a kill.
Absolutely melted. Ruff has got the Trinity build up and running, and now you can see that Monster Vicious are more proactive, right? Taking a lot of good space here in No Man's Land. Wait.
They didn't know where Hesu is.
They have no idea, do they?
They know where Box is, and they don't know where Hesu is. It's heating
Wait,
up.
what the? What?
Hesu is going to show up. They're going to split the battle lines. Hesu
You're kidding!
How? Is that even a possible outcome? And Nova Escobar goes down in the process.
No way. No way. I see the man quicksand guarding in the L-bush, walks out, ults in front of Uni's face, and he misses retry.
Zeno, and well, now it's a lifesaver, but that was practically free for MV.
I don't know. I don't know. I think that miss execution. I guess it's kind of tough to say. I feel like even if we did look at a replay,
maybe this one's gonna be redemption. Yeah, get rid of Panda. That's the one. That's the money right there. Double for Uni. Not really happy with the earlier steal. At least they make Team Haq pay.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough. I will hold back on my statement, but in the meantime, Box is caught up pretty significantly against Uni, right? Despite Uni being able to get those 2 kills, pushing him up to 4-0 and 3. Box is 1-1 and 3 at level 14, considering that he was 2 levels down. Oh,
another interaction that Zeno just could not get past. That is a pretty tough.
It's not easy. It's not easy to pull off. Zeno just has to react just a wee bit faster. Not even with the Way of the Dragon. He just needs to be calmer on his Shenpo. Oh, this is...
it's a lot closer than I thought it would be.
It's very close, as a matter of fact. Like, I understand why both sides don't really want to engage. Some of these plays, yes, they look free, but at the same time, if you whiff, big cost.
Oh, that Shunpo got him out of the knockout, and that's a good start. Attempted follow-up engaged, and Nova Escobar completely missed that one, and Box almost gets the kill. Thank goodness Nova survived, allowing Uni to get rid of Miko. Now Zeno walks forward, has to get stunned up. They cannot follow up, but at least MV able to get one.
Okay, good reason for fighting, right? Getting in there, they got the pick off of Miko, and better yet, they also denied Box from that purple buff. That being said, hopefully they're able to protect this mid-tier 1.
They should be able to. Hesu almost threw his life away, and Panda takes out Zeno, and Ruff goes down a Box.
Are we not going to capitalize on this? Is nobody going to... Okay, looks like, I guess Uni doesn't have his Finch Poise up and ready. It's a little too late because they lost vision of the low members from the side of Team Haq, but he does get a bot tier 1 in the meantime, right? If we look at the items, we can see the clear gold lead is, again, a majority, actually all the gold lead, as a matter of fact, coming in from Uni against Box here at 1.634.
Whoa, 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 what?
Yep, and that's why you don't mess with the best.
Wow, the fact that Box tried to fight that one.
Again,
without his ult.
That's the thing, right? Whoever ults first loses. And especially if you're going to go without your ult, which is a majority of Hayabusa's damage, I don't know what he was hoping for.
Wishful thinking, right? Like, man, at least he tried. Okay, now, this is going to establish, allow MV to establish control at the lower pitch. Surely, Hesu is not going to steal it a second time, right?
I mean, we say that.
You see him go into the bush. Come on, that's the kick. That's Miko down for sure. He jumped on by Zeno. Uni is godlike. And Hesu will have no chance to steal. The clean Lord take for MV.
All right, that's what you want to see from MV's side. They're going to start backing away from this. Unironically, these zoning ults for Nova X Kobar is really dampening his accuracy. I think it's like, what, 5% hit rate with his ult?
Depends on what you want to achieve, right? Do I want to knock out my enemies? Or do I want to keep them away?
Well, 100% on the keeping the way, 5% for the I caught somebody.
Not the worst, you know.
Not the worst. We've seen others. But for the meantime, I think that especially for Team Haq, the goal lead is so very close. Both teams are going to hit their item power spikes at roughly Monster Vicious first, and then Team Haq like a minute later.
The fact that most of the net worth is on Uni really says a lot about the state of the game, right? Like, Uni is going to be the most important member. If he goes down, it's an even fight. It's about catching him that is the hard part. Mid-tier 2 falls, the floor on the top side. Let's see if Monster Vicious can crack some structures.
I think at this point, yep, just hold it in front of the base. Do not let that Lord charge. Ruff is playing a dangerous game here.
Yeah, he is. Hesu is going to use his health bar as a resource. That's the engage. Nova only catches one Eternal Guard as a response from Dinesh. But they will not be able to keep the structure up. Uni even engages into it, takes out Panda in the process. And he wants for more. Gets Terrified again. Dinesh is just accurate on the Terrify.
Oh my god, he pre-fired it as well. But this could be it.
This is enough to keep Team Haq in the running. Zeno finds the kick onto Box. Follow up, drag out the crowd control. Box falls back to the base. But Monster Vicious, they don't have the minion wave to end the game just yet. Ruff is going to melt through Hesu's health bar. 60 more seconds for Panda. Miko throws his life. That's immortality. Box clears out the cannon, but it is just too much for Box to handle. Monster Vicious unravels and finally locks in the final slot in playoffs with this win.
They've done it. They've locked the final slot here. Oh my goodness. Equalizing this game 1-1. MV needed this win, and they've got nothing else to fear from this point onwards.
Nothing else to lose. It's all about seeding from this point onwards. And whether they know it or not, it is a relief for those who have been following. And also congratulations, right? 2 seasons in, and a big improvement in the second season. They've already qualified to playoffs with minor changes in the lineup and a whole lot of improvements as well. Now it's about closing out the series.
I mean, it's huge. It's huge for them, and maybe that's why they were playing so passively, so technical throughout the entire game, understanding the weight of the game, especially once they've dropped that first one against Haq.
It could be, but for Team Haq, there is still a chance to kind of play for as much points as possible. Sure, no more clean 3-point potential, but if they can still get 2-1, it does put the question of, is MV inconsistent back into the spotlight? But for now, let's shine it on our MVP. It's going to be Uni on the link.
Yep, no surprises there. Again, holding the majority of the gold lead for his team single-handedly, but you can just see how quick he is when it comes down to just reaping these kills across the map, right? This is the very beginning when he got that initial double kill, but it speeds up. However, I will say that teams have become really well adjusted to managing Ling, especially knowing that when the Tempest of Blades does fall, the character model actually, his hitbox becomes available as soon as it connects to the ground. So you can actually pre-fire a lot of your abilities if you time it well.
And the value of the Vexana in this game is really understated. If not for Monster Vicious getting the win, I think Dinesh would have easily taken the MVP for the amount of interruption that he has been able to deliver.
Yeah, that's so ridiculous. See, this is the pre-fire one, right? Yeah, look at that. So well done. So well done. But that being said, Uni, our MVP of this game. Show it off. Show off the sweats. Show off the jersey, too, while you're at it. I have to admit, I do quite like their simplistic design.
Yeah, I do like it as well. Although I would say that the other variation, always makes me read it as Team MU. And I do not like it. The curvature, the curve is a bit, you know.
Yeah, it's not
sharp, you know?
Yeah.
It's not sharp.
It's not sharp. It's not that, I want to say Seraph, but I can't even say that confidently. But give it up for Uni. 9-1-3, 80% kill participation with a GPM of 953. This man was at full build for so long.
Yeah, you can see how strong he was, right? 3-shotting Panda, 1v1 into Hayabusa, although that one was kind of on box. But overall, he got so strong to a point that even after he went down, he has done most of the work for his team.
Yeah. Man, he is absolute beast on this lane. I don't know, with Malaysians as well as the way that they play Assassins, you get two sides of it, right? You get people who have clearly been playing these Assassins all their life, like Uni, for an example, of how quick he is on that lane. And then you have people like Bucks who are like, who's effective at what they do and is limited only by the skill expression of the hero that he's given.
And now I want to see what the Clippers feel about this. Is it enough to match up against King Kong?
Ooh,
maybe?
I don't know. King Kong has some pretty nasty clips, though.
Yeah,
I think if Uni did it to like SRG or something like that, then maybe he probably could have put into contention.
Yeah, maybe we've gotten the attention of VYs after that as well. But yeah, for now, MV 15-8. I would say, I mean, a lot of the early engages, kind of interesting from both teams. But I wonder if Zeno is comfortable enough on the show to do it again.
I think... Ooh, I don't know how much practice Zeno actually has on this show. It feels like he knows how to do one combo decently well, which is the Shunpo third hit Jikuto flicker right on top of your target. But I think he needs a couple of variations, so it's not as easy to tell what he's going to do, right? That's why Box was genuinely not worried about it most of the match.
Yeah, it's the most basic combos, right? It's nothing flashy, it's nothing that you can't really react to. That's why even Hesu was able to react to it with just the Raging Sandstorm, which nevertheless is pretty entertaining to watch. But so far, both games, Edith has not found success.
Yeah, no, Edith really struggling here. I will say that at least in Miko's case, it's not like he's absolutely useless or anything, because there's definitely moments where you can tell that he is saving team members from having to take more damage than they should. Absorbing the damage from the Sentry, from Martizi's Sentry, because he's playing Zask, sometimes even the Dominator's Descent. There is also the scenarios where Zeno or even Ruffed are zoned away just because of the placement of the Earth Shatter.
I think aside from that, if Miko also is, I think he plays the same role as Zeno in game 1, right? You have to be ready to give your life up. Him and Hesu, but the damage dealt overall, actually not too much difference.
But here's the thing. The one thing that we're missing from both MV and as well as Team Haq are feints. They're not utilizing the vision that they have to fake out their opponents. And that's why it feels like the man-to-man defense, it's just a constant stalemate, right? If Box is on one side of the map, Uni's going to be on the same side of the map. Same goes for Miko and as well as Nova X Cobart. They never really leave each other because of the man-to-man defense.
Yeah, kind of the back-to-basic analogy, right? Didn't really complicate things. But with the Khalid now being dealt with by MV and them finding success on the Gatot, which has been the staple of the opening sequence in the series thus far, do you think that MV will just stick with this Nova Gatot?
Well, I think that... Nova on Gatot. I think that at the very least it seems like it's okay, like it's working out. It's not like a foolproof strategy. We have seen Nova Escobar, yes, 100% accuracy on zoning ult, 5% accuracy of actually catching somebody in it. I do think that they're probably going to need to put Martisi on the Aurora again, or something that has some form of CC to guarantee that Nova Escobar can actually snag somebody.
That's true as well, but I think this Zaz pick was also to deter Team Haq from just hard targeting him. Right? I think that's also after a pretty horrible Aurora experience in Game 1. I'll say Nova taking lesser damage than Miko, which is kind of funny to look at.
Let's see whether the total heal is going to be any different. Nah, okay. Makes sense. Yeah, these slow drawn out games, hyper technical ones, the only ways that you're going to break out of it is if you make the breakthrough play. You got to force mistakes upon your opponent, and a majority of the time you can see that both MV and as well as Team Haq, they're not eager to do it unless they get a guarantee. And I think that's my only issue with this current series.
No one is taking that initiative, right? This kind of feels like the was it the RSG against Red? It's either RSG Red or Team Haq JP9ers, right? Where you have just this stalemate. No one wants to get anything done. We play for objectives.
I think it was Haq versus the Niners. Yeah, I remember that game. But the majority of that game, we do see that it wasn't from Haq. It was actually from Niners. From Niners. It was not Box. Max. There we go. Finally, I got to it. I could see his face. I couldn't get his name. But yeah, Max is more efficient on the link because he's able to kind of utilize his presence to force map movements, which is what we're not seeing from both MV and Team Haq.
At least not on a major scale, right? Like some minor movements, yes, but not enough to influence the kind of structure of Team Haq. Oh, look at the heat map though for Uni from the second minute, first turtle onwards until game ends. Primarily just killing everyone. Yeah, he's catching everybody, but it always comes in twos, right? Again, 2 assists, 2 kills, 1 kill here, finally 1 kill here, 2 kills plus another one. He's finding a lot of multi-kills, right? And honestly, I don't know how okay I am with that, because I get that with the GDS, he is fast. When you pop that ult, and all of a sudden he's running at you at the speed of light, and even afterwards he still has the added movement speed. It's hard to keep up with. That, and also he just 3-shots you, right? Like every sword he grabs is just half your health bar gone. It's basically it's over for you. I don't know. Without Dinesh or without any crowd control to reliably stop him, it's I feel like the Terrify from Vexana is probably the most effective one. Like in a situation where everyone gets knocked out by the ult, right? The only one that you could throw up before the knockup is the Terrify. Yes, that's pretty much the only thing that you got. I mean, there's also the Earth Shatter, but then again, do you expect Miko to be at that place at the right time in comparison to Vexana, who naturally is isolated? Yeah. Look at the item progressions. How fast did Uni hit that critical mass? I mean, he did speed up. Like he sped up after the 8th minute mark. Yeah, because once you get the Haas Claw and you have that added attack speed, clearing camps becomes so easy to do. Plus, you have like, as long as you maintain your energy at 100%, you basically have like 100% crit, and you're just absolutely just destroying these camps. We look on the opposite side. The item progression pretty slow for Dinesh overall. Actually sacrificing a lot of gold, right? 3 items completed by the end of this game. Even Panda going straight for the Berserker's Fury, Haas Claw Berserker's Fury, then only getting the boots. Considering how it's a bit more expensive, I am pretty impressed that he hit the Winds of Nature just slightly before Ruff. Yeah, keeping up with Ruff's pace. Not bad. In terms of laning, at least Ruff has learned his lesson, right? Yeah. First game, he was just like, oh boy, wait, Panda actually knows what he's doing. And now it's like, I will give you the respect, I will farm slowly, but when I hit critical mass, you better watch out, boy. Watch out, I have a link this time. I have a link this time to one-shot you. About Uni in. About Uni, please save me, my guy. Now, we have 3 minutes and 17 seconds to talk about the upcoming game. What are some of the adaptations? Because again, these are very painfully technical matches, and it's a little bit of a gamble, I'm not gonna lie. It's a bit of a gamble, and it can start to wear on the players also, right? Because if you want to make sure that every single move is perfect, that's where not having a resource, like having to blow a flicker or getting a fail gank off, it's gonna really start kind of impacting how you look at the rest of the game, right? You lose a flicker, that's 2 minutes, right? You lose an ultimate, that's 40 seconds. Play head to head in terms of the junglers though, it's a pretty neck and neck. Box against Uni, Box having a slightly higher average turtle percentage.
Yeah, honestly, not too bad. I would have imagined that Box would probably be losing out on that KDA, but that rough week from MV probably really hampered Uni's stats overall. In terms of average GPM, no surprises that Uni has it a little higher, but average turtle rate, considering that Team Haq initially in the very beginning, at the very beginning of the season, generally was playing towards the earlier stages of the game, does make sense.
And also, they do like extended objective dance, right? Turtle maybe not so easy, but Lord dances, they love it a lot. That's kind of been what's been allowing Box to get in on that neutral objective. But I suppose this also is a byproduct of him getting a lot of Hayabusa in the earlier weeks.
Yeah, that's also true. You know, playing that Hayabusa to be able to kind of like to sneak over walls, depending on our Hayabusa player experts out there. For those who don't play Hayabusa, those quad shadows very, very deceiving. If you have a wall long enough, you can actually launch your shadow so much further than you should be able to.
That, and also, even if there is no wall, your shadow actually travels slightly further than the edge,
the indicator.
The indicator, right?
Yep.
Like, a lot of times I get a shadow stuck onto me and I was like, my shadow doesn't go that far.
Exactly, but how? But keep in mind, the end position of the shadow, if there is a piece of environment, like untraversible environment, like a wall, like a turret, for an example, it will go further than it, right? In that same direction. So you get distance no matter what.
I think Hayabusa is probably the first complex assassin that I started learning. I tried Lancelot.
Oh, that one!
That one was a blowout, so never again.
I mean, you saw how the previous game went when we were playing ranked earlier.
Hey, we pulled through, yeah. We lost to a Bauman Angela, so that one is excusable.
Look, we pulled through at the very end, but it doesn't mean that it wasn't a poor performance, right? In terms of raw execution, I think that Lancelot is definitely up there in terms of mechanics. I think even for Ling, honestly, it really is just being able to consistently like hit the 4-sword combo, right? Being able to go off and around in the circle and absolutely demolish everybody is always a good time.
Yeah, always a good time. Shout out to that cosplay right there. I think I know who that is.
Yeah, coming in with one of the non-meta heroes here.
Hey, but it's a meta cosplay.
You know what would be really funny? It would be funny if Munton sets the precedent to all cosplayers. You can only come into the event if you're in a cosplay of meta heroes.
If you're of a certain rank.
Oh man, that's so dirty. That'd be too dirty.
Wait, we had a whole cosplay gala last season, right? I wonder if they bring it to Johor this time.
That's actually a good. I didn't think of that.
If we don't have that, I'm writing a complaint. I will submit my feedback for the first time in 3 seasons. Where are my cosplayers?
Hey, look, even if there aren't any in Johor at that time, Singaporeans out there, come on over.
Come on over.
Come on over.
And we'll pay you with good food.
The traditional answer. All right, we go back into it, and it looks like Team Haq still wants red side, but they've changed their bans up a little bit. The Garment of the Ling as well as the Fanny. See Matilda, Harith. Okay, yep, all the same. Phoveus gets locked in for MV.
So do you steal Khalid if you? Well, Khalid got thought.
I give the word.
If they want to, yeah, they actually go straight for it, right? Get very honest opening.
Very, very honest opening. And Khalid actually does pretty well into Phoveus at level 1, which I think a lot of heroes just struggle, right? Because Phoveus has basically no mana to work with and infinite source of damage. Just pokes you out for the majority of the game.
Depends on what the Phoveus takes, though. There have been 2 variations. The Concussive Blast and the Brave Smite. I think in this case, I prefer Brave Smite a lot more.
I think I prefer Brave Smite a lot more. Concussive Blast sounds like a good idea, but then once you reach like the later half of the game, it's like, oh wow, it triggers once. And plus, like, tank emblems generally don't really matter on Phoveus as much because it's more from your raw spell vamp than anything else.
Yeah, that too. The Thunder Belt, right? Doesn't really compute as much. So Zask and Alpha, great tank busters. Same time, plenty of sustained damage.
Okay, alright. This time we're finally seeing Alpha. I've been waiting for this for a while, but that means that Team Haq does get the Yeve.
Oh boy. Now the dynamic changes a little bit. It's a big kill box for Team Haq. And I think if you are the Zask, being immobile against a Neve doesn't really feel the best.
Yeah, but you can just kind of park your bus in front of the you know, you just sit there and it's like, you do what you want to my team, I'll do this to you.
RWM, hold on, let me...
yeah, just jump in there. Let me get in there into the mix. Coming into the second ban phase, I think that Team Haq needs to get rid of Claude. You know, just chuck it, get rid of it. Don't want to deal with it. Force them on carry again, that would be ideal, and play Bruno.
Wow, actually, they give Nova the respect to ban the Tigreal.
I mean, it's a good idea. Both Khalid as well as Gato Kacha are going to try and at least engage as hard as they can against MV. So if the backline gets slowed down by Implosion or even the Sacred Hammer, then they'd be having more issues. But it does indicate that Team Haq does want to lean into a more attack damage heavy composition.
And on top of that, it's also you don't want MV to have a proper setup to get the rest of the cogs going, right? Because right now I think they just lack a roamer that could essentially gather the members of Team Haq to get, you know, like Phobius into the fight to give Alpha an easier time. The Julian banned out by MV. Now they're starting to target Box's hero pool.
Yeah. And it's a good idea to target Box's hero pool, right? Get rid of the... Now that Julian is away...
good call.
Very good call coming in from Tojang. MV, final. What are they worried about? Do
you still ban the Haya?
I mean, might as well, right?
Might as well, right? Yeah.
Might as well just get rid of it.
Get him on Nolan. So much easier to deal with, right? You have a Phobius, you have a Zask.
True. I'm thinking, is there any other devastating pick to what MV is trying to do? Gaton is already an issue if Phobius wants to keep moving forward. So I think that MV need to consider what would speed up the rest of the composition. They can, if they wanted to play something like Rafa, I wouldn't even blame them for the raw movement speed that she gives the whole team.
Also, so they ban the Nolan instead. So Haya does go through. MV still has the option of taking the Cho if they want. But for Team Haq, they will take Natan first.
Yeah, I think this is totally... Taking Natan is completely fine here. How does MV complete this composition, right? Because it felt like they wanted to maybe push Team Haq into a purple buff dependent jungler like Hayabusa, and they wanted to do it at a later time because Nolan can honestly has one of the fastest clear speeds amongst the assassins, especially in the early levels.
Yeah. We have to see this. They take away one of Ralph's pocket pick too. Carry, it doesn't. I mean, it is a tank buster, but against such a kill box setup by Team Haq, it's not the easiest one to maneuver. No plot as well. Do you fall back to Moskov, or better yet, Lunox?
Lunox doesn't sound like a bad idea, but Nabi Lolita is even better. How about not even worrying about the box, right? Charge out of there, just pop an Aegis and walk away.
Oh, imagine being an Eve and you see a Hanabi just walk through your RWM.
No, better yet, walks out of the RWM, walks back in. Walks back out, walks back in out of spite.
Oh, you can't hit me. Press better.
Press better. Has to wait for Lolita to get nearby the RWM to get a free pass out from passive. I think that it's a good idea for the side of MV, but now Team Haq need to think about the collateral damage, right? As much as they want to go for these big engages, they need to split up this comp from the side of MV. If not, Hanabi and Lolita are going to take over.
So Hayabusa is going to be the pick for Box. He gets one more chance to prove his mettle with this hero. How does the late game look like? We've seen this version, this variation of Lolita Hanabi from MV. I mean, they didn't win that game, unfortunately, but they did put up a heck of a fight that time, right? Like, it's almost an unkillable comp. But, you know, if the game goes late, does this Natan just overpower them?
I mean, he can get... Natan will outscale everybody in this game, but there's only one thing he can outscale, and that's the Guardian Barrier coming in from Nova. He can literally blow himself up if that shield is in place, right? So I think in terms of the late game, raw team fights are heavily dependent on how Team Haq engage. The onus definitely isn't on MV, right? They just want to play for the earlier stages of the game. They want to unlock that Hanabi and then just team fight all the way through.
Yeah. The earlier they get that gold plating and open up the turret, the better it is. MV against Team Haq in this final game of this weekend. We got MV on the blue side, Team Haq on red.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Right, let's see how they're going to play this out. Purple buff starts for both junglers. They're going to end up on opposite sides of the map. Not much of a leash coming in from Box though, but that's fine, that's fine. You will eventually get there. Miko does spot Uni out on that purple, so they know where he started for sure.
And Miko has to now just beeline towards top side.
Are you having fun? Are you having fun, bucko? Yeah, what are you going to do, auto attack? This is the worst.
It's not too bad. It's not too bad. Do chunk them out. Rotation for Dinish is pretty fast as well. You compare the Eve against Zaz in terms of lane clear. Dinish does have the advantage.
Yeah, but it does mean that they will be sacrificing the Litho Wanderer because of that rotation from Dinesh to make sure that Panda has that okay time. But I mean, just look at this, right? As much as Miko wants to sit on top of this Hanabi, Ruff literally does not care. He only cares when Miko is standing in the middle of that wave, and then he's like, all right, this is free money.
Yeah. That, and also Panda wants to be kind of shielded, but he doesn't want to have a shuriken bounce towards him, right?
Yep.
He's like, Miko, please.
Please, man, please. I think as of right now, Monster Vicious is making the smart option. Instead of the early game being Lolita running around, just sit in that lane and allow Alpha to be your spearhead for the first 5 minutes of the game.
Especially with the Revitalize, it also does make it a bit safer if, you know, Box decides to show up for an early gank. You got Aegis and Revitalize to deal with the damage.
Actually, I think this Revitalize is a bit of a mistake. I think that the Flicker is more optimal in this case.
We say that the last time we saw this, it was Revitalized.
That's the thing.
Right,
I don't. Okay, so if you're taking Revitalize, it's under the assumption that you are going to get hit by the engagement. And looking at Team Haq's engagers, if you get hit by it, it's basically over. Oh wait, the one case, use case for it.
There it is, Nova Escobar trying to really keep Ruff alive, just bouncing the shadows around. Ruff doesn't get out of this. First blood going over the Box.
The Revitalized difference right there.
Hey, that was pretty close though. He would have died a lot faster if his Flicker Box will not escape his death.
Nicely done by Martizi, but Hesu also shows up on this side of the map all of a sudden. I don't think MV were ready for that one. But with that being said, Zeno should be able to get first push on his lane. I think at this point, do they commit to the invade? You might as well, right? They're already in the area.
Yeah, Uni and Zeno will do just that.
They got to do it quick. Box is going to get his retribution in 2 seconds.
And they got it. Uni got it. Spirit of Alpha gets out of there. Hesu wants to follow up. Can't get him.
Nicely done for the side of Monster Vicious and as well as Team Haq. Again, both finding success in very little ways, but Monster Vicious, that slight gold lead coming in for Uri, is going to help a lot.
Now Hesu is going to start feeling the heat. Hughes up first with the Quicksand Guard. Make sure that he doesn't open himself up to a gank. How much of the gold shavings, how much of the gold plating is shaved off, I wonder?
That's roughly 10%.
Oh wait, I can see it on the map.
Yeah.
I was trying to look at the screen. Like, how much was it? It was gone. Oh.
Man, these mini icons are so tiny. The real thing stands right in front of you. What are you talking about, brother?
I look at maps, right?
Okay, now we see the Panda already getting it. Feather of Heaven already complete. Martizi, unfortunately, is on because Nova is so stuck to the... Oh, what?
Wow, it's a blind all in, but the read was correct. They found Uni. Uni turns around the Spirit of Alpha. Doesn't get out. Miko most likely will be sacrificed. They're buying time. No one on Blast even committed as Martizi redirects his ultimate over to Hesu. Miko surviving for longer than he should have, but still ends up going down.
I think he did see him. I think he saw...
Oh! That's the follow-up combo. Very well set up by Dinish. 2 more for Team Haq.
Disgusting. Hesu is nasty on this Khalid right now. He's doing such a good job at just harassing his opponents, but honestly, you can see the MV, they remember him. They see Hesu walking up, they're like, oh boy, he's coming. He's gonna get one of us.
And ends up getting 2, thanks to Dinish.
Oh.
It's a way better outcome than I think what Team Haq expected. Lane saw for Panda. Give him space.
Yep. Honestly, it was a really good call for Miko to actually commit the Sky Guardian's avatar towards Uni, because I'm pretty sure he saw maybe just the edge of the Spear Alpha when it like shoots the laser towards the ground, and it was probably making particle effects.
Hesu is now hovering around. And Monster Vicious, they don't want to be a part of this. Not at all. As much as there's Revitalize and a Lolita constantly sticking to Ruff, the amount of dive of Team Haq could blow through that shield very quickly.
Speaking of which, that's a Thunderbelt already completed by Hesu. Even Box finding his first item already complete. However, I don't think Monster Vicious can really contest this, right? It's hard to stick as five, especially in the early game.
Yeah, I don't think so either. The most they can do is buy time for this Hanabi Lolita to open up the bottom side. Oh no, let's go over the side of Team Haq, and unfortunately for Zeno, he just stayed too long, so he'll be taken out by Box.
No reason for him to stick longer than he should. This bottom tier one was going to fall regardless, and now they're going to end up trading another turret for no reason.
Very unfortunate. That's going to cause a problem for Uni, who thankfully did clear out his top side jungle, so he doesn't lose much. But in the grand scheme of things, Monster Vicious would rather have more map control than Team Haq.
Of course, of course. And I think luckily, as long as the mid-tier one stays alive, because right now Martizi, he is on housekeeping duty. He's making sure that even though he cannot contest and push this lane as fast as Dinesh, that he clears it up as cleanly as possible before he leaves it.
Sky Piercer for Box, 6 minutes in. Trying to protect the purple buff, not making sure the Monster Vicious doesn't do a drive-by again. So obnoxious to deal with. How do you get close to Team Haq?
I think you have to bait Team Haq into a full engagement, right? Because at the end of the day, Monster Vicious, what their composition is really strong at is counter-engaging. As much as you want to believe that Nova X Goldbar could be very aggressive in the Numenon Blast, he's never going to use it until he sees that Sky Guardian avatar, or maybe even an RWM. I would say a 50-50 on the RWM, but 100% for the Gato ult.
Yeah. Or maybe even a Raging Sandstorm, right? Since we cannot cancel Numenon Blast, technically it still goes through regardless.
It will cancel it earlier, right? Any kind of CC in the middle of that channeling will force you to use it straight away. Oh, wait, hold on. This is an interesting angle here, but I don't think they can follow it up unless Panda walks up closer.
Now with Hesu there, he didn't have Quicksand Guard, so had to use the Raging Sandstorm to get away. Good counter wave pullback. Now there's the Avatar to guard it to the back, RWM as well. The fight completely split by Team Haq. Nova X Goldbar and Ruff both go down, and Zeno finds himself all alone. They have vision of him, and Hesu will just jump forward, spins his blade, flickers to avoid Uni.
Oh my god.
So Team Haq finds 3.
Oh, I'm surprised that Hesu didn't try and dive Martizi while still having that Quicksand Guard, but it still works out in Team Haq's favor here. Right now, Monster Vicious, I don't understand why they want to fight without Uni. Like, Uni is literally the strongest member on their team currently, and just recently bought a Queen's Wing, so no reason not to, right?
Yeah, in such a weird spot as well, right? Without knowing where the key members of Team Haq are at, or because they got baited by Hesu. And now Box being incredibly confident, just take the fight, so just a little bit, you know, no need to rush. Felt like he could have committed the shadow kill, but choose not to.
I think it was the timing of when he used that. Oh,
here he comes. Nico, do it all over again.
Dude, Nova is getting hit by every single ult now. It's just like, I don't have flicker, guys. Sometimes I don't have charge. I'm gonna get hit by every single Sky Guardian avatar, man.
Just have to eat it.
Just got to eat it. Now we do see the rotations coming in for at least for the side of Team Haq, right? If you're in Team Haq's position, I feel like camping down on the bottom side probably isn't going to be worth your time. Contesting for this purple buff probably could get you some results, but that's under the assumption that you have bot side pushing.
I see, even for Monster Vicious, it's not the end of the world just yet. They're behind, they're down 3.5k. The Lord spawning in half a minute. Dinesh just got Wishing Lantern. The Eve is starting to become a bigger and bigger threat. Box got BOD, 9 minutes.
Yeah, Ruff is in a lot of trouble here. As much as Nova X Goldbar can protect him against Panda, he cannot protect him against Dinesh as well as Box.
Yeah, no way.
How are they gonna have to do this? I feel like Uni needs to catch Dinesh and then force Miko to do something crazy.
Miko go out the tower right now, and it wouldn't be a bad move, but they want to save it for the Lord fight.
Yeah, 10 more seconds till we actually see it. Do see the Demon Hunter sword purchase coming in from Ruff at the very least. As much as Hesu has been giving plenty of information, Team Haq, honestly, yeah, just sit by this tier 2.
Yeah, I'm gonna just chew through the shield that you have, Ruff.
Slowly but surely. They've already got the split done. Monster Vicious, suspicious of it. They do send Zeno out. Uni still power farming in the meantime here. Yeah, this neutral objective is so dangerous for both sides.
It's a lot more dangerous for Team Haq because Panda is still there, right? Still at the top lane.
Yep.
Hesu set up bottom side. They could hold Monster Vicious hostage here, and look at Hesu. Just menacingly coming in from the back. They're gonna jump on him, trying to burst him down. Couldn't move from Monster Vicious. take out the tip of the spear, or at least a part of it. Team Haq still wants to go. Miko re-engages Uni. He's gonna get caught. Box from the back. They want to take down the jungler, but still this time his box that secures the Lord. Monster Vicious finding Miko.
Box nasty with it. Really, really nasty with it. I felt like the engagement from Miko was just a little too early, but at the same time, right, they were losing space, and Dinesh needed to make sure that the RWM covers the entire area for most optimal results. Now Panda finally is able to participate in these fights and be a relevant damage dealer with the Holy Crystal purchase. And now with Lord at their side, the power spikes just line up perfectly for Haq.
Yeah. Great steal by Box. Again, extended Lord fight, something that Team Haq will not mind doing over and over again. But at least we know Monster Vicious had plenty of damage to just eat through Hesu. So the limit testing ends there. We'll see how much Team Haq can achieve with this Lord. Starting with the top tier 2. With Miko again. Ultimate, Nova Escobar has to eat it. They commit everything onto Ruff. Ruff's gonna try and root them in place, but Dinesh, a menace. Ruff just cannot stay in the fight. He's even burning down to low in 1. But Uni shows up to try and take care of Dinesh. They lose Zeno in the process. It's a 1-for-1, but Uni will get more than just 1. Loses his teammate, but finds 2 in return.
What did I say? Park the bus! That's all he had to do! Dominator's descent, transverse, get right in front of Dinesh, park the bus, call it a day. He's gonna melt under that damage. Good stuff coming in from Monster Vicious. I do feel a little bad for Ruff though. That shield does not last very long.
Thank he almost burned, right? Like one more Wishing Lantern proc, he would have died there.
The poor guy. Getting harassed out of his mind. Nobody can really realistically protect him, and I think that Team Haq is putting a little too much emphasis on actually fighting for that back line. Truly, you just need to disrupt the positions of Nova X Kobar and as well as Uni, and once you drop down the RWM, I don't think Ruff is going to sit inside of it. He's forced to walk away.
Yeah, I think you force him to back off and then you turn onto his teammate, right?
Oh!
Did Box do it?
He did.
Wow.
Dirty boy! This guy's getting faster and faster. So far, so good. At the very least, coming into the last couple of items here. Wait, let me just take a double take on that. Blade armor doesn't really matter against Uni. He does 2 damage. Is it against Ruff because there's so many potential procs?
I guess so. They are putting a lot of attention on him.
I mean, he is going for the on-hit build, so I guess it makes sense.
Yeah. Let's see one of the ways to take him down. I think it was one of RSGMY's game where they ran the Hanabi Lolita. You just overload the backline with damage.
Yeah.
Right? You just jump on them, you take them out. Who cares if they're revitalized or Aegis?
I'm actually realizing that. Can you get multiple? I'm pretty sure you can. Yeah, this has happened before. You can get multiple blade armor procs if you hit multiple people at the same time with your auto attacks. So it does work with the bounce as well. I did see 2 blade armors actually being purchased. Sorry, not on the same person, on 2 different people for the side of Haq. So if they happen to be together in front of Ruff, there's a very good chance that Ruff can break his own shield.
Let Ruff do the work himself, right? It's a worthy investment. Monster Vicious on the Lord. Down to 50%, and Team Haq, look at the coverage that they have.
Oh my god,
Hesu is going to be spotted out. Panda commits. That's Zano having to flicker away already.
They cannot be fighting like this. They keep fighting on like diagonal axis. Just keep it front to back.
And Uni, he is isolated. As the Spirit of Alpha, Miko, big knockup. Waiting for the right timing. Uni with the Winter Crown to stay alive, but Hesu will finish the job. Uni drops. Luminum Blast gets thrown. Now Miko walking forward, heals himself to buy time for Box to come in. And the Ogi Shadow Kill eviscerates Monster Vicious. And Team Haq finds the perfect fight.
Wait, can they not end the game off of this? Yeah, they have. They've got a wave pushing from the bot side. Even top side is moving at the same time. Team Haq, I think this is the GG well played that they've been looking for.
Panda even flickering into the base because they know it. Team Haq not out just yet. And they take down MV 2-1.
Woo! They're still alive. Only barely breathing, but at the very least, you can see they've got some good ideas together. It's just they need to speed up that process. Really great ideas, strong fundamentals, but if you don't apply it fast enough, other teams are gonna out-tempo you. And luckily, MV were feeling very slow today.
That and also Team Haq is understanding, or more like lack of understanding from MV on how to take on this comp that Team Haq really felt like they perfected. Well, Team Haq still has a chance. Now let's hear what they have to say. Showing the ropes on the stage.
2 bala 1 untuk pasukan Team Haq. And even though their run for the playoff slot has ended. We can see the fire is still burning. So first of all, Team Haq, congratulations on the win. Congrats. Okay, kita start dengan Dinesh dulu. Okay, now kita tahu Dinesh ni baru je masuk Team Haq dan agak last minute. Korang jangan nak kacau dia. Okay, nervous ke? Apa?
Sikit.
Sikit. Tak payah nervous, jangan risau. Okay, now kita tahu that Dinesh masuk Team Haq ni baru je kan, agak last minute pula tu.
Betul.
So, betul. Tapi bagi you rasa Team Haq ni boleh tak next week main untuk simpan slot korang untuk musim depan?
For me, insyaAllah boleh. Dengan kita orang punya line up ni so strong.
Aku tak nak tunggu, tapi dia sepatah-sepatah. Okay, next week korang akan jumpa Selangor Red Giants. Now, adakah you dah ready untuk jumpa Stormy dekat tengah?
Bagi saya memang nak lawan dia.
Memang nak lawan dia? Kenapa?
Lawan
You
dia.
rasa you boleh belajar banyak tak? Stormy sana. Tu. You rasa you boleh belajar banyak tak dari Stormy?
Boleh, sebab dia punya landing phase memang kuat. Jadi saya nak lawan dia.
You rasa you boleh tak stop win streak dorang?
InsyaAllah boleh.
Wow! Alright, next. Can we please pass the mic to siapa Kita belum tanya. Miko, come here Miko. Come Miko.
Hello.
Miko, I only have one question for you. Every time MVP camera, why do you like to kiss people? What? Why do you like to kiss people so much? You kiss Box. You kiss
love
Jesus.
language.
Love language is kissing. Box. Tadi, I see ada gambar dia kiss Yums. Dia peluk Yums.
My brother.
Your brother. Why your brother?
Big brother esports.
Big brother esports. Bad. Behave. Okay guys, now kita nampak perlawanan yang menarik. So korang rasa siapa yang sepatutnya jadi MVP? Any names?
Ija.
Who do you think is the MVP?
Danish.
Mari kita tengok MVP perlawanan ini in 3, 2, 1. MVP jatuh kepada Jesus. Alright, Jesus.
I think he wants to dance.
Later. Okay, Jesus.
Hello.
Now, we can see that you have a lot of improvements this season. But once again, luck is not on your side, unfortunately. How about Jesus tell us what's in store for you? Any future plans? Do you still plan on continuing being a pro player? And if so, given the opportunity, would you like to play in MPL MY again next season?
Yes, absolutely. And I'm so thankful for Team Haq for the opportunity also. And I hope as a pro player, I will improve more and maybe give more to the scene and be a champion one day. Yeah.
One day. Do you love Malaysia?
Yeah, I love Malaysia.
What's your favorite Malaysian food?
Favorite Malaysian food? Nasi goreng daging.
Oh, okay, alright. I dah risau dah. Kenapa semua orang? No. Miko, behave. Please.
Favorite drink?
No.
Milo Ice.
I takut. Serius, I takut. Almost. Panda, tolong selamatkan Mike. Tolong. I takut lah Panda. Betul, orang yang tengok live Miko korang tahu apa yang dia akan cakap kan? Okay, Panda. Now, dengan kemenangan 2-1 ni, even though the race to playoffs is over, tapi Panda rasa happy tak main dengan tim ni, dengan prestasi yang korang keluarkan, ataupun maybe the next season Team Haq will show a better performance?
Saya rasa happy lah sebab dapat menang kan. Tapi saya yakin kalau line up ni dari season week 1 kita orang lepas playoff.
Oh, okay. Box.
Miko want to say something.
Huh?
What? Guys, wait, sorry tayo. Guys, visit our booth there in Yes, of course.
Yes, of course. Box. Okay. Box, I dah penat dah dengar dah. Tolong, apa yang Box nak cakap kepada fans Team Haq yang datang sokong korang daripada minggu pertama sampai sekarang? Anything?
Thank you yang mana yang datang daripada week 1 sampai sekarang. Harapkan terus support kita orang untuk next, untuk minggu depan lah. Thank you so much guys.
Alright, terima kasih kepada Team Haq. You guys may now go celebrate your victory. Congratulations on that win. Alright, please walk. Miko, go. I cannot. Bila Miko pegang mic dan dia dah start suruh orang cakap Melayu, I dah risau. Sebab orang yang tengok live dia akan tahu semua benda yang dia cakap. And with that, minggu kelima comes to an end. Tapi sebelum we wrap up our day, mari let's show it to the mic check to hear how Team Haq communicated and got this win.
Bok. Nice, Daddy.
Nice one, Bok.
Nice
one.
Top. Edit, guys.
Ulti 3. Aku ulti.
Nice ulti, Tanish.
Aku second skill. Dia die.
Out, guys, out.
Can.
Okay.
Stay can, guys.
Mati Aurora.
Can end.
They want me bang
Low.
Aiman belakang bro.
See me. He want me.
Aiman belakang.
I go clock guys. Clock.
Okay.
Pandai.
Gatot, guys.
Nice one.
Sabar, guys. Can clear that bang.
Tak ada anti, tak ada flicker tu. Mati. Dia mati.
Nolan.
Yeah.
Nice one, guys.
Oh, sabar.
Nice one, guys. Aku ada ulti.
I stand sini.
Cancel. I stand 2. Nice one. Show. Gatot. Hero. Third balik. Turtle. Nice one.
Top. Can top.
Boleh. We fast clear bro. Pabalik aku.
I ulti.
Boleh.
I go to
can fight.
Forbis die.
Nice.
Turtle guys.
Forbis last hit. Nice one.
I go to
It's okay.
Just tahu. I told turtle guys.
Boleh mid. Alhamdulillah.
Lo.
Kona pada.
Bilok lah.
Go. I'm strong.
Stay can.
Still ball.
Zas.
Aku nabi guys. Die.
I think they ulti.
Nice.
Alhamdulillah ya Allah.
Can.
Nice.
Nice ulti dah.
Alhamdulillah.
Congratulations once more to Team Haq over that win over Monster Vicious 2-1, keeping the dream alive in regular season. Sure, no playoffs, which is unfortunate, but at least they still can fight for the slots for the next season. And also, it's Dinish's first win in MPL.
Hey, that's got to be a very good feeling for him. New experiences all the way through, but let's look at these highlights, right? Because one big thing that I've noticed at the very least is that Miko, on that mic check, speaking BM pretty well, but at the same time, he knows that he is strong on this Gatot, and it gave Monster Vicious so many problems. Just being able to face tank people and worst yet, stay at a pretty, well, I wouldn't even say healthy, but regenerate and sustain a good amount even at the lowest of HPs.
Incredibly deceiving, right? You see him low and the next second he punches you in the face, you die, and then he recovers half his health bar. Not really fun, but a big contributor to the win for Team Haq. Definitely has to, especially on the Khalid. All 3 games he got the Khalid, and all 3 games he's put out some massive performance. This one, really the moneymaker there for Team Haq.
Big ticket plays here. And the funny part about this is that while all of this is happening to the front line, they're still taking away the Lord, right? Dinish is just blasting them as many times, trying to get as many Wishing Lantern procs as possible, and it worked out well. Good play from him, but our MVP of the match going over to Hesu without a doubt, right? Being able to not only contribute in terms of team fights, but definitely with his presence alone, actually forcing out a lot of movements, actually. We saw Uni suddenly turning on him 2 times for 2 different Lord takes that Hesu was showing up and getting ganked upon, and he still didn't die.
And whoever is taking a screenshot of this, he didn't just buy Emo for game 1, he sold all his items. So we missed out the item progression, so you have to rewind the stream to find out. I have no idea what he bought. I can probably give you a rough idea. Thunderbelt,
Oh, dang. Oh, man, I would have guessed Thunder, but how could I not know?
Man, it's a headache if I had to rewind. But he did switch it up a bit for Game 3. The talents in particular, right? He went for adaptive damage instead of an extra movement speed.
Yes, because he understands that he needs to be a legitimate threat to cut through specifically against the shield of Ruff if he does close the distance, right? Same goes for Nova X Kobar, right? If he's able to break that Guardian's barrier, the Guardian's bulwark faster than Panda can actually reach his target, that's perfect because now Panda can basically have free reign.
Multiple win conditions for Team Haq. I think compared to MV, who felt a lot more one-dimensional, and they were not able to play around the early to mid win condition, which was Uni. That one, I think, is a missed opportunity.
I think it's a huge missed opportunity as well. It could be with the way that Uni started on the map. He did start on purple side and ended up towards the EXP on that first rotation. Maybe he could have started on the opposite side. Tough to tell because they still got info regardless from Nova. So like, I don't know. I don't know what happened to MV today.
Yeah, it does bring back that topic of is MV inconsistent? You know, yay or nay? I think after this series, I kind of lean towards I think so too. I think there has been some glaring characteristics from MV that Team Haq shouldn't be able to exploit that much, but it happened anyways.
Yeah, but that's the thing, right? When you see an issue of there are 4 people playing together and one person isn't, whose fault is it? Is it the 4 or is it the 1? And sometimes, does the 1 have a good point to why he's doing it, and the 4 actually have to follow him because he's making the smarter macro choice?
Are you Max? If it's Max, I would say it's not his fault.
If he's Max, I'm like, I'm sorry I started the argument in the first place. Here, please take my inheritance while you're at it.
If it's not, it's either the jungler or it's Pop's fault. Like, I don't know.
The true netizen like tier list.
Yeah, but I think in this case, I feel like it's the 4, right? Because they did try to start fights with Team Haq without Uni present, and when they saw the difference that this alpha could make, they've already missed the window to snowball.
Well, look, I think that there should have been an adjustment when you see Dinesh specifically head up to the gold lane for the second time.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
The level 2 one was like, all right, sure. All right, okay. You can be annoying. The second time he shows up, this is a pattern. Because no mage should be showing up to the gold lane that often pre-level 4.
And then they bring Box with them.
Yeah, and then they brought Box with him when he was level 4. I think that's when Yuri should have known, hey, I need to protect this side of the map. If not, I need to protect that river line specifically. Make the Dinish's rotation much longer than it has to be.
And I think that's perhaps also a double-edged sword. Sure, the Lolita sticks with the Hanabi, but that means map coverage now lies, the responsibility lies with the jungler or the XP lane. In this case, Phobius is not Khalid, you don't have the mobility to move around.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. I feel like MV, they came with a plan. I'm not 100% sure whether the fundamentals of like somebody needs to be able to kind of cover the map and therefore Uni needed to be that person, because technically if Zeno gets that first push on towards Hesu, which is most likely not going to happen, he's Khalid, but maybe later into the game, then maybe he could be the one who starts to open things up, right? Because nobody could really beat the box. Right? Well, not the Hayabusa, but I'm talking about the RWM. Darn it, convenient names. But yeah, the RWM is such a big deterrent for MV. It felt like no matter what MV did, it's always going to get counter-interacted.
Yeah, I think on top of that is also the clear differences in mobility. If MV having a very static draft, it just wants to sit there, have a good time, and not be bothered about moving around too much. But for Team Haq, that's exactly what they want to do, right? We clear the lane faster than you, and now we bring back up, we blow up your side lane. Now the map is our oyster.
Personally, I think as much as they want to kind of sit and stand there, they wanted a good counter engage, but they never got it, right? You saw time and time again, specifically Nova X Kobar. He's in a bush, he's starting to charge the new on blast, gets cancelled straight away, just clapped every single time, whether it be by Khalid showing up with a raging sandstorm, sometimes collapsing onto 2, or even just the edge of the RWM.
Yep. Afterwards, it's just he sees the indicator of the Sky Guardian's avatar, and he's like, wow.
Yeah.
Guess I have to eat it.
That's the thing. That's why I'm wondering, why didn't he opt to go for Flicker instead. And I think maybe there was the one use case, which was, early rotation from Dinesh, drops down to RWM, they're stuck in the corner, and they have no choice but to sit there with a Revitalize and just auto their way out of it.
Would it look good if Ruff didn't die, but he still died anyways through a Revitalize and an Aegis?
Yeah, and an Aegis, which makes it even crazier, right? So at the end of it, this plan that MV had set, I like the comp, don't get me wrong. I think there are ways to optimize it, but I do think that the team need to be on the same mindset of how to play the map.
I suppose that's also one of the reasons we didn't even consider Hanabi Lolita for the last 2 picks for MV, right? We were looking at alternatives options.
Well, I mean, I thought maybe in the first phase just to kind of shake things up, maybe not the last phase, but hey, you know, it works out at the end of the day, right? Panda basically had not much of a laning phase until he got support. If he was just left with Ruff and Nova X Kobar, Tier 1 turret was basically gone. The plating would have been shredded way faster as well. There's pretty much no way for Panda to play the game.
Yeah, Pico, first item even go for the Dom Eye, so Ruff is just unintentionally slowing himself down, right? Every time Mikos enters a fight, it doesn't really matter what he does. You're hitting him regardless.
Yeah. What to do. You can't win them all. You really can't win them all. But with that being said, let's have a look at the updated standings after Week 5.
Yeah, looking good so far for Selangor Red Giants against the first team to lock in upper brackets. But following that, Team Vamos, Red Esports, MV, JP9ers, and Todak all join SRG in the playoffs. The top 6 is cemented. The final week of the regular season is just for seeding purposes. 7 and 8 will be Team Ray and Homeboys, followed by Team Haq in 9th spot, and then RGMY in last place. Now, after this series, we see the clear divide between the top 6 and the bottom 4, right? Top 6 is they're fighting for bragging rights, seeding in playoffs. Bottom 4 is fighting to stay in MPL MY and not to get relegated.
Yep, especially that bottom 2. That is the red zone. That's why they're a completely different color for all you colorblind fans out there. Just in case, hey man, trying to be inclusive here, trying to be inclusive. I think that the scariest part about being in that bottom 4 is how close these points are. It's at the very bottom 6, above them 7, above them 8, above them 9. It's 1 point difference, and then we look over at the number of match win losses, and we can already tell that some teams still have games to play.
Team Ray, Homeboys, and Team Haq have 1 more best of 3. RGMY have 2 more best of 3. So theoretically, they have the best chance. But again, even if they make it to 12 points and tie with everyone else, they lose out in head-to-head. So, you know, for hopefuls out there, this is the unfortunate news. And I think this also demonstrates a big shakeup, right? The evolution of our competitive scene. Because at the start of the season, I would not have expected to see Homeboys, Team Haq, and RCMY in bottom 4.
Well, that's the thing.
Organization, right? Just the name itself.
Yeah, organization-wise, I agree with you. They shouldn't be there. But when I saw the early lineups, I wasn't 100% sure. And especially with these big moves, for example, the biggest move of all, Team Vamos being incepted from the Homeboys, like just spat out of nowhere and leaving Homeboys in a really awkward position. I thought Udil was part of the main lineup, but now he's not. So it's like, where, huh? So Homeboys is the only exception to that rule. I think that Team Ray is a bit of a coin flip. Todak! It's because of the squad. It's because of the 3 squads, and that's why it's hard to judge these guys.
Well, at least we now know that they're sticking with Squad C a lot often.
Yeah, that's fair. I think, you know, considering their current success, there's no reason not to. JP9ers are the biggest surprise for me. Because again, as I saw them in the very beginning of the season, I thought they were like kind of okay. They got progressively better, and then they started to form their style.
Which means that finally, Ancha is back in playoffs. Finally, Max made it to playoffs.
Yes!
Yes, finally we see the Lord Max.
Lord Max, man. But he has saved so many teams.
And also, his Panda missing playoffs 2 seasons in a row.
Hey, nothing. Hey, who knows? Who knows? They might be able to break out of this. For all intents and purposes, they might be able to get out of it. Or at least, if they ended at 9th place, at least they'll have to take on an MPL
chance,
team,
right?
Yeah.
As long as you're not 10th, you're good.
Yeah.
If you're 10th and they go down to MAL, we'll see you the season after that. Wait, no, they go back to Challenger Conference. You don't even have a chance anymore.
Exactly.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Okay.
And they have to even pull out of the Challenger Conference too, so they have to come in completely fresh, orgless.
Rough spot to be in, but let's take a look at the schedule for week number 6. It's going to be our last week of the regular season. For Friday, it's Monster Vicious against SRG, the most awaited one in the final week, followed by RGMY taking on Team Vamos. On Saturday, Todak takes on Red Esports, followed by Homeboys against RGMY, and then Monster Vicious against JP Niners. And on Sunday, we will have Team Vamos taking on Team Ray, closing it with Team Haq against SRG. And afterwards, if there are any tiebreakers, we will play that out to determine who will be the victors.
Luckily this season, I'm expecting no tiebreakers, but at the same time, I've been so wrong before.
I mean, I only do Friday next week, so I don't really care about tiebreakers.
You're
you know?
so lucky.
I'm free from my shackles.
Oh man, I'm only worried for if there is a three-way tiebreaker.
Oh yeah,
right. Those are by far the worst. But luckily, infrastructure and systems have been put in place to almost guarantee a very low percentile of that actually happening. And considering where we are with the standings right now, pretty much this tiebreaker is most likely to happen for either who's in second, third place, maybe even fourth and fifth place, purely for seeding.
Yeah, most teams don't even make it through the head-to-head, right? Let alone the aggregate points. So I think we're in a pretty comfortable spot. Any highlight series for you?
The highlight series for me, I am interested in seeing MV versus JP after today's match. I don't know whether or not MV has a chance against SRG, but hopefully we win the coin flip and get a good game in that match. But I feel like JP is more equally matched.
Oh, if you've taken that series, I will go for Todak against Red Esports. I think that will be pretty interesting as well, right? How is this superstar lineup of Red Esports gonna go up against the superstar lineup of Todak?
Unless they start whipping out Squad A and then you're rolling the dice, baby!
Well, I did hear that maybe SRG will play Gorgeous since they're safe in upper bracket. Who knows?
Oh,
maybe Gorgeous can finally, walk the talk after winning MSC on the bench.
Quotation marks? Quotation marks on the bench. No, but I do agree with you. It's a pretty interesting season.
It definitely is. Well, that concludes week number 5. We got one more week before the regular season concludes and we head to Johor. We'll see you for week number 6. For now, goodbye.